Hello, hello. Hello, hello. My name is Hannibal Taboo, and I am very, very happy to be here doing some interviews with you at Baltimore Comic-Con. We had a little bit of a mix-up with the link, but we're going to move on and get this show on the road. I am very, very excited to talk to my first guest here. And he is a letterer who you have seen his work in virtually every major company's book. He's really super talented. And because Black people often have a challenge, I'm going to let him tell you how to pronounce his name properly so I don't screw it up.
Name is Darren Bennett. So I usually tell people say Aaron and put a D in front of it, and that usually helps things out.
We normally have to figure out stuff like that very young. I've got so many tricks for spelling my name and so ways to avoid George Papard and Anthony Hopkins. It's really crazy. I always just tell people, like the general, not the doctor.
Yep.
Thank you for being here with me. I'm really, really excited to talk to you because we've got so many great things to cover. I want to jump into it. So first of all, you are a part of a historic creative team on excellence. Right. To my knowledge, I don't remember the last time a high-profile book had an all-Black creative team that way. And the best part about it was that it wasn't like, oh, we're going to try to throw together a creative team. It's an organic thing. You guys came together and created something really amazing. Could you tell me a little bit about, and I'm going to come back to what I promised you was my first question. Could you tell me a little bit about what the process was like, getting you engaged with excellence, and what you're feeling about what's happening with the book and what's happening with the characters?
Oh, I guess the start of it was I developed a relationship with Brandon online. Like we've been, talking to each other on social media for a long time, never really connected in person, but we knew we wanted to get on a project together somehow. And when he pitched this idea over to Skybound, and they were looking for a letterer, we, kind of connected on that. And he said he would like to have me on the book. I think I was his first choice to get on this book, between all the creative team. And so, we really pushed that, and they reached out to me. We just made it happen.
I love it. And you have an unusual position in comics. People don't really recognize the importance of lettering. And I learned that from some of my indie books when I didn't have it. Could you talk about how you got into lettering and how you came in? Because, for some people, this is their first time ever experiencing the chance to talk to you. I've never even run into you at a con for some reason.
Oh, yeah. Originally, I came into the comic book game trying to, I wanted to be a penciler originally. I went to school at SCAD, and right out of school, I was looking for a job within the industry in any way, which way I could. And I ended up over at Tokyo Pop in LA. This was in 2003. And, I was hired as a letterer for manga, and I developed a lot of relationships there. Mark Panicia over at Marvel, Paul Morrissey, who's been with a number of publishers and is with Blizzard now. So those early relationships that I established kind of helped get my foot in the door. They would, introduce me to other publishers and other people, and even hand me some work themselves. And so those relationships were what really started it, and my passion for lettering grew out of what I was doing over at Tokyo Pop. So that's really how I broke into the industry and just fell in love with type and type design, and here I am now.
I'm curious because typography is such a specific discipline. There's so many specific things that you can change with typography in terms of, the way a sound effect hits when the Hulk punches a thing in the face, or the way that smaller lettering on something can convey whispering or whatnot. Could you talk to me about how you first came into it, and maybe some of the lessons you've learned in terms of developing your skill since then?
I think some of the biggest lessons I've learned were in, standard comic book conventions. Like you learn early on, whisper balloons, and you try to just use what tools are available to you to try and convey exactly what you need. So when you see the dotted lines around a stroke, that's whispering. And now, as time goes on, you're looking at what other people are doing in the craft. And I think it was, sometime midpoint in my career, maybe around early 2010s, I saw people start to use like gray balloons for quieter voices, or or you start to use like the different thought balloons, like because thought balloons aren't really used right now. So there would be different ways on using thought balloons. And so you just kind of look at the conventions that are standard of the whole industry as a whole, and then try and adapt and try and come up with your own little twist on it. And that's really the thing that I learned, just use what's there and build on that, and try to, tell the story the way that people understand it. Because if you start to try and break the mold with, it's like they say, you only break the conventions once you know how to use them, once you understand them. And so that's sort of the same concept. Use what's there, and then you can break the rules once you learn the rules.
Okay, let's talk about excellence specifically. I know one of the things I really like about it is the way they've got the tree designed to show the different families there.
Right.
They've popped excellence up on the screen for us, which is an outstanding book from Image and Skybound. Yeah. What specific sorts of things, when you were approaching this project, did you look at and see that you could introduce through lettering, through typography, through design, and things of that sort?
One of the first things I'm looking at is Kari's work. Like his line work is so bold and striking, and you'll notice that my balloons reflect that. Usually, you have this thin singular weight around the balloon, but here I've got kind of a bolder stroke around the balloons, and it has these tapering lines kind of matching what he's doing with the art style, because you want it to look sort of as if the artist is doing it themselves. So that's one of the major things that I'm doing. And then beyond that, it's just trying to make it feel like sort of a mystical element. We have these captions in there that are these torn scroll type captions. Mm-hmm. So you try and build this universe, build this, this world, and use lettering to shape that. So everything that you see in there, I think recently in issue 9, we have this sort of magic effect where he's tapping and downloading information into his head, and I use this sort of a USB type caption in there. And so like you take what's there again, and you just apply it in a way that's creative and fun, and sort of makes readers identify how the type is coming into play with the art itself. And so that's really my goal, just merge the type with the art, and we can go to business right there.
That's so clever. That's outstanding. I also want to talk about one of my favorite books on the stand, Far Sector, with, talk about another murderer's row of talent on that book. Yeah. Far Sector, one of the things thank you for showing that on the screen there. One of the things that's really interesting to me about Far Sector is some of the different ways the different species talk. The ant people, the digital people have their own specific way of talking. When you were developing the book, how did you approach each one of those and say, okay, this is the way this should go, this is the way this should go, and this is the way they should play together?
Right. I was really looking at it from every time I'm developing any sort of different font on a balloon, I'm looking at how it sounds. Like you're trying to convey sound through text, and that's really what I want to do. So with the at, I'm looking at it as a purely digital thing, and so you'll see the type is this digital typeface. Whereas everything else is more organic. So we have the mixed case dialogue, which is a little more organic, has rounder shapes or whatever, and even the balloons for the at are these squarish balloons, like computerized voices. So you can sort of see that synthetic sound displayed in the lettering. And even with when we're looking at them through speaking through electronic devices and everything, like it's different from the at speaking, because you want to separate these different vocal styles visually. And so that's really my approach is taking the sounds and sort of mimic them visually, and see what's going to land, what's going to speak the most to the art style there, and really convey to the reader, oh, this is what's happening on the page through this typography.
When you have so many different types of speaking forms there, do you keep some kind of cheat sheet, like a little sample set of things that you've done next to you? Or how do you manage so many different types of communication in the book?
Yeah, on each page that I do, we have a template. And so like what you won't see on the page is outside of that file. I'll have like all of the things that I've built into the template, whether it's the at speak, the city speak. City speak is all that, the gibberish language that you see throughout. And so like you'll have that on the side of your template where you're working. You can just pull from those elements so that you're not confused as to what's, and I'll label them out and tell you this is who's speaking here. If this is a specific character, this is a specific caption. And so even if someone else was to pick up this book beyond me, they can tell easily, oh, this is what he was using, and you can carry forth through each letterer.
As a project manager, that I want to thank you for that, just in case you ever win the lottery and go off and do something else and stop doing this book. But I love that book, and I definitely want it to keep going. I'm going to also ask you about the Milestone reboot project. Oh my God.
Yes.
So you were one of the first people to see that script, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
So when you cracked into that script and you kind of started stretching out, what were your thoughts as you were thinking, okay, this is how I'm going to depict this? What were your thoughts of what was happening in the script?
Well, one of the things that everybody usually gets that question, what's your dream job? What's your dream project? This is it. I came into comics, through Milestone. In my early readership, that's what I was drawing. That's what I go to the comic book shops for every day. And these are the stories that compel me to want to draw and want to write. And so this is like a dream come true for me. So that's like a kid in the candy store. I opened that up. I'm like, oh, wow, okay, what are we doing with this? So I immediately jumped into my attic, pulled out the old issues, looking at what was done then. And so that's, we were talking about what sort of inspirations I have. I'm looking at old static issues, old icon issues and hardware and everything, and seeing what I can take from there, adapt it to my style and bring it in. And so that was like, seeing even like I'm one of the first people to actually see the work of Dennis and everybody. Like, so it was just amazing. That was just like I said, a dream come true. And I'm cracking into it like, wow, this is big for me. And I'm looking at this as an opportunity to build on a legacy. And I'm just so hyped for it.
That's fantastic. I can't wait to see what's coming there. But you actually brought up, there's several things you brought up that I wanted to ask subsequent questions about, but unfortunately we've got a limited amount of time. Hopefully you and I can sit down and talk another time about it. But with you said that working on this was a dream project for you. That if so, and you also said something earlier about mid-career. I hope your career's got a lot more legs in it than just the years we've seen thus far.
Right.
But that said, what are your unfulfilled ambitions? What do you look at in comics like, oh, that's what I really want to do, next, or as my big, my big statement piece.
Right. Well, a few years back, I wrote my own, I self-published a story called Quixote. And so that was really my first foray into writing something along the lines of what I was looking to do from when I was a child. I wanted to create heroes that looked like me, to be an inspiration for other young Black kids and people of color. And so I created this story with this character, and that's really one of my things, to just see this through and see that through. And beyond that, like I said, I was telling you how Milestone was a dream come true for me. And so I'm down to pitch a story. I would love to write an issue of Static, even if it's like a one shot or something. And so following through on this writing thing, that's my next step. That's my biggest goal, just to fulfill those dreams as a child and create more stories for people to read later on, and be inspired by what I'm doing, just the same way I was inspired by what they were doing.
I definitely hope we can see that. And I hope you can letter the same book so you can get 2 checks.
That would be beautiful. That would be a beautiful thing.
Thank you so much for sitting down with me. Thank you for coming through. You are nominated for the Ringo Award for Best Letterer, which I believe, if I understand things right, you will hear those results in a few hours. So definitely good luck, and to you and all the other nominees. And thank you for joining us. I'm going to segue into our next creator, which is going to be MK Reed. MK Reed is coming up right about now. Look at that smooth transition from the production team. Yes, that's what we're talking about here. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm as crazy as a horse with no neck, but we're moving on from that. I have been spending a lot of this afternoon diving into your brilliant, brilliant book. Let me actually make sure I get the title right, because I've been reading it and just laughing because, oh my God, your dialogue. Penny Nichols, am I getting this right?
Yes.
Penny Nichols, nominated for the Ringo Award this year. And I got to say, if you have never thought about working in television or film, please do, because your gift for dialogue is breathtaking.
Thank you. I am the co-writer of this book. There is another person who is responsible for some of that, probably like half.
You're not gonna make it very far in Hollywood not stealing all the credit. I will
That's
tell
true.
you.
But that is Greg Means, and he was delightful to work with, and we're old friends. So writing it together, we basically started just like cracking jokes, and then like we'd look at what we had, we're like, yeah, this goes in. So it was pretty fun to work on.
Was it like the movie outline in the book with a whole bunch of half-written notes that you had to make it?
It started that way, or got smoother, because you can't improv it or fake it like I assume you can with TV and movies.
Doesn't work so well.
No, not when the artist is like, what goes here?
Indeed. As I told our last guest, Darren, that I'm a project manager by trade. So when I read that she saves it by the power of organization, my heart was literally a Twitter. So for all the people who haven't had the blessing that I have to be able to dig into this book, could you talk to them about your now Ringo nominated, I believe it's also Eisner nominated, is it not? Am I reading that right?
Eisner nominated and Oregon Book Award winner this year. We swept all the nominations for everything.
I love it. Could you tell the fans who may not have had the pleasure that I have to be acquainted with this book about Penny Nichols and about what makes this book special, not just to you, but for an audience?
So Penny is a temp worker who kind of doesn't really know where her life is going to go because she's in her 20s, and that's just how it is. And then she meets some indie filmmakers who have been like shooting in their backyard and are varying degrees of good. And she takes the loose napkins that are a script and kind of starts pulling in things together so they can shoot a movie before the director's wife has a baby, and actors go off to college, and everyone gets too hectic to make the movie. And I actually wrote it a really long time ago. The artist Matt Weigel had 3 kids during the course of drawing this book.
So it's a documentary.
A little bit. It ended up being sort of autobiographical, because by the time the book came out, I was also project managing for comics. So, and it's just herding ducks, no matter who's working on it.
I like that you chose ducks, because ducks can be on land, air, and sea. That's funny. I like that. I see what you did there. I see that.
They can go underwater for periods of time, and you just don't know where they are. It's a fun job.
Yeah, I'm going to be sobbing after this. Anyway. So, this book, as you mentioned, with the multiple honors that it's received, has definitely caught a lot of people's attention. Do you believe that, given kind of the zeitgeist of the time that we're in, with, oh gosh, are we all going to be stuck in our houses with a pandemic forever? And oh gosh, is the world going to come to an end? And is Cthulhu going to burst out of the South Pole? What's next? Do you believe that kind of ennui gripping a lot of people has something to do with the connection they feel with this book?
I don't know. I think it got nominated for a lot of awards because it's speaking to people who like do creative things for a living, and who go and find themselves like getting caught up in a very low paying but rewarding job, and can't always explain why to their family, like they want to do this thing, but they know that that's it. And it's it kind of, I don't know, it other creatives nominating things for awards probably feel a lot of the emotions that we wrote about in this book.
Absolutely.
That may have been in our favor.
Oh yeah, I totally can see that. So you talked about being friends with Greg for a long time. Could you talk about how you brought Matt onto this project and how he became involved with it?
Oh, sure. We shared a studio for a little while when Matt lived in New York. He's a Philly guy largely, but we were both in Brooklyn around the same time. And Matt has mostly done mini comics for most of his career. He also, oh, I'm gonna take a bunch of crap for not remembering the name. He did a webcomic for Destructor with Sean T. Collins, was a webcomic for a little while before we wrangled Matt into drawing this book. So he also did this one issue comic for Greg's anthology Paper Cutter, that was called The Orphan Baiter, where
Okay.
it was a society where throwing tomatoes and rotten vegetables at orphans was a popular pastime, and it was sort of like a John Henry story with a very plucky orphan who could just out insult everyone in this event. So we'd known Matt for a while. We both loved his art. He's a great dude, and you know, basically slowly disappeared more and more over time with every kid. But kept sending us like great pages over the whole span, and then at the end we're just like, oh my god, this book looks so good. I'm afraid he's just never gonna draw another long book again. No, maybe like give him a couple years for the kids to not be tiny kids, and for school to resume being a place people leave the house and go to, and he will draw something else that's amazing.
That one day, hopeful day that we'll all see.
Yeah.
So your bio says that you live in Portland. There's a very vibrant comics community in Portland with so many creative voices up there going on. How has that kind of a fertile, imaginative ground helped you or hindered you or somewhere in between in making comics?
It's kind of been really nice to just like come to a place where most of the year people like, it's like, you know, it's the tree is blocking the view, but it's a bit gray out right now.
Really? In Portland?
Yeah. So a lot of times people want to spend their times indoors working on their personal projects, and then they really want to leave the house really bad after that and meet up and talk about comics and what's going on. And there's some sharing of work opportunities that people hear about but may not necessarily have the time for, which is nice. And you know, there's a couple publishers out here. There's Helioscope Studios, which is just amazing people who are very kind and very welcoming, and will not hesitate to tell you the truth about what's going on in any given situation. So it's been really nice. Brooklyn was, you know, also a ton of talented artists out there. But you gotta take trains everywhere, and if someone's in Queens, you're never gonna see them again.
And your next story, A Tale of Lost Love in Queens. All right. Well, also, given that you are in Portland, it would be almost remiss not to talk about one of the elephants in the room, that there have been some pretty exciting things going on in Portland recently. And that, you know, possibly marked for death by the president. But how have you, you know, how have you kept productive? How have you kept going, hearing all the noise outside in the world?
It's really hard. It's you know, there was a military occupation of my town for a while. It's pretty weird. But at the same time, you know, it's not like when they say anarchist jurisdiction, it sounds so much cooler than it actually is. And like I wish a little things were that cool, but it's not really any different going to the store than it was like before May in quarantine. It's still my worry is that like the businesses that are downtown and everything people are staying away from them more at night just because all of that's going down. But it's kind of like you wouldn't know unless you were in that set of blocks, or like not listening to what people were doing in that area. Like if you just like put on the TV and turn it off and we're out in the suburbs, you'd probably never know anything except what you're hearing. And I don't know, it's a mess. It's really yeah, it sucks.
Hang in there. Hang in there.
We're like really hoping that the mayor gets out of town. So fingers crossed for 2 weeks from now, have my ballot sitting next to me and need to go drop it off. Because we do have mail-in voting and it works really well when people don't interfere with it illegally. It's been great. Like, you know, when I voted in New York, I didn't know who like people running for town council were. And now like I don't know until I get the ballot, and then I have time to Google them and see who's super weird or like super right wing and like should not be in government. It's nice to know about the people you're electing.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you won't be going full Snake Plissken up there anytime soon. Because, even though I think you could pull off the look. I think you could pull it off.
I can. I have some clippers back there. I can, you know, get a good mohawk mullet thing going on pretty quickly when when it becomes necessary.
All right. So, question then: now that you've climbed to such great heights with all the honors that you've received, what's your next horizon? What are you looking forward to? What's the next hill that you want to conquer?
Let's see. Going out like to a restaurant and meeting friends, kind of. That would be amazing.
That's so sad.
No. I am working on other comics right now. TBA. That are like kind of some fun fantasy themed stuff. One for kids and one for adults, and then another nonfiction book that I don't know. Somehow I would like to get them all done the next year. That would be nice. That's my goal. That's my not sad goal.
Well, like I said, as long as they don't, wall in your city, you should be fine. Thank you so much for taking the time with us today. I really appreciate it. I mean, Penny Nichols is very funny. I definitely, hope to wish you the best of luck tonight with the award. And we're next going to be moving into another creator who is David Jesus Vignoli. I'm going to ask him if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost right. I mean, because it's not Jesus in Spanish, but it's Jesus Portuguese, but it's all right.
Unfortunately, I grew up in the United States, so my education was not so great. I apologize. Thank you for taking the time to us. Congratulations on your nomination. You are up for Best Cartoonist, Writer / Artist, Best Original Graphic Novel, and Best Presentation and Design. Overachieving a little bit, maybe?
I'm hoping I can get at least one award. Would be good.
That would be good. So for the people who have not had the opportunity to dig into your work, could you tell them what, because, video lives forever. This will be on the internet for
sure.
People. Could you tell them a little bit about the works that brought you to the Ringo Awards and why they're both important to you and why you think they may have had an impact with the voters?
Yeah, so the book that brought me to the award is New World. And New World is kind of a fantasy that tells a story of a native Indian together with a black slave, together with a Portuguese sailor, that they have to come together to destroy a monster that is destroying the New World, the Americas, in the beginning, at the moment of discovery. And I think one of the cool things is because I have all ancestry. So my ancestors, they were slaves, and they were bought too. Because I'm originally from Brazil, I'm now talking from London because I live in London now, but I'm originally from Brazil, and so there was a lot of slavery. Actually, most of slaves, they were brought to Brazil, and also kind of have native Indians in my family, and the Portuguese and Italian. That's why it's Vignoli, because it's like Mike Mignola, no? Like that's how you pronounce it. Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
it's a lot of mix. And I think what I'm bringing in this book, it's perhaps one way that how we can work together. I think all these ethnic groups that we have in the Americas to destroy, I think, this monster. And this monster is a metaphor to the things that actually make us believe that somehow we are different from each other. And
I like that message a lot, and yeah, as someone who's done a lot of research in that regard, this is a super engaging topic to me. I'm curious because I've also done a little bit of historical fiction myself. How much time did you spend with research, and what sorts of like interesting, like maybe? Well, actually, I'm gonna ask that question next. I'm gonna hold that one for a second. What was the research like getting ready and getting into this early American world? What was that like for you?
Yeah, so I think probably for me it was fascinating, because what happened, for example, in my case and the case of Brazil, and I think most of American countries, is that we know very well the European heritage, but for example, the African was completely cut now with slavery, and the natives as well. I mean, we don't know anything. I don't know the language. I don't speak anything about the natives. So there was a kind of a big opportunity for me to dig in and to dive and to get to know more about these civilizations, because they're kind of very difficult also. You don't have so much knowledge about them. So I think there was a lot of research in this regard, but at the same time, it's quite hard to know exactly how, the civilizations they live at that time. But it was fascinating to get to know so much about them.
Well, I'm curious about that because when you were doing your research, did you come across anything you're like, oh, wow, this is super interesting, but this is a side path I can't go down? Were there any things in the research that you were like, maybe some other project, maybe not this one, that you were like found fascinating, but couldn't include in this work?
Yeah, there was a lot of things about, especially the native Indians in the Amazon forest in that region of South America. So there was some part that, for example, native Indian, they could talk, for example, to the spirit of a bee, for example.
Okay.
This indigenous person came to Europe, and the spirit of a bee in Europe told them, look, we are suffering a lot. These humans are going to kill us. And this was, for them, it's reality. And for us, it's like, oh my God, it's like completely different world you're talking about.
But actually not so different given what they're saying about bees actually having problems surviving now. So that's really super interesting. That was like almost prophetic in a way.
Yeah, pretty much. There was also something but I managed to include in the book, and I think most, for example, North Americans, they wouldn't know, is that, for example, the name America comes from Americo Vespucci, actually, a guy who actually has basically not been the first one to get the Americas. So it's kind of a fake news.
That's a very fair. You're making a lot of direct parallels. They're making me like, oh, okay. Oh, I see where you're going. So, could you talk to us about the reception for this book? When people see this book, I mean, because the cover is breathtaking alone.
Oh, thank you.
When people see this book, could you talk about, what's the reaction that you've been getting back from people who've been able to enjoy it?
I think people enjoy a lot, actually, the fact of having a fiction, because it's a historical fiction. So you not necessarily need to know much of what happened. It's basically a story of three guys coming together to fight a monster, let's say. But behind that, there's so much layers of knowledge and information that a lot of people the people who can recognize that, they enjoy a lot. And I think the people who can see or doesn't know much about the history, they would just enjoy like an action story, let's say.
Speaking of that, I mean, because this is a big kind of scale thing. what made you think about bringing this into the sequential art medium instead of, say, adapting this for film or television or something else? What is it about comics that made you say, okay, this is the right avenue for this specific story?
I think I would say in terms also of budget, for sure, to bring a story like this. Bring a story like this, to a comic book medium, it's much cheaper. No? You need a monster, and you're talking about the discovery of the Americas, so you have to create a whole set and visual effects and all that. So it would be quite hard. So I thought first about doing a comic book and potentially adapting at some point. But comic books is something that I love, so that's why I thought about doing in this medium.
Well, it's definitely, it's definitely gotten the attention of a lot of people to be here at the Ringo Awards. So, when you got your start in comics, what brought you to this field? What's your kind of secret origin story, and what things have you learned, especially since you started, that you wish you may have known a little bit sooner?
What brought me to comics? I mean, in Brazil, it's actually quite, people are obsessed with comics. And one thing that I think it's a big difference to what we have now in the US is that we have newsstand, comics books in the newsstand. So all children, they buy these comics. And at that time, we had even like a small format, like a small size comics. And the comics, for example, we have in Brazil, have like Spider-Man. So it would be like the main character, but you have like Guardian of Galaxy in the same sort of
like a digest.
Yeah, exactly. So this was quite nice. So to get the different characters and so on. So I was fascinated about that. So I think it's probably the same origin story of many artists. Like we just enjoy reading comics and we want to do that.
Mm-hmm. And where do you think, when you broke into comics, how did that kind of work out? What were your first contacts, your first kind of, oh, this is going great, oh, this may not be going so great? What sort of things like that happen with you?
So I started actually pretty late. So this is my second graphic novel, but I was doing zines and like my own stuff and even web comics. But the first time that I was really published, this was 2 years ago. I did a book called A Girl in the Himalayas, and was published again by Boom, by Archaea, and it was fantastic because I was always working with illustration, and I always wanted to do a narrative, like connecting both illustration and storytelling. So graphic novels is the perfect medium for this. So I started late because most of the time you think, I think comics won't make me kind of pay the bills in the end of the month, man.
There are challenges with that, but we're glad you joined the party nonetheless.
Yeah, this was great.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just got a note from our producer sending me something. I'm going to ask another question, and then I'm going to answer him because I want to focus on you. So, when you look at what you've accomplished with the first 2 books that you've done, as you say, what do you think is the next horizon that you're looking at? What do you think, I haven't accomplished this yet in terms of my creative career? What do I want to get done?
I would like to definitely kind of keep on publishing graphic novels, but I would definitely kind of like to see those creations in cinemas or in a series. And I think probably would be the next step for many artists, to see kind of those creation brought to the big screen, really.
I would love to see it. All right, well. Yeah. We'll find out very soon whether or not you will be receiving the Ringo Award. Congratulations to you and all the nominees, and thank you so much for taking time with me. I appreciate you. We're going to have one more person coming in. We're going to have Megan Stevenson coming in to talk to me about her webcomic, The Croaking. So let's have her come on in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Oh my God.
I'm here.
How are you?
Very tired. It's 9 p.m. where I am, actually almost 10. So I'm staying up for this.
I appreciate you taking the time. Because I've powered through your entire webcomic in the last 24 hours, and holy crap. What
a champ. There is 90 episodes of that thing. I can't believe you did it. You said you were going to do it, and I was like, mate, it's fine if you don't. Like, there's a lot. It's okay. I'll forgive you, but I'm actually quite impressed, so well done. I like this
All right,
graphic.
I know, I'm like, I don't know what happened here, but so if they can clear that. Well, I'm gonna just go ahead and ask you a question. So,
Yeah.
first of all, the world that you created for the croaking is so thoroughly done. Like even
Really
little
like it.
details about the shoes of them and how the windows work and whatnot. I mean, what sort of groundwork did you put into creating this amazingly rich and deep world? How much time does that? I mean, how much time does that take?
I mean, probably just a lot of thinking. I don't know, like you kind of have to just design things around things that are functional. So like you think about birds and how they have the talons and on the back of their feet and stuff. So you're like, if you're landing, you probably need some kind of resistance to stop you from sliding or whatever. So I put the little metal talons on the back of the shoes and like made them different designs and stuff because humans like designing things. So I don't know, it was just a lot of like thinking, and it originally came from just like I had a dream about it. It sounds stupid, but like about the prologue bit with them like meeting on the cliff and stuff, and it was literally just going to be a one shot like short story or whatever. And then I was sitting there and I was like, there's actually like a lot more to this story that I could probably tell, and it just kind of spiraled from there. Like it just became what it is, and it is a lot, and we've only finished one season so far. So
I'm very, very. I mean, because like I was just going through it, and my wife was like, "Shouldn't you go to bed?" I'm like, "Yeah."
I gotta scroll.
And I was just going through the relate. What I also love is because normally I say never read the comments, but your commenters are so engaging and so just genuine, talking about the way they feel about these relationships between these characters, especially of course Kai and Skra, who've got everybody worked up about things happening.
The ship name is Sky, just so you know. It's kind of because Skra and Kai. I didn't think about that before it happened, and someone mentioned it, and I was just like, yes, I planned this, all of this. But yeah, I'm very lucky with readers that I get, because you can get like a few that are like kind of ruin it for everyone, because like it gets into that toxic fandom culture kind of thing. But like my readers have been really good, and like they do encourage me to keep posting, because you really need that encouragement sometimes, especially with like a weekly webcomic where you're just like, sometimes you're just like, I don't feel like doing this, and like sometimes you have to like scroll through the comments and like try and get that motivation going again and be like, no, my fans need me, I've got to put this out. And you just kind of like power through it. But you can't see like my eye bags on this, but like I don't sleep much.
I can relate to that, and then I'll make sure to drop some of those comments in there myself, because I really enjoyed.
Please do.
Can't wait for the next season.
I'll hunt for 'em.
When you got word about being nominated for the Ringo Award, well, how did that make you feel in terms of validation for, as you say, the hard work that you put into this and all the time you spent?
We do like a good bit of validation. I was nominated last year as well, which was amazing. It was for best webcomic and cartoonist, I think, then. And like just to see the people that I was up against or whatever, I was just kind of like, this is like, I mean, it's essentially top 5 in the world, right? Like when you get nominated, you can look at it that way, you know, make yourself feel like extra special about it. But yeah, no, like just seeing like the complete like power players that you're up against, sometimes you're just like, I'm just a little webcomic, but I made it here, so like maybe I'm okay, like maybe I'm doing good, maybe my stuff is all right, like, so like it does make you feel a bit better, and like, you know, we love to see it.
Well, I definitely think you're underselling the quality of what you're because the thing that I really appreciated was how each character has their own story going on. They're the star of their own story. That this one woman who does not want to be married to this other guy has this whole story arc going on, and the way it weaves in and out of the other stories and affects them. And I mean, just it's really masterful work. It's really impressive.
What I really tried to do was that the main character, Kai, right? You think that you know who he is, like he's just a little himbo.
You don't.
Blah, blah, blah. You don't know who he is.
You don't
like,
know.
You think that he's like the most innocent little bean, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, he's actually the most sus.
Let's not spoil it. Let's not spoil it. Because
I'm not spoiling it. I'm just getting people hyped for it, because like you got to read it to find out what happens. But yeah,
because there's some surprises in this book that are really worth seeing. I've only got a minute before we're going to go. What is the next thing that you want to be accomplished? What's the next big thing that you'd like people to see aside from season 2, which is coming out when?
November.
Great.
Probably late November.
Yeah, I'm launching it in November too. I know how that is.
God, I just want to finish this comic though. Like, it's gonna be years before it finishes, hopefully. But I think that would be like the biggest hurdle that I've probably crossed. Is finishing something quite this large, because normally I do like shorter comics because I have a very short attention span. So I'm just like, I need to finish this quickly. But this is the biggest thing I've ever done. It's gonna get bigger. No one has any idea where it's gonna go. I read all those comments and I'm just like, no one's guessed it yet. So it should be good. Maybe because it's just so. Yeah, maybe just because it's so outlandish. I don't know, but yeah, we'll see how that one ends first, I think.
Well, I will definitely be dropping comments in there to keep encouraging it, because if you end this before I find out what happens, I will be very, very worried.
No, I'll keep an eye out for your comments. It'll be like a little treasure hunt.
All right, fantastic. They're telling me that I have to cut. Thank you so much for making the time for me. I know we had some technical mix-ups. Hopefully we can continue this conversation. I'm going to toss over to the David Avallone, I believe, is going to be next up with the Writer's Block. Thank you for spending your time with me. And please look for me in late November with the new webcomic coming out, season 6 of Project Wildfire, Wednesday, which is going to be Fire in the Sky. That's Smoke on the Water, the last chapter, which you can read for free on operative.net at the URL below. Thank you so much. Y'all be safe. I didn't pass out.
Hello, I'm here with a drink in my hand, because I'm a cliche, if nothing else. Waiting for my co-host Ryland to join me. There he is. Ryland Grant, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I was sitting in the waiting room just waiting to come in, full bore with my intro, and then they just cut to you. So, somewhat less. Yes. Should we do it? We'll do a countdown, and then I'll just come right in. All right, you ready?
3, 2.
Hello and welcome to the Writer's Block, episode 7, Ringo Awards Riot, coming to you live from the Baltimore Comic Con, brought to you by Pinocchio's, Nevada's only all puppet brothel. It would have been funnier if I didn't trip over the words, but we're live.
It's okay. It's a live show.
I am Ryland Grant, the Ringo Award-winning creator of fine comics like Aberrant, Banjax, and the Peacekeepers. The other voice in the dark, the man in the box to the right, where he should be.
David Avallone, film industry veteran. It's one way to put it. And comic book writer of Elvira, Betty Page, Doc Savage, The Shadow, and Vampirella, all for Dynamite. Co-creator of Drawing Blood and the radically rearranged Ronin Ragdolls with Kevin Eastman. And Ryland, tell us about last week's episode.
And all around good guys. Yeah, if you missed episode 6 last week, our Halloween horror powwow with the Nightmare Theater anthology editors Clay Adams and David Schrader, I strongly suggest that you back it on up and check that out. But David, we have a bonkers packed program today. I don't know how we're going to fit all of these people and all of this amazingness in.
An amazing group, and I was just told about a last minute addition who's super exciting. We're just a couple of hours away from the Ringo Awards, the Mike Wieringo Comic Book Awards, and for this very special episode, it's not going to be I Get My First Period. It's not that kind of very special episode of the Writer's Block. We have 4 of tonight's nominees on the show today as our guests. But lest we forget, we actually have 5 nominees today because there's a little comic up for a few awards called Banjax, written by some dude named Ryland Grant.
Sure. Well, we just brought Pepose on. Hey, Pepose, you're peeking in.
Oh.
We're not ready for Pepose yet. Kick Pepose out for a minute. Yes, my my dark superhero noir Banjax is nominated for not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 Ringo Awards this year. We are the tiny independent book, The Little Engine That Could, that is nominated for Best Series alongside Bitterroot and Something's Killing the Children and Black Hammer and all sorts
Great
of
stuff.
other goodness. So I don't see us edging those behemoths out, but this is very much a it was I miss being there. I mean, I was down there last year for Aberrant. Aberrant
I remember that.
won a Ringo last year and was nominated for 2 others. We surprise win there, but it was such an amazing experience being there. Being in that community, and so we have done this. We have staged this podcast, this Ringo Awards riot, with it is almost a Royal Rumble of nominees to come in, talk, and do a little kind of like a BarCon action for us, right?
Yes,
so
that is the general feeling that we go for. Good luck tonight, by the way. I want to say that. And now let's Brady Bunch out. Let's see let's bring in the whole crew, and I'll let everyone introduce themselves. Who we got so far?
Okay.
We have Mr. David Pepose, Matt Fraction, Scott Dunbier, and Drew Edwards.
Howdy.
And we're waiting on Stan Sakai, and Troy Little should be in there too.
Yeah, Troy Little.
There's
Troy Little. Wow. Okay.
Completing the Brady Bunch.
Scott is in
Of a man named Riley.
For me, Scott is in the Paul Lind spot, which is the sweet spot, the Ann B. Davis center square spot. But thanks everybody. Let's go around and self-introduce. Let's start with David Pepose.
Yeah, let us know who you are, where you've been, and what you're nominated for.
Hi, I'm David Pepose. I'm the writer of Spencer and Locke 2 and Going to the Chapel. Spencer and Locke 2 is nominated for Best Single Issue or Story, and Going to the Chapel is nominated for Best Presentation and Design. So thanks for having me, guys. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Matt?
Hi, I'm Matt Fraction, and I haven't been anywhere in 7 8 months. And I'm along with Steve Lieber, nominated for Best Humor Publication of Superman's pal, Jimmy Olsen.
Nice. Scott?
Hello, my name is Scott Dunbier. I'm here in my very messy office. I'm an editor at IDW Publishing. I do comics as well as art books, artist editions, things like that, and nominated for the Stan Sakai, Usagi Ojimbo, Complete Grass Hutter, Artist Select, and don't ask me to repeat that.
Well done.
And that's it.
Very nice. And Drew?
Howdy. I'm Drew Edwards, all the way here from beautiful Austin, Texas, and I am nominated in the Best Writer category for Halloween Man and Lucy Chaplin Science Starlet, which are my independent books that I publish through Comixology.
Very nice. And last but not least for now, Mr. Troy Little.
Hey, Troy Little, keeping the CanCon here. You're a Canadian little delegate here. And I'm nominated for Rick and Morty, Dungeons and Dragons artist on that. So I guess me and Matt are duking it out for the humor publication. May the best man win.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow, shots fired.
Very nice. Now, when we get to see Superman's pal Rick and Morty, that would be a comic.
Right.
That's a given win there.
Crossover potential.
Huge crossover potential. Very Superman, Spider-Man energy in that one. So, pretty sure I'm the only one here not nominated for anything. Not bitter about it. Perfectly happy.
You're nominated in our hearts.
I do get to work with Troy Little, so I feel like I win in at least that one regard. But I'm going to throw out a question, which is, what does this mean to you? Like, it's we're all sort of living through this very distanced time, and this is a little bit of connection to the community that we've missed. And I'll start with David Pepose. You've been nominated before. What's this do for you?
Yeah, well, the first time my books got nominated was 2018 for Spencer and Locke, and that was just totally shocking. That was my first book, so getting nominated was just incredible. For Spencer and Locke 2 and Going to the Chapel, it feels both surprising and really validating. For Spencer and Locke, just the fact that people really rallied around a sequel, which kind of feels really I feel so grateful to our readership for voting for us on that. Going to the Chapel, though, a book that's a hostage situation set at a wedding. It took me quite a while to sell that book. Everybody said we don't know how to sell a crime rom-com. So getting this nomination, it feels very validating because we believed in this book, and it looks like the readers did too.
Pepose, did you just come from your day job in the drive-through at McDonald's, or it's a bad headset joke? Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
My hair is far too pretty for me to wear a headset. Matt, how about you? How do you feel about the nomination for tonight?
I guess weirdly nostalgic. I was born in Chicago, but I lived in North Carolina for a long time and used to work at Heroes Aren't Hard to Find in Charlotte, and was a part of Heroes Con for a long time, where just being in Carolina, knew Mike as a fan and as a kind of presence in my kind of earliest sense of the comic scene. We were actually in the process of working together when he passed away, and I miss him greatly. So the idea of my name and his name being on a thing, however tangentially connected in that way, is incredibly meaningful to me, because he was a sweet guy and a great guy, and comics are better off for the work he did and worse off for his absence.
I've heard that a lot from people about this particular award, that, the Eisner is prestigious, but this is the connection of this to Mike's work and his life is super meaningful for people. I never had the pleasure of meeting him or working with him, but I, of course, admired his work. Scott? Scott, thoughts, feelings?
Yeah, it's always a great honor to be nominated for something. It's funny. I always tell my kids, I've been very fortunate. I've won a few of these in the past, awards, not Ringo's, but so I always tell my kids that it's it doesn't really mean that much. It's just it's an honor to be nominated, kind of thing, and if I win, I win. Although, winning does feel pretty good, if I'm going to be totally honest. But, it's just an honor, and especially to work on a book like The Complete Grass Cutter, to do something like that with Stan. And, I think more than anything else, what matters the most to me is that Stan told me this is the best book that's ever been done in his work. So that's the most important thing.
I totally get that. That means a lot. And Drew?
Well, I've been doing this book for 20 years now, and it's actually the 20th anniversary this month. And the fact that I am, a self-published book to get nominated for something like this is indeed a very deep honor to me, and something I take very seriously, especially since I started doing the comic as a way to deal with the loss of my twin, who I lost in a car accident when I was in my very early 20s. So I also see this as, I'm honoring my twin and that loss by continuing to forge on and make art and make comics. And because of that, to get this nomination, I feel like I already won, especially since I'm in a category with so many talented, accomplished people. It's very deeply meaningful to me.
It's really fantastic. And Troy?
Being nominated for anything is still surreal to me. So I'm totally pumped for just that simple fact. I've been a bridesmaid, never a bride, for various award shows. So we'll see tonight if it's like this is the one that kind of breaks my streak.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess if I'm going to pop in on that question, yes to all of that. A total honor to be nominated. Just kind of bowls you over. The experience of going in and just I don't know. It's it's like somebody knighted you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm sitting here on a nominee feed with Matt Fraction. You know, like Matt, your Hawkeye book like blew my mind. It's one of my favorite books ever. Now I'm sitting, here nominated, at the same award show with you. I remember last year going to the Baltimore Comic Con, and I was in the airport and I walked into a barbecue joint and see a man with a pretty cool ass goatee sitting at the bar, and it was Brian Azzarello, who was my kind of ultimate comic hero growing up, and went and sat down next to Brian Azzarello and had a drink with him, and we talked comics. I mean, it was it's weird. I mean, you're kind of let into this very exclusive club. It's interesting, and it means so much to guys with you heard Drew say it. I mean, guys who have smaller books. I mean, it's if you have a big and bad book, it's one thing. But I had the two books that I got nominated for are Action Lab books. And just right off the bat, I don't know, it's like people don't take you as seriously, I guess, when you're kind of self-publishing, or if you're doing an indie book or something like that, and you got to fight really hard to get in front of people, and a Ringo nomination or a few Ringo nominations, it immediately, again, you're knighted. People start taking you seriously. And then when you win one, I mean, I saw it happen overnight. I was on the floor at the Baltimore Comic Con in a booth the entire time. And there were publishers that wouldn't talk to me the morning of the Ringo Awards. And then I went and I won one that night. And when I got back to my booth the next morning, those publishers were coming up to me and saying, "Hey, what do you got, man?" And those
very smooth.
those those opportunities are rare in this business. I mean, there's so many of us trying to do this at a professional level, and there are only so many spots on every bench, and they are coveted, and they're well fought for, and so this gives you an edge. It's important.
I'm curious, just because of the kind of work I do, it's not really. I think Eastman once sent me an email saying this script is going to win you an Eisner. I was like, sure, buddy, our self-published comic. That's totally going to happen, and that's very sweet. But I have to wonder, like Matt, when you were working on a Jimmy Olsen comic, you didn't think this is the awards. This is the fountain of awards coming to me from this.
No, but I've never thought that about anything. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like that just makes it. I stood in front of the Eisner audience and said that I was glad Will was gone because he didn't have to see what they've done in his name. You know what I mean? Like I didn't, which is a shitty thing to say to in front of a table of his family. But I said it. Like it just
What
never.
book was that for?
Sex Criminals.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because that one especially, Hawkeye would have been cooler about, but Sex Criminals, like I don't know, guys.
Sure.
No, it's all of it is insane. I'm amazed that people read it. Period. I will tell friends of mine about something I have written, and they will sort of like, yeah, I read it, and it like, oh right, I forgot. Like it doesn't. All of it is. I don't know. I all of it is a surprise. That any of it ever gets published is a surprise. That anyone let Jimmy Olsen happen, a comic in which an old woman's ass falls off. like half the time it felt like cries for help. Like, is anyone paying attention? What if I put this in? What if I put that in? Like, it was really about Steve, and like working with Steve and having a good time, and like not everything else has been gravy.
Yeah, I totally get that. I mean, especially as writers, we work in complete isolation.
Yeah,
you hit send on an email. It's like Christmas when people send you the art and you go, wow,
yeah,
that looks way better than what I would have thought of. And then, you can't be in every comic book store in the world, even with the internet, even with comment sections. Even you look at Comicron and you went, oh, 20,000 people bought that. That's nice. Or 30 or 50 or whatever your level of success is. But you don't know those people. They aren't part of your life. New comic book day, 1,000 people don't rush up to you on the street and treat you like a movie star. So you're just like,
I did see that happen to David Walker once.
Really?
And it
no one deserves it more.
And it was when we just so happened to be with David Walker's mother. and he got made on the street. And
that's so great.
It was like, I was like, did you pay that? Did you set that up, David? Like, it was the craziest thing. Anyway,
my wife calls that.
I saw it once.
My wife calls that the soap dish moment, where you turn to a friend of yours and go, "Oh my God, it's David Walker, author of Bitter Root," and see what happens, and see if it draws a crowd. What book was it that they were reacting to with David, or was it the whole vibe of David?
His entire David Walker-ness.
Yeah,
I think, yeah. I think that too. But like, I think Shaft had just come out,
right?
And it was sort of, as you know, it was kind of like meeting Shaft for like it was sort of, it wasn't just like, it was a whole mood, as the kids say. Like I think it was when it was Shaft. Like,
and I took and
well, he is one bad mother.
Yeah,
and the scary thing, Matt, is that we had David Walker on the show, and we finished our hour with him, and we shut down, and then I turned to Avallone and I said, you know what? It was just like meeting Shaft. That was exactly what I said, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, and in terms of a writer and a writer's career, what makes him the most like Shaft is that he went after that license, got it, set it up, and walked it into Dynamite. That wasn't a phone call from Joe Rybant saying, "Hey, we got this license if you'd like to try it out," which is how most of the stuff I work on has come from. He 100% with his bare hands made that happen, and kept the torch running that deserved to keep running.
There's like no better portrait of David as a creator than a guy who was browbeaten out of DC and producing a subpar DC stuff, and then creating Bitterroot at the same time. You know, it's sort of like, hey, buddy, you might be in the wrong band. You know, I'm so excited to be part of the David Walker tribute panel, you guys. I miss him every day, David.
Yeah, David's great. He's been on our podcast. He's been on the Pulp podcast I do, reading from the work of Donald Goines. I'm his biggest fan, if not you. So, and speaking of being people's big fans, I wanted to talk to Scott about, you worked with Stan on the book, and I don't know how closely you worked or how intimate. And I know that a lot of the work you do, those amazing artist editions, I can see the Steranko Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. gorgeousness out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes you're working with artists who aren't around, and what's the contrast like?
When I was doing the Grasscutter book, Stan was very gracious and completely hands off. Of course, when everything was done and or close to being done, I sent him a full PDF of the book, and he sent back some notes. It was mostly just, "This looks great." Every artist is different. David Mazzucchelli on Daredevil Born Again, I sent him PDFs, and he asked if there was one thing I could do, and then he said everything else was great as is. That was very nice. And as far as with artists who aren't around, you just try to do the best project you can to honor their work. I'm a big fan of EC Comics, so to me, those books are very important to me, especially the, I don't really have a favorite. I mean, I love Wally Wood, so that one's great to me, but the Mad one was maybe the most fulfilling one, because I was able to get Terry Gilliam to do an introduction for it.
Wow.
And it was actually a funny story when I kept on trying to reach out to him, to Gilliam, and I would get no response from his literary agent. I sent like 5-6 emails, and literally a month before the book was going to the printer, I tried one last time, and instead of no reply, I did get a reply, but it was from the agent's assistant, who told me that Mr. Gilliam's agent was on vacation and he was much too busy to do this, but he had taken it upon himself to just forward my email to Terry Gilliam. And 2 hours later, I had an email from the guy saying, "Oh, I spoke too soon." And then 4 hours later, I had the introduction. So
wow.
Shows a lot.
Well, I mean, when something is as big and seminal an influence on you as Mad Magazine was on Terry Gilliam, it's hard to believe that he wouldn't want to talk about that. But while we're talking,
especially the connection to Harvey Kurtzman, because Gilliam actually worked with Kurtzman on help back in the 60s. So there was a very, very close personal relationship there.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
While we're talking about giants and influences on all of that, I have in the waiting room, waiting to come in, someone who I like to think of personally as the artist on the variant cover of Radically Rearranged Rona Ragdoll's #1. But he's also known for this rabbit thing, which is apparently great. Ladies and gentlemen, Stan Sakai. There he is. Yay.
Hi, guys.
Howdy, Stan. No,
Great to have you,
fashionably late.
Stan.
It's a great entrance. I wish I would have thought of it.
And congratulations on your nominations.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I looked at the nomination list. I have, of course, been reading Usagi Yojimbo. And I was like, what happened in issue 6 that made it so great? And I went and picked it out and said, oh, yeah, this was a really great issue. This is an amazing little, 22-page Kurosawa movie.
Right. Yeah, it was a retelling of the very first Usagi Yojimbo story. 35 years, exactly 35 years prior to issue 6 coming out. So that was really special to me. So thank you.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful issue on every firing on all cylinders, the art and the writing and all that. It's a gorgeous ghost story with the wife and the husband and all that. It's just really everybody go out and buy as much Usagi Yojimbo as they possibly can, because it's beautiful, poetic, exciting. It's what comics were made to do. Before you got here, we asked a question around about what awards mean to you. You have won every award. You've been nominated for 21 Eisners. I think I saw that. Is that the current tally? Do I have that right?
I think it's a bit more.
No, really? Someone hasn't updated your Wikipedia page. That's I would lodge a formal complaint. But the question we asked everybody, which I'm now asking you, is after all these years, all these awards, what does it mean to you to get a Ringo nomination or a bunch of them?
It's really special. Each award is really significant in that, most freelancers like myself work in isolation, and except for the conventions and just feedback from letters or emails, we really don't know what the public reaction, the reader's reaction is to our work. So the awards are like a physical manifestation of saying that you're doing a good job. And while we're on the topic of it, I have to thank my good friend Scott Dunbier because for the wonderful job he did on the Grasscutter Artist Select Edition. It's nominated for a Ringo Award, and it also won the Eisner Award this year. So thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Sam.
Yes, I was watching the Eisners and was very excited when Phil Lamar, my old buddy, read out your name.
Oh, thank you.
It's always great.
So, Stan brings up a really interesting thing, and we've kind of like hinted at it and danced around it a little bit. How is everybody doing without cons? I mean, they were kind of the lifeblood of this business. What kept us all kind of like up and going. They're not there anymore. There have been, attempts at replacing bits and pieces of that experience. This podcast was one of them. But how is everybody doing without cons? Who wants to jump in?
Well, okay, I can jump in, I guess.
Well,
okay, go ahead, Troy.
So my wife and I started our own little imprint. Decided we would publish our own books, and ran a couple Kickstarters. So we published 2 books through Kickstarter, and now we have nowhere to sell them. So we have the boxes and boxes downstairs. Just like, wouldn't it be great if you could put these in people's hands right now? So for me, like, in Canada, like most of the shows are in the US, which there's no way I could even get down there if there were shows right now. It just kind of hamstrings you entirely as far as getting your books out there and showing hey, this is the new stuff that we've been doing. And it's not stuff that might be on people's radar in the big sense of, say, like the Rick and Morty book or something. So I miss it because I would love to be at a con with all these guys right now and having drinks, and it's a whole different experience. I would love to be there with you guys in person. So maybe next year.
Well,
go ahead, Drew.
What I wanted to say is, because I do things primarily digitally and at working through Comixology, I think from a sales standpoint, I haven't really, suffered that much comparatively to other people. But what he was just saying, the human interaction part and being able to be like face to face with your fan base. And, there's certain people that I've just gotten used to seeing at certain cons during the year. Like, for example, there's an anime convention that I do every year in Dallas called A-Fest. And I love going to that con because the people are so great. And I miss them. They become like your family. And, there is no digital replacement for that. We can do Zoom meetings and, share digital comics and all that, but there's no replacement for face-to-face interaction. It just can't be beat.
I might be kind of in the minority. I mean, I miss conventions. I love conventions, but I kind of feel like I've been more productive this year, just in lieu of all the traveling. I've written a number of books during the pandemic, which I think there was sort of less of the direct market rat race because everybody was kind of figuring out where they're going to pivot next. And I think, Kickstarter has been a platform that's been really energized during the pandemic. I did a book called The OZ, which is kind of Mad Max meets The Wizard of Oz on Kickstarter. And it's been, I think, a time to kind of reflect a little bit and kind of figure out how are we going to do business? How are things going to change? And I think by sort of it's kind of forced everybody to slow down a little bit. And maybe with the short term panic, maybe the longer term we might be able to come up with some more sustainable ways to do business.
It's interesting.
Hey Scott, what is your take on that? I mean, we're hearing from creators, and what is an editor's perspective on all of that? What is the talk inside a publishing house?
First, I actually really miss shows a lot. I really missed WonderCon and San Diego Con. Just walking down the aisles and bumping into people, like Stan and Daniel and everybody else. I mean, just lots of old friends. Some, you just pass and say hi. Others you stop and talk to for 20 minutes. Going out with people, having a nice dinner, all that stuff, and then meeting fans, talking to new artists and writers, walking around Artist Alley, all that stuff. It's, I don't want to say it's hitting me hard, but I'm definitely missing it a lot. And we're at IDW, like many publishers, we have different exclusives at New York Comic Con. We did at San Diego Con, and they did fine. And then sales actually aren't bad. They're actually pretty strong for us. I don't know. I mean, my main thing is I miss the interaction with people that I see year after year, and that I miss.
Totally. I mean, I met Stan at San Diego. Kevin Eastman was nice enough to introduce us, and possibly the rudest I have ever been in my life. I think the first words out of my mouth were, "Will you do a cover for us?" I will always apologize for not saying even "I love Usagi Yojimbo" before saying, "Hey, Stan, will you do a cover for us?"
Speaking of Stan, I want to talk to you about something after this. So if you could just stay in the waiting room.
Right. But yeah, the personal interaction and the way in which cons make us a community in a way that nothing else that we do really makes us a community. There's the community that coalesces around your local comic store Wednesday afternoon, if possible, and then there's the cons. And the cons are such a glue. And I mean, writers don't make money at cons the way artists do. Like, my economy is not based on me selling sketches. It would be quite a disaster if it was. But how did it feel? How was it different for you, Stan? How has this year been for you?
Well, like you and Scott, it's the people I miss. Interacting with fans, also with other professionals. Every year at San Diego Con, a group of us professionals get together and have one great dinner, and we just have a whole night together. And I miss that. But it's also interacting with the fans and everything. But because of the pandemic, because of quarantine, I mean, I have never been so productive before. I'm right on deadline, and with the Netflix deal, I mean, we're reading scripts and so we're really busy. And I don't do that many conventions. I do maybe 6 conventions and 2 international trips or so. But because we're staying at home, my editor's happy because work keeps coming in on time. So in that standpoint, it's business as usual for us. In fact,
I do know how you feel about that. I think a week ago I finished a script and I was like, I don't have a deadline right now. And it was like the first time in 3 or 4 years that I didn't have like, I got to get that thing in. I wasn't late. I'm not late on anything. How amazing is that? And I think, cons and travel would definitely have had an effect on that. Matt, what's your take?
I was kind of going on what Stan says. Stan and I and my wife, we met in Barcelona, and it was occurring to me how much cons grow our world, sort of literally, and that I had never been to Barcelona before. And it was pretty great, seeing new places and things, but also it's kind of the best way to learn about new books. It's my favorite place to discover new comics and new comic creators, and it wandering around and just meeting people, locals especially, who have just kind of set up a table and are, I've found so many. That is how my wife met Valentine Delandro, was wandering Artist Alley at a show in Canada, and a lot of meaningful kind of personal, professional, and just fan relationships have started at cons for me. And so that the face-to-face interaction is big and certainly missed, but the chance to see the world and to see the world of comics is sorely lacking. That said, when we don't travel anywhere, we don't spend money. So we've just been like, gosh, all you had to do is not spend money all this time to have money in the bank. That's crazy. Yeah. Okay. We noticed that the other day.
Yesterday.
You don't tour around the world and bring your kids and all that stuff. It's you save an incredible amount of money.
I had an emergency yesterday where my old car broke down and I had to sort of emergency buy myself a car. And the down payment was $2,000. And I was like, that's less than San Diego. So I feel like I have that money to spend. That's literally a lower output of funds. So I guess I still have that money in the bank, and I can spend it on a car for myself. But yeah, it's and what Matt said about Barcelona, I don't know how everybody else feels about this. It's partially from being a film crew guy for 30 years that I always kind of prefer work travel to travel. When I travel on vacation, like I can sit on a beach for a few weeks. It's nice, but I kind of dig having something to do. And I feel like you interact in a more interesting way with your surroundings than you do when you're just a tourist.
Yes and no. My wife is a musician, so outside of traveling for cons, I've done a lot of living out of a tour van, which is a little obscene for a middle-aged man.
That's a different story, yeah.
I there's something to be said about what you're saying, is that you definitely experience a place when you're going for lunches or dinners with people. You're rushing around, that kind of thing. But I definitely, there's something to be said for the leisurely vacation vibe as well.
Well, to split the difference, I can remember my wife produces burlesque shows, and she used to produce one at Comic-Con every year. And I distinctly remember it might have been 2009, where if the show didn't do well, I don't think I could have paid our hotel bill. So I'm glad to not have that pressure anymore. Like, that's a little more rock and roll than I ever want to be ever again in my life. But
what was the plan if you couldn't pay the bill? Were you guys going out the window in the middle of the night? What was the
anything's possible. I don't recall having a plan.
You know,
I
I got
just remember saying, gee, I hope we sell a bunch of tickets to this.
when I was a lot younger, I used to do a lot of shows. I was an art dealer before I was an editor, so I would do maybe 10 shows a year, and the highlight, you know, San Diego was always fun, Chicago was always fun, and then some of the others were fine. But the highlight for me was I would do 4 shows a year in Europe. I would do the UCAC, which was the old United Kingdom Comic Art Convention that's long gone. I would do Lucca in October, and then there used to be a second Lucca in March, I think every other year. And then I would also do Angoulême. And those were great. You know, that was like sort of my vacation every year. But I find I actually recently, 6 months ago, canceled a trip to England with my family, which was tough because my kids have never been to Europe before. My wife hasn't been to Europe. And, you know, for the past like 5 or 6 years, I've sort of regretted that I haven't really spent more family vacation time. So I've been making an effort to actually go on vacation, not work time. I actually was planning on going, besides just to England, a few months ago, we were going to go to Italy as well, to Lucca, because I wanted to show my family Lucca, which is, besides being an incredible convention, just one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to in my life. I mean, the Wall of Lucca, if you guys have been to it, is very memorable and incredible.
It's where all those Assassin's Creed games happen. It's great.
Oh, is that true? Weirdly,
it looks like it's a walled, city from the
weirdly,
Renaissance.
I made a documentary largely about Lucca a few years ago, and I had no idea that there was a big comic book convention there. He passed away since, but I knew this 90-something-year-old African-American World War II veteran who liberated the town of Lucca in 1940.
Wow.
And
That's awesome.
the whole thing of coming back to the United States and not being treated with the respect due a veteran because he was a black man. And he discovered a woman who runs a bed and breakfast there, found him online and said, "You should come to Lucca because once a year we literally have a parade about you."
Wow.
And your squad. So he went back and rode at the head of a bunch of reenactors.
Wow.
And finally got to enter the city of Lucca as a conquering hero, like 50 years after he had done it as a teenager in olive drab. So that was kind of cool. Movie's called With One Tied Hand, by the way, if anyone's interested. But it's great to hear that about Lucca. I've always really wanted
a beautiful city.
to go.
I was at Lucca a couple of times. The last time was last year, I guess, 2018. And I had a signing and a meet and greet in a palace. And it was ornate. It was beautiful. Lucca is such a beautiful city. It's a huge. The streets there are narrow and packed, though.
And the wall,
obviously, I've seen a lot of footage
about the wall enough. I mean, if has anybody else been to Lucca?
Can't say I've had the pleasure.
It's got this immense wall that completely surrounds the town, but you can actually go up onto it, and there's a cobblestone street, and it's got grass and trees, and there are parts, I don't know what they're called, those kind of weird things that come out in different places. And it's, maybe 30 feet above the town in places, but then at one point it goes down to street level by the Opera House. And there's actually a restaurant there near the Opera House. Stan, you must have seen this restaurant, the one with all the drawings in it by cartoonists.
Oh, I ate
clearly guys being made to sing for their supper. Yeah, it's amazing. A great gallery on the wall.
There are hundreds of drawings. It's incredible.
That's wild.
And the monastery where they grew an oak tree on the roof. And it was grown in the 1400s. There's this oak tree that's still up on a roof of a monastery.
And there's also, if I remember correctly, parts of that wall have a moat outside it. And I'm in favor of comic book conventions being held in places with giant walls and moats. I think
if you're gonna have a wall, you're gonna need a moat. Come on.
That's an idea whose time has come. I think the Hall H crowd going completely around that wall would really they'd have something to look at better than San Diego Harbor, which is nice. Don't get me wrong. I do love it there.
I love the view of the Joe's Crab Shack. It's is that still there?
Oh yes.
When we started doing conventions, which wasn't that long ago, that was the first time I've ever really traveled anywhere. It was like an excuse to go places. So having an opportunity to go, especially overseas into Europe and different places, was completely like some of the best thing. We would go for the show and stay an extra week to make sure that we would have like the show time and then a little personal adventure. We were at a BronyCon in Germany that we were invited to. And there's stories about that.
BronyCon in Germany.
BronyCon in
There's
Germany.
a lot of images just flashing right there.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense though.
Yeah, and then we stayed an extra week. We went to this little town called Rothenburg on the river, and it's a medieval 14th, 15th century castle city that was basically abandoned because of the plague. So it's like walking through Game of Thrones, and like you're saying, there's the wall. You can go up and walk around the walls and everything. It just blew my mind. Like you step back in time here, this is a totally different world than the one I grew up in.
The only con I've ever been a guest of honor at, I was writing a Doc Savage comic for Dynamite, and the Doc Savage Con invited me to be their guest of honor, which, as I expected, was about 3 dozen 60-year-old men in a room in a hotel. But my wife had never been to the Grand Canyon, and it was in Phoenix. So I was like, honey, we're going to the Doc Savage convention. You will be one of 3 people there. You will be one of 3 women there easily. And she was the youngest person in the room. But it was delightful, and they were a delightful crowd, and she got to see the Grand Canyon.
We were about a week behind Stan in Poland about a year ago. I think you were there, Stan.
Mm-hmm.
So I was watching his Instagram and thinking, oh, we got to go to this place. That looks cool. Basically following about a week later.
That's good.
Drew, you wanted to tell a story about Basil Gogos?
Yeah, well, all
I'm
this talk
pronouncing
about
that right.
Basil Gogos. All of this talk of conventions really got me going back to how conventions are a place that you not only get to meet your fan base, and that's swell, don't get me wrong, but you also get to meet people you've admired for a long time. And I started thinking back to about 5 years ago before he passed. I was at a horror convention in Denver, and Basil Gogos was one of the guests. And I, as you might guess, as a guy who does a comic called Halloween Man, am a bit of a monster aficionado. So I absolutely worship at the altar of his artwork. I have so much of his stuff in my collection and in my house. But in particular, I have a T-shirt for the band The Misfits that I have had for so long that it started to fall apart, and I had to turn it into a patch on the back of one of my jackets. And I took that to the convention with the desire to have it sign it. And, he was the sweetest guy. He let me talk to him for, maybe 20 minutes. His wife was there taking care of him. And he signed a couple of my, posters and everything. And then I took out the coat for him to sign. And he took one look at it and put his finger through the Crimson Ghost's mouth and imitated like a tongue was coming through. And it was so funny, but it was also so humanizing to see this guy that I worshipped, that he could be a goofball just like me. And I just love that about conventions. I think that, that is one of the things I miss. And
absolutely. That kind of I met Kevin Eastman at Emerald City a while back, and obviously Kevin introduced me to Stan, and just the casualness of Kevin sat down next to me in a hotel bar. We started a conversation about Russ Heath War comics in the 70s, and that was our entire partnership grew out of that. And as far as talking about things I miss at conventions, I now have a 2 convention running tradition with Howard Chaykin of when we run into each other, we sing a show tune together at the top of our lungs, regardless of what the audience or circumstances are.
I for a long time would just call Howard and say the name of a show tune that I had looked up on the internet, and then waited for him to sing it back. It was like Stump the Band with Stump.
Yeah.
One time Howard did did a post about musicals, and so I chimed in, being a bit of a theater. I chimed in and I said, "Oh, come on, Howard, tell everyone your favorite musical is really Grease 2." And typical Howard response. But
this is a side of Chaikin I never thought I would learn.
It is.
Oh,
it
yeah.
is.
I
It
love
is this.
musicals
And he
too.
sings. He's got pipes too. That's the other thing. He's got pipes.
He's wrong. But just I wanted to chime in on David's story about talking about Russ Heath at conventions, because nothing's more fun than talking about somebody's work and they happen to walk in. I was sitting talking to somebody at WonderCon a few years ago, and we were talking about Michael Golden, and I told that person, whoever it was, that Michael Golden's inking work changed after his run on Mr. Miracle, because Heath inked him on that, and Golden told me that he learned how to ink from Russ Heath. And at that moment, as on cue, Russ Heath walked into the bar, and I looked at him. I said, "Russ, I was just telling this person about how Golden says that you taught about ink," and he just went, "Oh, Jesus, is he still saying that?"
I don't know. I'd be pretty happy if one of the greatest artists told me that I learned from him. It's funny. I was obsessed with those Mike Golden Mr. Miracles forever because I felt like I was the only person on earth that remembered they existed.
They are the
Mike
greatest.
Golden being written by Steve Gerber. I mean, how
And then
could
never
those...
finished?
Yeah, it haunts me to this day. And they finally put out a collection, which I picked up this year.
I did too. They didn't have the last issue, which was completed. Oh well.
Oh,
anyway.
really? I have never seen it. That's
Neither have
that's
I.
You know,
That's
under the there's a bunker underneath the building in Burbank. I'm not kidding, where DC is, and that's where they have the vaults, and it's full of like, here's the copyright proof for Action Comics that they made at the post office. Here's the page where Robin lives. Here's the rarest DC comic of all, was produced for some kid's bar mitzvah in 1978. Neil Adams drew it.
Here's Swamp Thing meets Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but
I
they like
remember
have
correctly.
these flat files, and it's Ark of the Covenant level.
Wow.
Stuff.
I got
So
to walk through
Scott-
that when I was in New York, when I was a DC intern. It was wild.
I've always wanted to write a movie about nerds who robbed that place. I think
I was going to say, Scott, me and you, ninja outfits. We will find that. We will find that lost issue of Mr. Miracle. We have run out of time. We have enough time to go around the circle and everybody say where you can be found and what you got coming up next. Let's start with Mr. Pepose.
Yeah, you can. I'm David Pepose. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at PeposeD. It's just down here in the corner. Or David Pepose Comics on Facebook. You can subscribe to my newsletter, Pep Talks, at bit.ly/pepnews. And you can pre-order my new book from Aftershock, Scout's Honor. You should be able to pre-order it starting next week at your local comic book shop.
Nice. Scott.
Let's see. The Michael Golden Micronauts book is going to be, artist edition is going to be coming out on November 4th.
Oh, so exciting.
Actually,
no, don't you dare. Oh, how dare you. Don't do it. Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Does it come with a cart? It's incredible.
That's the, this is the signed and numbered variant, not the main one. But I want to show you.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Oh, my God. That's so beautiful.
Wow. Incredible.
And then
don't throw your back out.
That's more like the Macronauts.
They're good weapons. The Jim Lee X-Men book is coming out early next year. Jim Lee's X-Men artist edition. What else? Have a bunch of artisan editions coming up. Jack Kirby's Fantastic Four, which are the same as artist editions, basically, but shrunk down to 12 inches, so they're more manageable to read. And a bunch of other things. There's a book called Bermuda that's coming out next year by John Layman and Nick Bradshaw, and that's it. Just working on stuff.
Love those guys. Drew, what are you up to?
Well, of course, you can find me by searching either Sugar Skull Media or Halloween Man on Comixology if you want to get the app and buy some comics. Actually, they're all on sale right now because Comixology was kind enough to do a 20th anniversary sale. On Instagram, I am Halloween Man Com, all one word. On that's Twitter. On Instagram, I'm Drew_Halloween Man. And on Facebook, you just do HalloweenMan.com. That'll take you right to the Halloween Man Facebook page.
Thank you. Matt, what you got up next?
Can be found at comic shops right now. Doing a sequence of graphic novels called November with Elsa Charité, and Volume 3 has just come out of that, 3 of 4. Doing a book called Adventure Man with Terry Dodson, which is issue 4, I think, is already out or comes out very soon. Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen is out in trade this week from the Ringo nominated Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen. Me and Steve Lieber and Nathan Fairbairn comes out this week. And the last issue of Sex Criminals with Chip Zdarsky and I drops this week as well. So I got
Congratulations.
what I'm doing with myself.
Yeah.
When you say the last issue, this is the last issue of this wraps it up.
That's it. It's the end. Yeah.
Wow.
We jumped ahead 3 years and 3 months so we could end with issue 69.
Nice.
So it's a coda wrap up. It's 3.5 years after issue 30. We just check in with everybody one last time, and then that's
fantastically juvenile, and I'm 100%.
Speaking of fantastic juvenile, keep your eyes out for the XXX photo cover with me and Chip. It'll be in a bright pink poly bag wherever filth is sold.
Now, when you say the XXX cover with you and Chip, that's you and Chip on the cover?
That's exactly what that means, yeah.
Wow.
Because I am not prepared for that emotionally.
It's the cover we've all been waiting for.
We're wrapping it in a bag for your protection and ours. So
thank you. I appreciate that. Troy, how about you?
You can find me and my wife's work on Pegamoose Press. It's our little imprint. We've got 2 books, one called Halls of the Turnip King, and recently the final addition to the Angor Napkin saga. Previous 2 books were 2 of my Eisner noms, where, always a bridesmaid, never a bride. That could change tonight because Rick and Morty Dungeons and Dragons is up against Matt Fraction and Steve Lieber. So we're gonna see who's gonna win that battle of the heavyweights here. Yeah.
Very nice. And Troy failed to mention he is also on the artist and co-writer on the upcoming radically rearranged Ronin Ragdoll's animated adventures 40-page special, which I and 3 other people on the earth have seen, and it looks fantastic. It is a fantastic book.
I'm ready for this.
Speaking of the Ragdoll, Stan, take us home. What do you got going on?
Yes, I have 2 series from IDW, Usagi Yojimbo and Usagi Yojimbo Origins, earlier stories that IDW is coloring. Let's see now. Also from Dark Horse, I've got Saga 9. Sagas are the omnibus editions of Usagi. Number 9 is coming out next year, as well as second edition of Saga 1. So, still doing Usagi.
And happy we are that you are.
Oh, thank you.
And I have a Kickstarter running right now for Elvira the Omega Ma'am, which is sort of what it sounds like, a post-apocalyptic Elvira versus plague zombies story that one might say ripped from the headlines by. Another Kickstarter going on now for Nightmare Theater Anthology, in which I have an 8-page story called German Chocolate, which is based somewhat whimsically on my father's World War II adventures and the fairy tale Hansel and Gretel. It's sort of the Princess Bride meets The Great Escape.
So in that book, is Omega Man starring Charlene Heston?
No, it's not. It stars Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Sorry. But there are quite a bit of references to the Omega Man, and one of the working titles was The Last Sex Symbol on Earth. And you can find me at davidavallonefreelance.com. Rylan Grant.
I am being squeezed out of my panel slowly but surely, and I'm going to do this quick because we are up against the Ringo Awards. My Ringo Award-winning book, Aberrant, is available in fine comic shops everywhere. My now Ringo nominated series Banjax is available in fine comic shops everywhere and via Comixology and Amazon and all that fine noise. I have a Kickstarter running too because I am not going to be left out. The Peacekeepers is available on Kickstarter, bit.ly/the Peacekeepers. It is a 64-page love letter to dark and decidedly quirky crime dramas like Fargo and No Country for Old Men. You're not going to want to miss it. If you are listening to us on one of our 3 YouTube channels or on Apple or Spotify or other fine purveyors of ear crack, smash that like button, give us a 5-star review, subscribe, tell your friends, the whole 9 yards. We got to get out of here. I wish we could stay forever. Thank you so much, guys. It was a hell of a show.
Thanks everybody for joining us.
We managed this chaos wonderfully. I wish people could have seen the chat that we were having while it was happening. It was almost funnier than what was happening online. You guys are great. Would love to get you on the show individually down the road. So keep in touch, guys. We'll see you. Enjoy the Ringo Awards. Good luck to everybody, unless you're nominated against me.
Thank you.
There we go, boys and girls. Is that me?
Somebody's got their laptop on.
No worries, no worries. Good to see everybody. How are you? It's time for the Ringo red carpet, and none of us got the memo to dress, but that's quite all right.
I'm dressed.
I almost dressed up. I was like, I'll be the schlub. That'll be my plan.
No.
I put on jeans.
See,
We'll take your word on
Kristen,
that.
you got a little you got a little accessories going, so I'll count that as dressing. That's fine.
Yeah.
So, who's still open, kids?
Somebody's got their laptop on.
No worries, no worries. Good to see everybody. How are you? It's time for the Ringo red carpet. No, it ain't me. None of us got the memo to dress. Somebody's got the YouTube channel open. It sounds like.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, nope.
That'll be my plan.
Don't worry.
We'll take your word on that.
There we
go. All right, we're
Okay.
back.
Yeah.
And we're back.
Down there.
Don't worry, we got 2 more hours of this. It'll be fine.
There we go.
Oh man, this is as good as it gets.
It's good to see everybody. And John Hunter's here, and Sal Crivelli, and Christy Blanche, and Chuck Lindsay. I have no idea who's echoing now. Name me though.
Christy, I think it might be your headphones.
Oh, okay. Christy, yeah, you on your speaker and thing? We need you to have earbuds on, buddy. Okay, she's got her mute on, so that's cool. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, thanks, Christy. No problem. Well, this is going to be a very exciting night because there's certainly a lot of nominees and a nice horse race there.
Yeah.
But we also are going to be paying tribute to Mike Ringo as well. We've got some amazing testimonials of people that he helped over the years. And, Sal, I am one of those people.
No kidding.
Yeah, I've honestly, and that's why when we got the opportunity, Chuck and Sal, to do this, I was really pleased because back in 2005, I started Word Balloon, and among my first guests were Jeff Parker. And after posting, and back then it was literally just posting an MP3 on my website, wordballoon.com. iTunes didn't the podcast phase of iTunes, at least, did not exist back then. And 2 days after I posted my interview with Jeff, he had just started working at Marvel at the time, and May of 2005. And want to put it in full context. And I get this email from Mike, and he's like, "Hey, you just interviewed my buddy Jeff, and I'm having trouble, downloading it. Can you help me out? I'm on a Mac." And so I'm like, "Sure, man." Told him what I knew. He was able to download it. I'm like, you wouldn't want to be on the show, would you?
Right? You're already talking to him. Come on.
And he came on within a month. And also, there were very few. I always use the George Burns joke. We were all in the top 10. There were only 8 of us.
That's right.
Very, very few podcasters out there. So I asked Mike. I said, "Hey, can you be a sounding board?" Because he had done a few podcasts here and there already.
Cool.
And I'm like, I just don't want to be that guy in terms of doing interviews wrong, approaching people wrong, whatever.
Totally.
And for the next 4 years, he was a great sounding board and constant communication, was a cheerleader for me, helped solidify my reputation with other creators. Talk to John, he knows what he's doing. And yeah, I mean, what else can I say? Mike was he was a sweetheart and a very important part of the early stages of Word Balloon. And we lost him too soon. We all know that. That's one of the reasons why they established the Ringo Awards.
Agreed. Yeah. I think one of my first introductions to Mike Ringo's work was thanks to the Baltimore Comic-Con. I know that he was a big purveyor of the show, and I remember going to his booth a couple of times. It was. I never had any direct interaction with Mike Ringo, unfortunately. I wish I did. I feel like I'm the only one who's like, I don't really know him or never knew him.
Oh, no.
But I loved his work, and because I was a purveyor of podcasts back in the day, I heard his appearances on shows, and everyone I knew who I'd followed loved and respected the hell out of the guy, and only said, like, I've only heard lovely, generous, wonderful stories about the man. And it's nice to know, because he was also one hell of an artist, and drew some of my favorite stuff. When he debuted with Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man with Peter David, I was like, finally, yes, Ringo's got a shot, because like I've been waiting for something like that, with his own title. It was unfortunately saddled with the event, The Other, and I was like, oh man, because he's so like he infused such brightness and vibrancy and life and love into his art, and I wanted to see that. Like I wanted to see like a celebration of joy that he's capable of, and we just got like weird spider monsters, and we got a couple of things in there. It was pretty cool, but yeah. And I followed him on DeviantArt back when that was a thing. It still is, but when it was relevant.
So did I. Absolutely, man. No, I was there looking, and in fact, it's great. A lot of his work is still there.
Yeah. I remember being like, "Oh, I'm gonna favorite that, and that." Like, I have this great. It's a pencil sketch of him of Spider-Man and Doctor Strange, and I'm like, "Oh, where is this book?" Sadly, we're never gonna get it, but could be a cover. He did. We got this wonderful. I think one of his last published works was like 50% of a What If comic. What if the new Fantastic Four Part 2? And that was a treasure that I really enjoyed. Just a really fun, goofy story. It's such a great comic for if you want to like see some of his work, because it's just a whole bunch of goofy stuff you'd never see in any other context, and it's a lot of fun.
That's great.
Yeah, one of the things with me, I'm sorry, I'm gonna just say a couple of things. Is we were planning Baltimore Comic-Con so many weeks ago and months ago, putting together this virtual event, and the very first thing, the most important thing, the folks at Baltimore Comic-Con, especially Mark, who runs and owns Baltimore Comic-Con, is the Ringos, and it wasn't just to turn this thing into a fun, crazy circus. He said it has to be respectful. It has to be, honor the memory of this great guy. And then the more we started having these conversations, he in our weekly meetings used to share all of his stories. And I mean, there wasn't a dry eye in the house of how many lives Mike Ringo touched. And then John, to see some of the testimonials that you're going to be showing a little bit later on in this broadcast are just phenomenal. I mean, like everybody everybody in the industry. We threw up the flag and said, "Hey, does anybody want to say anything?" And they answered with vigor. I mean, they were just sending you videos and testimonials and stuff. And you're going to see all of that over the next couple hours. And try not to cry.
Yeah, for real, man. No, I hear you. Christy, did you ever meet him?
I'm here. No, I did not. Good friends with his brother and sister-in-law, but I never got to meet him.
Understood. And it's funny, Chuck. As you say, the Ringos are such an important part of the Baltimore Comic-Con. And actually, why don't we start off with Mark Nathan and Mike's brother Matt explaining the origin of the Ringo Awards. So here's that video, everybody.
All right. So a handful of years ago, we were separating ourselves from a previous award ceremony. And for a handful of months, we didn't really know what to do. When I say we, there was a bunch of us talking about it. We didn't know really what we were going to do. But we knew that we wanted to do something. We knew we had every mechanism to continue with celebrating on Saturday night at the Baltimore Comic-Con a form of award. And we talked about a bunch of things, but shortly after Free Comic Book Day of that year, which was what, Matt, 5 years ago, something like that. I don't even know how many we've done, to tell you the truth. 4 or 5 of them. I had Shelly, my wife, contact Suzanne, Matt's wife, and said, this was probably the Tuesday after Free Comic Book Day, that I needed to come down there to Richmond to have dinner to talk to Matt, because I had to talk to him in person. In the time of those couple of days, I even had a logo designed that was really all that I had to go with Matt, except our general idea. And I got to the restaurant, and Matt had no idea what I wanted or anything. All I did was, across the table, slide my phone over to him and showed him the logo that we designed for the award ceremony that we thought about. And I think, Matt, you said yes almost immediately, like a second later. And we had no idea anything about how we were going to do the awards, or we knew what we had done in the past, and we knew that it had a lot of flaws, and we knew how to fix those flaws. But I also knew that I wanted fans involved and lots of other things. And one other thing that I remember specifically from those early moments was that Matt's phone had the back cover case was Nova. And that specific year, we were honoring Marv Wolfman, which really helped suck Matt into it. It was like that he couldn't wait to do that. And there was a lot of things that I thought about at that time, because knowing Mike, I never thought that he would want this kind of attention. And I asked that about Matt, and Matt, you can talk more about it. How you said that at the time that Mike actually started talking about what kind of legacy he was going to live or leave, and I don't know too much about that, but go ahead.
Yeah, that was one of the things that Mike and I had talked about. It was probably 2 or 3 years before he passed away. Was that he felt like he had had a great career up till now, but he was worried about where his career was going. He felt like I think his contract at Marvel was probably winding down. He didn't know what he was going to do after that, and he was really, really worried about not only his career, but maybe after he was gone, how people would remember him. He really, really respected and admired the giants in the industry, and he just felt like he wasn't going to be able to live up to that. And I kept reminding him, what about Tellus? Tellus is gonna live long after you. But yeah, this was one of the things that was preying on his mind a lot.
As we've done this, and I'm sure you have too, Matt, by setting up at shows and talking to people, Mike touched so many people, like every day. So many people have come to me and talked about what he meant to them, and how grateful that they are that we do this once a year.
Yeah, he had imposter syndrome really badly. He had no idea.
I know that I'll share this. I know that at most conventions, Mike would get up and walk around Artist Alley and buy a bunch of mini comics and small publishers and anything he could find. And I always thought that he was just doing it to be nice and introduce himself and talk to everybody. But you told me that he was just looking for new ways of doing things and try to learn all the time.
Oh yeah. He had an entire shelf in his studio was comic books that he couldn't read because they were all from Europe, because he didn't want to just be learning from people that were doing the exact same thing he was doing. He wanted to go out and find stuff that maybe he could pick and maybe incorporate into his own style. And you can see his style evolved from, I don't know what you would call when he first started out doing the Flash, but it's completely different from what he was doing when he passed away. And it was because he was bringing in a lot of animation, a lot of European style, some manga, anything he could get his hands on.
And while he was doing that, that's when he was touching so many people's lives. He met so many people while he was doing that. He had no idea how many friends he was making along the way, just by being himself and walking around and talking to people.
I was at one show and he took me over to somebody and introduced. I won't mention the name of the book, but I wasn't making a lot of money, so I didn't have a lot of money to spend. And he introduced me to the guy, and he was like, "You should buy this book." And I said, "Oh, okay. Well, I'll think about it." I said, "Don't be a jerk. Buy the book." So I went ahead and bought the book, and I'm glad I did. It was gorgeous.
Well, there you go. So when we left the restaurant and we started talking about that, and I told you that I was like 50-50. I didn't know if you would say yes or not. And you said, "What? Really? Why would you think that?" And that's when I said that, I thought Mike was reserved and he wouldn't want this kind of attention. Do you remember what you said after that? Go ahead.
I said that he absolutely would not want us to do this, but F him, he wasn't here. He didn't get a vote.
Yeah, but actually, to that, you said, "Well, he's dead and he can yell at us the next time he sees us."
Yes.
Yeah, that was pretty good. So what you don't know was driving home from there, I started calling and texting people for the ride home, telling them what we did and tried to get them involved. And there were people simple as Mark Wade or Philip Sablick. And Philip called me. He was at a thing with his daughter, and he said, Mike was the first professional I had ever met. And I said to Philip, I was like, "Yeah, you're probably the only person that ever has that story to tell." Like, get in line, buddy. But it was actually Tom Brevoort who said, "Hey, this is great and all, but you can't do this in name only. You have to do this in the spirit of Mike." And that kind of brought me back, like, okay, now it's real. Now we have to really think about this. And that's what really created that Spirit Award that we give every year, that you guys vote about and think about that. I make you get you to work and do part of this too. But what's that process like when you have to go through all that stuff and think about it? I think without saying anything about this year's was easy, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Well, I mean, they're never easy because you can't really just pick one. There's so many good books out there, and I think the thing that we think about when we're choosing the winner is, would Mike like this book? Would he want to work on it? And would he be envious of the people that got to work on it? And would, my wife likes to talk about how my wife Suzanne, likes to talk about how whenever she wanted a new book to read, she would go to Mike, and he would recommend a book for her. And so that's always in the back of my mind. Like, would Mike recommend this to somebody? And this year's winner, he would definitely want to have worked on it for various reasons we'll get into at the show. But there were a couple of other books this year that we thought were real contenders, but this one really stood out.
That's great. So Suzanne hasn't written it or read anything in a decade?
No, but she does read the winners.
Oh, good.
And there are a lot of submissions, and we also go by what we're looking at on the stands, what we can see ourselves. But she usually, but we'll try to think, like, what would Mike have recommended? Usually it's a lot of Terry Moore stuff.
That's great. So what are your memories right after I left? What happened after that? What did you tell Suzanne?
I waited until I got home to talk to her. The first thing I thought was, if I'd known you were going to be bringing that up, because I thought that you were coming down to tell me we couldn't do the show anymore, that you needed the table, but you wanted to tell me in person. But the first thing that occurred to me was, wow, if I'd known that this was what he wanted to talk about, I would have taken him to a nicer place, because it was terrible.
It was fine.
But yeah, I was excited. I was a little nervous. We joke about what I said when you asked me, how Mike would have felt about it. But that really was on my mind a lot the days after that. But ever since then, it's kind of, the load is kind of lightened up, because people's reaction to it has been so positive that I think he would have been okay with it at this point. Still, I do know Mike, and he would have been like, anytime somebody talked about him in a positive light, he'd have been like, shut up.
Right.
Because he did have that imposter syndrome, and he would be thinking, why me? But why not?
But all they have to do would be in the room 1 year and they'll see it.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious every year.
Yeah.
Huh. What else do you remember? Anything else that you want to share?
I do remember that my hands were shaking, because it was a little bit of a heavy responsibility, because I do feel like I need to look out for Mike's legacy, because he's not here to do it. And I do joke a lot. Todd and Craig, you can thank them for that.
Sure.
For starting that. But we tend to joke a lot about, what would Mike want, and
I've been part of those.
But I really do not want to do anything that Mike would kill me for if he were here. So I try to do everything as cautiously as possible, but I think he would be pretty happy with this. I think he'd be pretty proud of it.
I hope we're doing him pretty well by what we're doing.
Yeah.
I think so. You got to find us some more art so we can use it continually. Change the art.
I know. Well, he's not making anymore, so it gets a little harder every year.
Deep. I'm sure that if we spread the word that we're looking for sketches or something to use, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that could share them with us.
Oh yeah, he used to do all those head sketches and a lot of stuff for free.
Yeah.
Right now, I guess we're trying to limit it to Tellus for rights reasons, but let me see
I got a really good Donald Duck we could use one day.
Well, you've got connections. Maybe talk to your friends at Marvel and DC and see what they'll let us
use. Yeah, well, you hear that, Tom? We want to use some Marvel art one day. All right. Well, so it's a week from today. We're actually taping this for the red carpet, but this is the Saturday before. I know all the winners, but I'm not going to tell anybody. But this is going to be a very, very good, exciting night. There's going to be a lot of things that people aren't going to be expecting. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Are you guys ready with your your delivery?
I believe so. You'll have to talk to Todd about that. He's
Todd
sort
wrote
of
it. So you guys have to have 4 guys on your call, right, to do it.
Uh-oh, you're breaking up a little bit.
You are too, but you have like 4 guys on your call. That's going to be a little tougher.
Oh yeah. I'll probably be doing it upstairs on my work computer. And I'm right directly under the Wi-Fi, so it should help out a little bit there.
You get to do it live.
Yeah.
You wear the same shirt.
No, we have something else in mind.
Oh, very good. See, that's exciting already. All right.
It won't be this shirt.
Okay. That's a great shirt, though.
There you go, everybody. How about that?
Yeah, that's really nice.
That was great.
Well, and again, I mean, it's all sincere. I mean, Matt and his wife judged the Spirit Award in particular, and God, we're going to see a lot of great tributes from a lot of our friends, people like Cully Hamner and Scotty Young and Jeff Parker and Jeff Lemire and Tom King, Mark Wade. It's Jamar Nichols, unbelievable guys. Richard Case as well.
Yeah.
And these are all guys. They were former studio mates of Mike and longtime friends. And I mean, that is the great thing. I mean, truly, all of the award shows, the comic award shows, are picked for exceptional people. And agreed, Scott. You did a great job in the last hour, Scott Dunbier from IDW. I mean, that's the thing, man. These people that work with Mike and stuff, they know. And I know they all feel a deep love for Mike and everything. And again, he was one of a kind. And what I started to say was the fact that, the Eisners, obviously, Will Eisner, the legend speaks for himself. They were the Kirby Awards before they were the Eisner Awards.
Yeah, that's right.
And, while he was alive, Will would sit on stage and be able to hand out the Eisners directly. Len, let me acknowledge what Len is saying right here. There's 2 names I always hear were the nicest people in comics ever, Len Wein and Mike Ringo. I agree. And I would add for the living nicest men in comics, Dave Gibbons and Walter Simonson to that team picture.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So, and of course, Harvey Kurtzman, named for, the Harvey Awards named for him. And again, another great mentor to so many, like Mike was.
Yeah.
And it was just a natural choice when Baltimore decided to keep, they used to host the Harveys.
That's right.
And now, when they were looking for somebody new, it's a great choice. You couldn't find anybody better than Mike.
Absolutely. No, I remember when they launched the Ringos, and I was just thinking there was no confusion, there was no issue about it. I was like, yeah, that's a lovely idea. Mike Ringo was a prolific, incredibly talented artist, lovely person, and like you said, touched so many different people that what are the qualifiers do you need really, to get and I like the idea of there being a nice variety of comic award shows, or not shows, but awards themselves, like actually being able to just create a different kind of variety. I like this show and I like this award. I think it's just, I think it really represents like the spirit of not just the convention, because of course Mike was intrinsically connected with the Baltimore Comic-Con, but also like the spirit of Mr. Wengro's art and his career.
I'm going to ask you. Go ahead, Kirsty.
I was just going to say, I can tell you at the first Ringo Awards, there was not a dry eye in the house almost the entire time.
Yeah.
There was laughter, but there were tears.
Of course.
They're all, I really wish that I could have met him.
Yeah.
Well, as Chuck said earlier, I think some of these testimonials will make you laugh and also might make you cry as well. Absolutely.
Yeah.
For
sure. I was going to ask you both, for the writers that he worked with, who do you think were the exceptional ones? I can think of a couple names, but I want to hear what you guys say first.
Absolutely. Chris, do you want to go first?
I can.
I don't want to. I just talked. I'm like, you go ahead.
That's okay. I think that his work with Mark Wade was exceptional.
Sure.
And I think it's really great when an artist and a writer, mesh and they become friends. I saw that today in the Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman panel, where you can just tell by reading their work why it's so good, because they just mesh.
Yeah.
And I know that they, they were great friends, and I think that work was it was truly exceptional.
Yeah.
This is going a little bit into like kind of hokey territory, but getting off the heels of the Clone Saga, it was a really, really it was such a welcome breath of fresh air to get Todd DeZago and Mike's sensational Spider-Man run. Just such a different kind of book, and that was, I think, the first book that introduced me to his art. I was like, "Ooh, this guy really knows how to draw some fun Spider-Man." And you got a lot of really silly, fun stuff. You got Swarm and all the Norman Osborn stuff, but like there's a lot of really fun stuff in there. And I think his just getting the opportunity to showcase his versatility, because of course, when you're doing any good Spider-Man book, you get the high-flying superheroics in action, but you also get the human component, and he could do both expertly. It popped right off the page, and you were completely enthralled from beginning to end. And so that was my first introduction, but it has a special place in my heart for that run.
Understood. I agree with both of your choices, and in fact, regarding Todd, he with Telos. So beyond the Marvel work and stuff, it was great that they got into the creator-owned arena, and Telos is such a great fantasy story, a great all-ages story, and I know how much it meant to a lot of the other creators, and it's been great to see the tributes to Mike through Telos that have come out subsequently after his passing. But for me, it's Dan Slott, and I really enjoyed their collaborations, especially when they paired Spider-Man and the Human Torch.
Yes.
Because really, Mike brought the fun and the bounciness that you wanted in those kinds of adventures and misadventures. And, Dan gets Johnny Storm and Peter Parker in ways that, that's why they're friends, the two characters. Yeah. And it's just always really great. It's kind of the two knuckleheads that, end up screwing up half the time. Mm-hmm. And so it was always the joy in those miniseries when the two Ringo and Slott got together.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let's see what's going on in the comments. We got any other thoughts here? No, not right now. That's fine. I just saw some new things. They're in their own world chatting, but that's totally fine. I can play another a great tribute right now. Let's hear from Jamar Nichols.
Oh.
Hey everybody, Jamar Nichols here with my cat Beatrice. Say hi, Beatrice. Yeah, she says hello. I just wanted to give a little moment to talk about my dear pal Mike Ringo. Mike meant a lot to all of us, and I'm very appreciative that I was asked to say some words about him for the Ringo Awards. So I wanted to share a little story, and it's funny that my cat is here. So one time, Mike and I were talking. He talked to everybody in comics on the phone every day. I don't know how he did that, but we were talking one day, and a lot of people know that he had a bad back. So he was remarking on how he just bought a new bed. And he bought one of those now I forget the name of it, one of those number pedic beds. And the story kind of goes as I'm kind of making fun of him about that. And if you know anything about those beds, that it changes the hardness or softness levels depending on who's on what side, and you can adjust your number level. So he was talking about this bed and how much he enjoyed it. And I asked him if his cat Charlie had a number. And he laughed and said, no, I don't let the cat on the bed. And then he stopped and said, okay, it's 86. So that's one of my funny stories about Mike. And, he loved animals. And one of the greatest things that I remember about him is how caring he was with everyone around him, especially animals. So I pet my cat in tribute to our dear bud Mike. By thy side. Thanks.
How sweet.
Nice. Yeah, yeah. 86. That's great.
86.
Serta Sleeper.
Yeah.
I used to do those commercials in my radio days. A sleep number bed from Serta, of course.
Sleep numbers.
Absolutely,
Yep.
man. Hilarious. That's fantastic. Yeah, it's
86.
good. It's good to know. Good to know that might be a good tip for the pet channel,
Right?
If you want to let your
Yeah.
pet sleep comfortably. 86, everybody. Take it from Jamar. That's outstanding. Man, we are less than 90 minutes away from the Ringo
Yeah.
Awards, and I do want to remind everybody that the show is going to open up with Kevin Smith comments, and then we're also going to have a keynote speech from Jeff Johns, very heartfelt.
Awesome.
And yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to these nominees and seeing who wins. It's going to be a fun award show.
It's a great group this year. Well, it's a great group every year, but this year it's a really, really. I couldn't, when I voted, I was like, I don't even know who to vote for. I love them all.
Yeah, read my mind, Chuck. Absolutely. Todd DeZago, the great collaborator on Telos, commenting. Great story. Absolutely, man. So great to see you, Todd. I hope Todd's going to be on the awards later and stuff. And yeah, I bet the cat howled if it was on the wrong number. I have no doubt. You know what's funny? Pet story. Talking to Susan Eisenberg this afternoon, and all of a sudden I hear this howling, and I'm like, "Oh, it's her dog Oliver, this lovely yellow lab. It's a beautiful dog." And I'm like, "Oh, that's Oliver, isn't it?" She's like, "He's asleep, and he's howling in his sleep."
Oh my god!
And I do love that. That is always my favorite moment: is watching your pet sleeping and then kicking in the air or making noise or whatever. So yeah, I mean that just shows you, man. There's something going on in that head,
That's right.
Which is kind of beautiful.
Susan and I trade dog pictures weekly.
that are not yours, I assume. That are just from the world.
No, they're all ours.
Oh, oh, that's nice.
We have many pictures.
My wife and I do the same thing with our cats, where I'm like, "Hey, I bet you didn't see one of our cats from this angle."
Yeah, my dog's sleeping here. Now he's turned here.
Yeah, and it's always like red letter news. Like it's always real. Like, oh, that's a high priority. Like,
oh, look, he twitched.
Can you take a video? Oh, they left.
Yep.
That's awesome. Again, we shouldn't. We were talking about his Marvel work. Let's not forget all the great DC work.
True enough.
That he's done over the years as well. Great Superman artist at a very important time in the late '90s into the early 2000s. Of course, my God, what a run on the Flash. And when you hear Mark's tribute, he'll certainly talk about his Flash run. Yeah, man. I mean, really. And am I right, Christy? Isn't Mike the co-creator of Impulse?
Yes.
That's dope.
His first sketch was he was, and again, it's like he brought that joy. Impulse is just a very joyful character, and the one episode where he's going through and everything's happening, he's causing havoc everywhere. It's just you can tell just you can tell that there was joy when he was drawing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry he didn't get a chance to see Bart played out in Smallville as far back as that, and Young Justice, and all the different iterations we've gotten of Bart. It's kind of a shame. I wonder what he would have thought of that at one period too, when they aged Bart, and he had taken over as the third Flash, really, in that brief moment. I'm glad that DC thought better of it, because Bart. Well, again, the characters really, Jay, Barry, Wally, and Bart, they really are so distinct, and Max as well, throwing Max in there as well. Mercury. So.
Very.
Yeah, no, I agree. I always I remember when Impulse was like when he debuted. I remember that iconic image where it's like maskless when he's running at the front of the cover, and just that character being like, I'm like, gee, I remember as a kid being like, geez, another Flash, and then getting the introduction to the character, I'm like, oh, okay, like this is actually kind of fun. Like he's actually embracing kind of like what as a kid you want the Flash to be. And then of course when you put him on a team, even better. Young Justice, of course,
Justice,
like such a great a concept, and I don't think it could have worked better without Impulse. Like Impulse added that extra element to that team, to the Trinity, and then of course to the rest of the team. And seeing Bart play off of Connor, who was always in flux as a character, and then of course Tim, who's just a great character. And I think I think Mike also drew a run on the Tim Drake Robin series as well, which was also really, really terrific. And because I was also a big Robin fan back in the day, so
very cool.
I read a lot of that, which was, of course, I believe that was a Chuck Dixon inspired book. So yeah.
Hi, Robert.
All your peeps are coming out, Christy. That's awesome.
It's very
Baltimore, this is a tough weekend for so many people because Baltimore it's not just a convention, it's a family reunion, but with family that you love. and it's been really hard. I've talked to Mark and Shelley many times, and Tom Zoller, and it's, we're all just it's a hard weekend. I didn't think it was going to be as tough as it is. I couldn't even delete it from my calendar because I'm like, no, it's still there. But then all the Facebook memories show up, and there's the Walt last year at the Ringos, and last year I was a judge for the Ringos. So
that's great.
Yeah,
that's
and
awesome.
Well, yeah, I want to hear about that, Christy. Honestly,
unless you're on a gag order.
I never get to hear like the process and stuff. How many?
Oh my God!
How many books do you do you have to read to judge?
9 million.
Yeah, yeah.
Only that
books after boxes showed up, and then at one point I met Mark and Shelley at a show so that I could just we could just transfer the boxes in the car. There were so many of them I'd already read because, I own a comic shop. So I try and read as much as I can.
Plug the comic shop.
I'm sorry?
Plug the comic shop.
Oh yeah. Comics Muncie.
Represent.
So,
absolutely.
It's awesome. It is awesome. Oh yeah. Like with Robert, it's just a little side. It's like I go to their table and Sam and I build a Lego set every year. It's just these little things that just mean so much.
Sure.
There were so many books to read, and there's so much talent, and then you have to decide. And it's not just those books, that's just the ones that they send you, but there's all these other ones too. And then all the web series, but it really does open your world. There's a book that I never read before or heard about, Woman World, last year, and I just fell in love with it. And I recommend it to everybody that comes in the store. I'm like, here, look what I have, just because it's so good. I just felt I was so happy. Yeah, I don't have any more Deadpool stuff, Emily. You bought it all. No, but it was such an honor, and we had so much fun. And I got to hang out with Katie Cook, and she was at our table. We drank wine together, lots of it. And it was so hard to judge, but it was so much fun to judge. But it's hard to pick that one. I'm like, can I just pick all of these? But we did get to pick the top, the top numbers. So I didn't have to decide 100%.
Good.
But you did have to rank them, which was difficult.
Sure. Yeah, I can't. What criteria did you use to measure? When you have a word like best, how do you measure best, particularly when it comes to something as subjective as art?
Yeah, and it's which day is it?
Yeah, exactly. How do you feel today? Right?
It's like because and there's books that mean different things to you at different times, like Day Tripper, Fabian Moon and Gabriel Ball.
The brothers, sure.
It is a fabulous book, but I've read it at different times in my life, and it means completely different things at different times. And so, it depends on your mood, and you only have so long, so you have to really cramp things in. So I was trying not to judge things if I'm really tired that day or have a migraine. I'm like, okay, I can't read these because I don't want to not like this book because I'm in a bad mood.
That's good.
Yeah. But I also teach, so I have to do that with teaching too. With reading the same paper over and over and over.
Oh
again.
Yeah.
And you're just like, please stop.
Oh my God, no. Well, what grade level do you teach?
I taught in college.
Okay, all right. I taught high school, so it's you have a much more stringent criteria by which you have to measure your students. Because I was like, every time you read a paper or you read an essay, it's just like, right, they don't know. Like they don't know how it works. So how do you, that's interesting though, because I can imagine taking an analytical process like teaching and applying it to, measuring and grading and of course judging art. You're basically doing the same thing, because you're like, okay, when you see the name, you go, okay, I know what their skill level is, I know what their attention level is, I know what their what their level of achievement is. So you have to judge it differently, from essay to essay. It's why it's like a hard job, because you can't just go, well, you screwed up 16, contractions. There you go. Like here's your C. You can't do that. You got to measure it all by each person. And here's a question though: when it comes to measuring art, is there a situation where you've read someone's work where you're like, oh, I didn't like this one as much as I've liked their previous work? And what do I do in that situation? What do you do in that situation?
Well, it's kind of weird, because it depends on, some people just work better with other people. When the artist and the writer get each other, it's perfect. You know, I mean, I can understand Grant Morrison's writing when he's with a really good artist, but sometimes it's when the artist doesn't get him, it takes me like 3 or 4 times to read it, because he's just brilliant. And I'm not. So
don't sell yourself short. Sometimes
he's on a whole different, he's on a whole different level.
That's true.
So, and everybody has their own art style that they like, and their own styles. And so, but little things like, since I did the Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman panel, so I really went back and looked at all of the Venom and Absolute Carnage, and the coloring in the colorist in Absolute Carnage was brilliant. And I didn't know that it was all him until today.
Me either.
Well, when he walks in and sees Peter Parker, it's all dark and at night and rainy, the whole series. And then when he meets Peter Parker, the whole color palette changes. Yeah. It's bright. And I was just like, it's brilliant.
Right.
It was great. So, and I also know, how hard it is to write, because, I've written before also. Yep. So it's so sometimes I'm like, oh, I know how tough this is. And it's really, it was really difficult, because, some art style is just not my style, but you have to judge it, without those biases.
Exactly.
And some art is like super simple. And that Woman World book I was talking about, the art is very simple, but it's so expressive that it just kind of blew me away. And so it's a very difficult job, but it was so much fun, and I wouldn't trade that experience for the world.
But I would say that regarding judging on things that are yearly, you got to judge the book at the moment, what's nominated. Yes. And as great as any named writer or artist is, how did you do it? I mean, how'd you do this season? I mean, I'll put it in my sports metaphors, given my years in sports and stuff. And it's, we're only worried about who's the best at this moment.
Yeah.
And I feel that way about movies and television as well.
Oh, sure.
I mean, again, big name actors, big name directors and writers. But, it's about the project of the moment. And a lot of times you will get people that almost get consolation awards for their body of work. Because I remember the year that Charles Durning, as a great character actor, was nominated for the Mel Brooks movie To Be or Not to Be. And we're all like, that's because everybody screwed up, and he should have been at least nominated last year for his performance in Tootsie. That was the award-winning performance. But again, it's subjective, and depending on how big the jury judges are, that kind of determines what kind of pool of opinions you're getting.
That's fair.
And there's things like Saga that I love so much, but it's like, okay, I have to judge these issues.
Yes.
Not this, because I think Saga has one of the greatest panels ever in history. But I'm like, okay, I can't judge it on that. You have to judge it from here up. So it's like, oh, how can I do that? So you just really have to separate yourself. But it was an experience. But oh my gosh. I mean, boxes kept arriving. And my kids are like, you're going to read all that? And I'm like, yeah.
I gotta.
You'll see me in 3 weeks.
No, I understand. Let's play another tribute to Mike.
Yes.
Matt and Mark were talking about got to collect more original art from people who've bought it over the years.
Yeah.
And here's Tom King with a really interesting story about that.
Hi, I'm Tom King. I write comics for a living, and I am and was a huge Ringo fan. So much so, I've told this story before, so poor people have to listen to it. At my first Baltimore Comic Con, first con I ever went to, I bought a Ringo page, and I felt like it made my year a little better. Like it was like almost a lucky thing. I bought this page right here, and so I went back the next year and bought another Ringo page. And every single Comic Con that I've Baltimore, every year I buy one Ringo page, just sort of a blessing of my entire year, just to be like, this year is going to go great. And I just they're just brilliant. They're brilliant, beautiful work, and I keep them with me always. It's sort of a sign of just the love of pure comic booking, which is what Ringo was. So I did that every single year for many years until last year, because I had some sort of eye infection, and the con was going by, and I had panels to go to, and I just missed it, and I forgot, and I was like, okay, well, 1 year, 2020, I won't buy my Ringo page this year, and I won't sort of pay my respects to the Ringo god, but it'll be fine. I'm sure 2020 will turn out okay, despite my actions. So I'm mostly here to apologize. It's all my fault. I should have bought the fucking page, and I as soon as the world stops ending, I'll buy the next one. But yes, thank you so much for honoring the legacy of Ringo and his brilliant cartooning, and thank you so much to all the fans out there. It's much appreciated.
There you go, Tom King. He can't help it.
Tom did it.
I wish I were in a position to be able to just go, oh, I would love, because I never got into the original art game, but I would like to, and every once in a while, like I'll go on like an auction site or one of the dealers, and I'll just take a look, and I'm like, anything in my price range? And of course not, because like it's art. It's not like a thing, the thing you can get at Target. It's something someone created, and there it is, and it'll be there long after I'm gone. I did get one piece of original art, like an actual page from a comic book, but it wasn't a Mike Ringo, and I wish it were, because man, would I like to have something of Mike's that's but it's such in short supply. There's there's no way anybody who wants it, like they you gotta really hunt for it, or know somebody.
Understood, man. And and I'm glad Tom Zoller's watching.
Yes, Tom Zoller's watching.
Absolutely,
Tom's the greatest.
Tom's awesome. Absolutely.
I'm sure he's drinking wine also.
I think you're right about that.
I'm positive.
Len, the Englishman of San Diego, says he was part of the judging panel for the Tripwire Awards.
Ooh,
nice.
And those are great British awards. One of the hardest things he's ever done, and one of the most rewarding. Very cool. Awesome. Oh, and that's funny. Someone's asking, was that Weird Science 22 behind Tom? It was. That is absolutely. Tom has really gotten into collecting the very classic Golden Age comics. It's pretty amazing. I've seen him buy some original, well, they're not originals, but Frazettas with from the Golden Age. Frazzetta stuff. Oh yeah.
We talked to him the other day, and he had you could see it in the high, and when we were after about 45 minutes of talking, he was like, all right, you want to see some of the stuff I got back here? And I'm like, yes, I would. Please bring the camera closer. He's like, no, I'll just tell you what's back there.
Yeah, I mean, Sal, I did that with you, and
you did.
These very images that we saw right there on
That's right.
South while we were talking on Word Balloon, definitely.
Yeah.
If my back wasn't killing me right now, you'd see some of my original art.
I know, and I've seen it over your shoulder, and I've been meaning to ask, like, okay, what's this? What's that? Because if it's got to be something, really, really special. I mean,
I don't buy pages. I do like getting commissioned pieces because to me that's almost like asking, a rock star to sing a song for you specifically.
Totally.
That's how I always look at it. So no, I've been very fortunate because I've become friends with a lot of the artists, so they give me a nice rate. I would never. I mean, some have gifted me, which is incredibly kind. Yes. But it's like, look, man, this is your living. I would never, insult you that way.
Totally.
But,
Exactly, Tom Zoller.
So there you go, man. Very funny.
I only have some original art. Hi, Jamar.
Jamar, I don't know if you saw, we just played your tribute.
Yeah, we just played. But I do have things like this.
No.
Oh. Hey, and honestly, Christy, you did earlier, and again, everybody, if you miss panels, right now we've got the streams up, but eventually we are going to chop them up in panel by panel, and we will have those on the website. They'll be at Word Balloon, they'll be at Mainframe, they'll be at Comic Core, all of these places. I don't know, Chuck, I don't know if you're going to have them at Chuckload of Comics or not, are you? I don't know. Oh, he's got the thumbs up. Yes, he is.
All right.
Excellent to hear. But Christy, you got a chance to talk to Louise Simonson.
I did, and
the subject of that great cover of House of Secrets.
Yes, this is like her first comic work.
Yeah.
And Bernie is he's my favorite.
He was amazing.
Yes.
And Swamp Thing is my favorite. So of DC. But oh my gosh, Louise is if you want to talk about the kindest people in comics, if you say Walter, you've got to say Wheezy also.
Yeah,
absolutely.
She is, I mean, she's just, seriously, she just makes the world a better place. Yeah. And she's a joy. And I'm sure she has bad days, but you wouldn't know it because she's just always kind and she's so talented and she doesn't realize how talented she is. Yeah. But she's beautiful and she's talented and she's sweet. She's like what I aspire to attempt to be. I won't be that. I can attempt.
You see Dean Haspel's quote that he's home alone shirtless. You better have a shirt on tomorrow, Dean, when you're doing your panels. Dean did a great job on Friday night moderating Walt Simonson and Bill Sienkiewicz, Howard Chaykin, and Dennis Cowan.
It was a hell of a show.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It was hilarious. Absolutely. But then Dean is going to be on, Dean's going to be on these two panels, and then let's talk about those guys. Dean's got the Autobio panel about autobiographical comics, and Dean has been amazing with his work over the years doing that. Not only his own stories, but other people that he's worked with, like Harvey Pekar and others. But then he's also going to be on the webcomics panel, and that's terrific. And man, I'll tell you, the Red Hook continues to deliver year after year. It's a tremendous, tremendous book.
Dean is one of the most talented people, and also one of the nicest people. And he doesn't have enough shirts, but but that's okay. So he's just amazing, and I dearly miss him. I was looking through my Baltimore pictures, and I'm like, "There's Dino. I don't get to see him this year."
And Jamar, yes, indeed. And Jamar is one of our presenters too in the Kids Love Comics wing as well. And we'll have interviews and other things going on tomorrow during the kids' hours. Again, we suggest you go to BaltimoreComicConLive.com for the schedule.
I don't think people realize how amazing and lucky they are to have all of these creators do these panels and be happy to, because they just want to be a part of Baltimore. And kudos to Mark and Shelley for making this show what it is, because I'm trying not to cry. I've been going about 10 years now, and it's something that I can't even describe what it means to me and to people. It's just something that I would move heaven and earth to get to.
Yeah.
And I don't even want to go to the store right now, but if they said we're going to have Baltimore, I'd go. I take my chances because it means so much to so many people, and all of my family's there, and I miss them dearly.
No, I get it. Absolutely, buddy. I mean, it's and that really is the hallmark of Baltimore, and that's, I think, why it stays such a distinct show, is because it's the comic book love fest. It really is.
Yeah,
it is.
We all love San Diego. San Diego is its own thing. We there you go, man. Absolutely. Baltimore Comic-Con is family. No, you're right, man. And New York is fun because it's New York. And I mean, you're right there, the heartbeat of America, if you will. But
exactly.
But really, Baltimore remains this amazing comic-centric show. And that's why a lot of the creators come back and support it. I would say Baltimore and Heroes Con. So yeah. So there you go.
I'd like to point out that, Tom Zoller, I am not a wimp. You just said you're starting to cry. You're a wimp. I'm not. Back off.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's quite all right.
I bet he's crying.
Yeah. I can't believe just what an amazing show it turned out to be, because I remember hearing about it because I have family down in Virginia, And it's like from Jersey to Virginia, you know, you have to pass through Baltimore. Sure. And I was like, oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, I checked that out back when like I was getting the bug, 2006. I was like, oh, I guess I'll check that out. You know, go down 2006. I was like, and it's halfway to Virginia. I used to drive down to Virginia in a day. 3 hours difference. That's great. That's a day trip for me. 3 hours down, 3 hours back. No big deal. First time I went, not only did I have an amazing time, but as I told John last time, I was like, and that'll be the last time I make it a full day. Like I'm gonna get a hotel. I remember when we went down, I was like, oh, can we get a hotel now? And it was like, no. It is booked solid. What a great location. What a great experience. I took in so much of that show, and the amount, like just the amount of creators, the caliber of creators, the fact that it's not overwhelmed by any of the nonsense you get from the bigger shows, but it has all the right components of a big show that you're just like, it is addictive and it is infectious. I mean, who doesn't want to, like, you go to the show, you go to the Inner Harbor, you get like some amazing food, you go back to the show, you know, like it's for me, like one of my fondest con memories is I was sitting at a restaurant across the street from the convention center, like literally across the street. Of course, it was in the fall, but it was one of those usual fall days we get over the last 20 years where it was like 80 degrees, and I'm sitting there at the table. I'm having an amazing sandwich, and I'm drinking something, and just looking over, and there's the show, and there's amazing these cosplayers. Just what a beautiful experience this is, and like I just really enjoy it. And then a friend of mine from Bad Idea, Dinesh, comes by, and I'm like, oh hey Dinesh, come here. And we just talk for about 10 minutes, and then I go back to the show, and it's what a great time. Oh, I miss it so much.
Yeah, it's a big town with a small town feeling.
Absolutely.
So,
big time.
And coming from Chicago, no, there's a lot of, it's those working class big cities that are, I think, exceptional like that. And yeah, Baltimore has that vibe. It's funny. I literally haven't been there in 10 years because I started getting invitations to help program shows that were happening around the same time. And this is when I still had a radio job too. Especially, it was tough really when I was still in sports, because football season is like, that's the most important time of a sports year.
Yeah.
It really is. And you can't take time off. So I would always miss Baltimore. And the last time I was there, it was the 10th anniversary of Powers. And Bendis and Mike Oming asked me to moderate their panel. It was great. We had a blast. And it's really nice that we're coming full circle. And Sunday night, to close out Baltimore Comic-Con Online, we're going to be doing the Powers 20th anniversary panel with Bendis and Oming, and their last graphic novel that just came out. I don't know if you both had a chance to read it. It's fantastic. It wraps up the series incredibly well.
Awesome.
And also, like the series itself, the final story is 20 years down the road. So you kind of really do get to see this like kind of last bit of where all these great characters are that we've enjoyed for 20 years.
Yeah.
So more comments from the people, everybody. Let's see. We got hold on. There it is. Baltimore is the best show to meet your favorite creators and have a real conversation with them. 100%, man. You are correct, Soups.
And totally real. Everybody there is real.
Absolutely. Yeah. Nobody goes who's like trying. Yeah. When you go, you know what it is. Like, I lament how popular it has gotten because of what a great, well-kept secret it is, but I want them to succeed. It's one of those things where you're like, no, don't come, but please, like, come. Like, but even still, the organizers have done a nice job of keeping it moving, keeping it fresh. Like, you stand in line for anyone, 10 minutes, unless it's one of those things where they're only going to be there for like the day or half the day. Then it's like a couple hours, but whatever. It's an 8-hour show. You're gonna be fine.
Here's a brief tribute from one of the top creators and another very approachable creator, Canada's finest. It's Jeff Lemire.
Hey everybody, this is Jeff Lemire from Toronto. Wishing I could be in Baltimore for the Ringo Awards with all of you, but it's still great to be nominated, and it's obviously a great honor to be included with so many great creators and other great comics, and to be part of an award ceremony that shares the name of the great Mike Ringo, who was obviously such an inspiration to so many of us. So thanks again, and hopefully we'll be all back in Baltimore together again next year. Thanks.
There you go.
I like that it's
Yeah.
like I am Jeff Lemire from Canada, not from like any of the amazing works you might know me from.
He's one of Canada's favorite sons.
Canada.
Yeah.
It's seriously, I love his level of notoriety in Canada, and they absolutely like. It's great that they do acknowledge how great Jeff is. He's got an Essex County TV show in the works.
Yeah.
I know that I don't know how far they got in COVID, but they were shooting this year, and I don't know if they finished principal photography or not. But and that's one of the reasons why Jeff may not be able to join us. I mean, I know he's extremely busy, not only doing his comics, but also the TV stuff that he's gotten the opportunity to do. And I hope Essex County does come down here, and then we get to
He
see
deserves everything good that happens to him. He's just he just brings joy through his work too, even though some of the scary stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my God, absolutely. Well, I'm blanking right now.
Family Tree.
Oh, yeah, Family Tree, definitely. What's the other one?
AD?
Not AD. It's the current one where
Not Ascender, not Descender.
the one where
Descender's great though.
Descender's excellent. Oh no, Sweet
so
Tooth,
good.
all these things. But it's the one where it starts as a police procedural, and then there's alternate universes going on, and just crazy stuff. I mean, it's insane, and shame on me that I'm not remembering the title right now. Maybe somebody in the chat will remember what I'm talking about. But good Lord,
Remember, but I know which one you're talking about.
it's unbelievable, man. Is Cully in? Oh, hey, there's Kelly.
Yeah,
good to see you, Cully.
Cully.
Absolutely. Cully.
Hi, Cully Hamner.
Why don't we play? Man, Cully has a great Ringo story. So let's let Cully tell his Ringo story right now.
My name's Cully Hamner. I am a longtime friend of Mike's. I met him in, I want to say it was probably 1991. He was someone who walked up to me at a convention at Heroes Con in North Carolina, and I had not had anything published yet, but I was sitting with my pals who would later become Gaijin Studios, and they were sort of letting me squat at their table space. So I had my portfolio all laid out and everything, and this tall kind of guy who looked about my age but had gray hair for some reason that I couldn't figure out walked up to show me his portfolio. And it was the first time I ever reviewed anyone's portfolio, because in my mind, I was not a professional yet. I was not really published yet. And he showed me his portfolio, and it was really good. It was great. It was better than anything that I had. And I just kind of pushed it back to him, and I said, I don't really think that I can help you. You're better than I am. And he really wouldn't hear that, and it turned into this sort of mutual admiration society, and we traded business cards back when people used to walk around with business cards a lot of the time. And when I got back home to Alabama, and I was still living with my parents at the time, a couple of weeks after that, I got essentially a fan letter from Mike, which was bizarre. It was the first portfolio review I'd ever had, and it was the first fan letter I'd ever had. But his phone number was on the card, so I called him to let him know that I got his card or his letter, and we ended up being on the phone for hours and just discovered that we had a lot in common, and we made each other laugh, which was to be a habit for the next 15 or so years that I knew him. I guess that's about the right amount of time. We just developed a lifelong friendship, and I was, when he got the Flash, I was super excited for him, and it was like his big break, and we always kind of bucked each other up and supported each other, and it was a truly great friendship, and it didn't matter how long it was between us talking to each other, or how much time or how little time there was. We always would pick right back up where we left off. And we continue to have like those marathon conversations up until just a couple weeks before we lost him. But he was just an amazing artist, an amazing storyteller. He and I saw things a lot in a very similar way when it came to what makes a good comic book artist. And I think that we were very complementary in our personalities and in our styles. I think we influenced each other a lot. That's why I think it's amazing that there's an award for comics named after him, because he was comics. It was in his blood. He breathed comics. He was all about comics. He loved the medium and was great at it, and he contributed a lot to it. And it's the best way that I can see to honor Mike is to have his name on something that is a marker of people who are good at this medium, because he certainly was.
Oh,
That was like Ringoception. He had Ringo in his shirt talking about Mike.
Yep. Yeah. Cully's one of my favorite people in comics, and had dinner with Cully and Tom King and Doc Shaner and Mitch Gerrits at C2E2 the last con standing.
Last con, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll come back. Don't worry, guys. I mean, and again, that's why we got things like Baltimore Comic Con online, and it's great to be here, and great that we're able. Thank God we've got this technology.
Exactly.
Well, so our phone bills would be insane because we'd constantly on talking to each other, right?
Also, it's Gideon Falls. That's what you were thinking of.
Thank you. Exactly.
It came to me as soon as we stopped talking about it.
I knew it would, and that's one of the reasons why I started playing another Ringo tribute. To help us out. So thank you for looking that up. That was great. Yeah, Gideon Falls is an amazing book. And it's so good. It's just layer upon layer of it's not what you thought it was, and it keeps getting crazier and stranger and stuff. And like you said, Christy, Jeff is this just sweet, mild-mannered guy, Canadian shy, as I like to say, and just what's bubbling under the surface. It's like there's a lot going on there, Jeff Lemire, and you're hiding from us, but I'm glad it comes out in these stories.
Well, he's got to be quiet because he's got to balance out Zdarsky.
Right.
So.
Yes. Oh my God.
God, I love Chip. He's so great. He's terrific.
Great.
He's great.
Oh my God, that's funny. Good stuff, man.
Yeah,
you guys are killing me. Let's see. Oh, here's a nice tribute online here. Joe Zilla. Mike Ringo was one of the first artists, to make me notice motion in comics. He made 12-year-old me believe a man could run faster than lightning. That's what it would look like. Yeah, absolutely, man.
That's a good point. I like that. I like that story. That's nice. Yeah, he really captured motion really well. Like, and without cheating, like it was just, I don't know, because it's like, oh, I'll draw a face and some blurs and, now it's fast. Like, no, he really captured motion really well, which is very hard to do, and keep it consistent without like making it exaggerated or inconsistent within your own art style. Like it felt like seamless between, people talking, superheroes getting, putting on their outfits or swinging, running, doesn't matter. All the action worked. Slinging a bow didn't matter. It was all and he made it look effortless. That's the other thing is that his art looks, it's so distinct and it's got such a style, and yet it has this effortless quality to it. You're like, right, that's what these characters look like, and that's how it would come about, right?
Deceptively simple looking.
Yes,
but a lot of emotion and a lot of fun and adventure in every brushstrokes. I know, and pencil stroke. I know what you mean. I'm going to ask you guys if you have a favorite specific Ringo story, and if you want, I'll start because I have a feeling maybe you guys will agree. But we talked about Wade and Ringo doing Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
But man, and it was so great. Doom finally kills Ben Grimm.
Yes.
And Ben is dead, and everyone's really bummed. And Reed seems to be buried in his work. And it's like, Reed, you haven't said anything. Ben's dead. And it's like, oh, I know. we're going after him. We're going to get him back. And it's like, and the Fantastic Four goes to heaven and meets the creator. And the creator is somebody slumped over his drafting board. And I think we all know who I'm talking about. And it's the great Jack Kirby. And it's just really, it was just kind of perfect that, of course, Jack created the Marvel Universe. Of course he's God. Why wouldn't he be?
Right.
And it really, and again, this beautiful, cartoony, simple style, but just so much emotion in that. And it really, it was one of those beautiful stories that Mark and Mike were able to give us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just throw out mine. I loved, there was during the Spider-Man Other story, they did this like big, they did this Spider-Man costume variant where it was just like the same costume. Like, whereas every Spider-Man same pose, different costume. And there's like, I don't know, 400 of them or something. But it's just it's this iconic image of Spider-Man doing his thing, and all these like explosions and villainous accoutrement in the background. But like but every single different costume he's ever had, and it's just it's something you see everywhere. Like, you see anytime a costume comes up, that's the image they use, and it's like you see it everywhere, and it's like you would never know, like, because it's just ubiquitous with the character, and it's his work. And it's just like, it's everywhere. It's still there, like he hasn't drawn a page in
11 years,
and yet you see it every day, or at least you should if if you're looking for it.
This is a hard question. I'd have to say Telos. Everything he did with that, and I didn't read it when it first came out, but I read it later. And Todd DeZago, kind of his continuation of pushing that, I think, is wonderful. I would say everything about that. And I love that it was in the yearbook at Baltimore one year. They did that as a tribute.
Yep.
I've loved all of them. I loved the Black Sad last year, but that one was my favorite. I love it because he loved animals. He was a vegan, and which I strive to be, but I can't. He's a much better person than I am. But I think it just showed him the most in that story.
Understood.
Yeah, so creator-owned work tends to, you really put your personality or your everything. Well, it's all right out there, right? Because anyone can kind of like almost hide behind a larger-than-life character. But when you're creating characters, when you're putting them out there, when you're like, this is me, this is everything I think is important, because everything else is owned by other people. Like, here's everything that I have. It's not only incredibly scary, but it's also so vulnerable. And it's just like, here's everything that I have to say. And I always loved the visual style of Telos. I remember just being introduced to it because I knew ancillary people connected with Mike, where I was like, I'd see it everywhere, and I'm like, oh, that's such a it's everything you like about his work, with his personality infused directly into it, where you're just like, it's so charming. It's just genuinely charming.
I've got another tribute. We want to make sure, as we're less than an hour away, just over 40 minutes before the Ringos begin. And another former studio mate of Mike's. Here's Richard Case, everybody.
Hello, my name is Richard Case, and I wanted to welcome you all to this year's Ringo Awards. Cheers. So I was asked to tell a little story about Mike, as we were old friends and studio mates for a good long time, and I also collaborated with him on Sensational Spider-Man, along with Todd DeZago, who wrote it, and I was inking Mike on that book. And this story takes place, it was a little after our time on Spidey, and Mike and Todd had already started creating Telos at that point, and so this took place probably around the time that they were starting to promote that book, and being that this was their their creation and everything, they were a little nervous about it and very excited about it. So we were all flying from different directions to this convention in Chicago, and I know Todd got there first, flying in from New York, and Mike and I were flying up from North Carolina to come to the show, and we got about halfway there, and then suddenly we were like landing in Indianapolis. Turns out there was snow in the forecast, and there was ice on the wings or something like that. So we spent a good chunk of an afternoon sitting on the plane, on the tarmac, not going anywhere. And we got to a point where we were just getting really frustrated. To help pass the time, I was kind of just sketching in my sketchbook, but I eventually got tired of doing that and probably passed out or something like that. But Mike asked me, hey, can I bum your sketchbook for a bit? And I know he was getting a little, anxious and irate, actually, a little bit even. Just the fact that, he knows Todd's there, and he's like, he's worried about him, and getting, he's all by himself, and that's how Mike was. He looked out for his friends and stuff like that. So anyway, when he borrows my sketchbook and he starts sketching, and what he sketches is this image, and it's a shot of Todd as he imagined him, just sitting there all by himself, just sulking, and his little pet animals all missing him greatly. And here we were supposed, with the promise that we were going to be there to keep him company, and he wasn't, he was all by himself, kind of thing. And I just thought it was kind of funny, and it kind of greatly shows how Mike was always, concerned about everybody else, and how his friends were doing, kind of thing. So, and I know it meant a lot to Todd too, because after Mike passed, it was one of the things that he always remembered that sketch, and so he asked me for that. You still have that sketch? And of course I still have it. So I sent him that. So this is a copy of it. So the original now is in Todd's hands, framed on a wall somewhere. So at any rate, that was my little anecdote of just what a good friend that Mike was, and how he was always looking out for the other guy. So all right, well, y'all enjoy. Thanks.
Richard Case.
These are great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really are. Honestly, it was great receiving them. I taped a lot of them. That's why occasionally you might see the word balloon logo. That was not an intended advertisement. Sorry, everybody. But no, it's man, I'll tell you, I'm saving a couple of the real ones that will make us cry for the end here.
Oh,
but yeah. Sorry.
The older I get, the more I cry.
People, No, I understand, man. Again, yeah, it's August is always really melancholy because that's when we lost Mike. That's when we also lost Mike Turner. Mm-hmm. And in both cases, it was right after conventions. And it was really just such a shock. We were all just, that great afterglow after a con. I always say traveling to conventions, and I'm sure you guys feel the same way, especially for out-of-state shows. It's like expensive summer camp.
Yes.
Because you're going and it's all our out-of-town friends, and we're hanging out and we're having dinner and after-hour drinks and just hanging. And it's this great feeling. And you're wiped out, but it's like, all right, yeah, man, it was good. We were all hanging out. And literally, in both cases, well, Mike Turner, sadly, it was during a Wizard World Chicago. We found out on Friday, and really half the guests left on Saturday to go back to LA and pay tribute and do what they can for the Turner family. I remember Jeff Johns and Jeff Loeb and among others that just, it was just horrible. And Mike, it was that Monday after the con, and it's like, we just saw him. And I mean, really, he was at Chicago, and we all were just talking to him and stuff. And then, now he's still with us, but now he's just inside of us, and it's tough. It's a shame. And I for years I was in sports talk radio, and I had to produce a lot of memorials to people that went, athletes and stuff. And sometimes I felt insincere because this was part of my job, and I did the best I could, and I don't think I slouched or disrespected anybody, but it just didn't feel personal.
Yeah.
And I have to say, this year doing these Ringo tributes, it was an honor to do them. And yeah, because Mike really does. He still means a lot to me. So I feel that I'm paying him back for all the great stuff he did for me.
Yeah.
You know?
I think Mark Nathan has said it best when he has said he has a lot of good stories to tell about Mike, but he doesn't have enough stories to tell because time took him away from everybody way too soon.
Yeah.
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 So.
Yeesh. I know, guys. Believe
Okay.
me, it's tough. I know I'm gonna make Christy cry again. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm gonna. Can I give a shout out to some Baltimore people?
Of course, please, absolutely.
The Baltimore Comic Con, like I said, it's family, and I really want to give a shout out to Brad and to Roger and to Andy and to Constance. I was so looking forward to meeting the baby, and who else? Randy, and of course Shelly, who works so hard, and Lauren and Mark, and I feel so honored that they, took me into their family, and Tom Zoller and Steve Conley.
Steve Conley too, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, I want to talk about he's amazing.
Yeah.
Even though he doesn't understand how awesome ELO is.
Oh well, there he's wrong. There he is wrong.
No, he just torments me about it.
I like ELO, absolutely.
But they're my favorite band in the world. But I mean, Brad puts together all with the guests, and Roger with the panels, and Constant keeps everything and registration and all of us sane, and as sane as we can be, and Dustin, and it's just like there's so many people there, and Lynn, and there's so many people that just work so hard, and it means so much to everybody, and I just wanted to shout out to them and tell them how much I know that Mark and Shelley love them and appreciate everything that they do, how much I love them. And just, we miss everybody, but we're all here. So I just wanted to make sure they all knew that.
No, that was great. Absolutely. I've got some of the nominees up here, and I want to talk about some of them, and I am going to bring up these again. We're just over a half hour now from the Ringo Awards.
Yeah.
Kevin Smith will start things off for us. We've got a great Jeff Johns keynote speech.
I'm so looking forward to that.
Yeah. So it's going to be great. But honestly, I wanted to get some of our opinions on some of the nominees and take a look at the horse race and get our opinions. Pardon me, I'm drinking my seltzer. And it's coming back to haunt me. So let's. I want to start off with the best graphic novel. Let's see what we got there, man.
Sure.
So, and man, thank God I got my glasses on right now. Look at all those nominees. I'm looking at.
There's so many good ones. Snow Glass Apples is. I loved it. I just loved it.
Yeah.
I got a couple copies for the store, and they sold, and I was like, but I don't want to sell this one. Give me it back. You can't have it. But
Penny Nichols from Top Shelf is great.
Yeah. And I mean, even Dogman, who I probably would have never read it, except it was obviously nominated because it's nominated all the time. Now, I have to admit, I do read all Raina's books, not because I have to, just because I still love them. But Dogman is surprisingly entertaining. I was like, really? But I was like, okay, but it's actually good. But that's a really hard group to choose from. So
totally.
I want to assure CK Johnson that says, only 6 people are watching. No, we're on several panels or on several platforms right now.
Yeah.
CK, we got a few hundred people watching currently. Don't worry about it. But it's okay. I just wanted to reassure him that nobody's watching.
Don't worry.
It's like, no. People are watching, and people are thinking about Mike and thinking about these categories and these awards. So let's see. I'm going to bring back up the group here. Let's see. Best comic strip. Let's check that out for a second. So, man, I'll tell you, Nancy. I got to acknowledge Nancy, and this is my own personal feeling. honestly, Olivia has done such an amazing job modernizing Nancy, but still maintaining the classic look. But I love the fact that Nancy is absolutely a 21st century Nancy now, and it's great.
Yeah. I'm completely biased here, though. I go with middle-aged Steve Conley.
Sure, that's
completely biased, but I love that. I absolutely love that. Every time, it's so good.
That's awesome.
So that would be mine.
I understand, and truly, thank God there are still comic strips because really with the state of newspapers and I'm a Comics Kingdom subscriber, the King Features subscription thing. It's a great deal. Here's an unbiased commercial for Comics Kingdom.
They'll appreciate it.
It's like $20 a year, and you can curate your own funny pages.
Wow.
And the great thing is, not only does it have all the current stuff and a great archive, but you can also throw in a lot of classic stuff. And I've been reading Dan Barry, Flash Gordon, and John Cullen Murphy's Big Ben Bolt. I'm a boxing fan, and it was the adventures of a heavyweight contender, and just one of those great adventure strips. Secret Agent Corrigan, you can throw in there, Spider-Man, so many great things, and it's honestly. So I love comic strips, and I'm always glad that there's still an important part of the mix of comics. So let's see, what else have we got? We can do. Let's see. Oh, we got Best Humor, of course.
Ooh.
And this
is really tough too.
Absolutely, seriously.
So subjective.
Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen is completely underrated.
Yeah,
I don't think it's underrated. Do you think it's underrated?
In most people, under the radar, I guess it would be.
Fair. Maybe you're speaking from
under the radar,
your own store's perspective.
I was like, no, you have to get this book. And people were like, it's Jimmy. I'm like, you have to get this book. It's so good. But I also like Twisted.
Yes, sure.
I think Source Point Press is one of the best presses out there right now.
Yeah.
But I also I really like Rick and Morty versus Dungeons and Dragons.
It's excellent.
It's so good.
It's so funny.
That was one of my choices last year also.
And to Dungeons and Dragon fans, we should point out that there's going to be some gaming tonight after the Ringo's going on.
Yep,
and
11 o'clock.
Yeah, Sal, help me out. Jim Zub, Cecil Castellucci. Right?
Yes. Oh my God.
Jim Zub is the Dungeons and Dragons king.
Yeah. I know he runs his own game. We one of the ways we got him was just by saying like, listen, you just get to play. Like, don't worry, you just have to play. And he's like, I'm in. Like, please. Yeah. Let me see if I can pull up the whole crew.
While you're doing that, I'm going to acknowledge Sam Humphries. It was Mark Russell. Pardon me, with the Wonder Twins.
Yes.
Yeah. And
it's good
Mark
too.
Mark is one of the best humor writers out there. And he did an amazing job with the Wonder Twins. It's a book that we've all been begging for decades, literally. And I'm so glad that finally it happened.
Yeah.
And it really was. It was a tremendous run. I'm sorry that it's ended. But
that's a tough category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No kidding, man. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, and no disrespect to Fangs or Lazy Parrot.
None to that, but yeah.
No, that's why I brought it up. I really think that's one of the more interesting categories. That I think it's quite a horse race, and really a lot of. And I thank God that humor is back and being done well in comics, because again, that's another genre. We did a horror panel today, and had to, because I mean it's so great to see at a great comic shop how there's a wall of great horror comics.
Oh yeah,
it's not just a shelf or two, and that's amazing in itself. And thank God, it seems like now humor is starting to come back.
Well, we really need it.
And I want to, and actually they're not nominated this year, but I want to give a shout out to Ahoy Comics and all their great books, because my God, so many of my favorite people, and I know old friends of yours and mine, Christy, people like Tom Pyre and Stuart Moore and Jamal Eigel and the like that are
Jamal,
and Mark Russell, and that's one of the reasons why seeing him nominated for Wonder Twins. All the stuff that's happening at Ahoy right now, I have a feeling that they will be populating the Ringos next year.
The Edgar Allan Poe Snifter of Terror is great. It's just great.
No, I agree.
I'm biased there too because my dog's named Poe, but
Oh, that's cool.
no, it's such a good book. It's
Yeah,
such a
well,
good book.
it's a great parody of those fantastic Gold Key and
Mhm.
Western, when they were doing Twilight Zone and Thriller and all those great books. So no, I get it, man. That's awesome. All right, I'm checking the time. I should get back to some more tributes.
Yes, yeah.
Because we still have some left.
I'm
So-
dying to see the Scotty Young one.
Well, ask
How about
me, ye shall receive. 1 second. Let me bring up the Scotty.
He
Hold
was
on 1
great
second.
that first year. He had us all crying and laughing at the same time.
Yeah, well, he's doing it again. Here's Scotty Young,
Oh.
everybody.
Mike was a dear friend and a mentor to me in the beginning of my career. I was a young kid coming up in this business, trying to figure out how to draw, how to navigate, how to stand my ground. And Mike was always there for me to give his experiences. And over the years of our friendship, we spent many, many hours on the phone while we're drawing, laughing, talking about movies, talking about comics, seeing who found the new Olivier Vatine hardcover art book from France. He meant a lot to me. I probably would not be where I am today if we wouldn't have had our friendship when we did. I love you, Mike. I miss you, man. I think you'd be excited to see what all of us cartoony talking animal artists have been able to accomplish because of your inspiration. Love you, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I hear you. And it's so. If there's one student to Mike's mentorship that I would point to, it for me, it's Scotty. It really is, because I really think Scotty really did connect with Mike on a real spiritual level, and also it's been a pleasure watching Scotty evolve from when he started to where he is now. Not just as a creator, but also a guy that understands that you have to be a businessman as well. And seriously, Sal, you'll appreciate this from a crowdfunding standpoint.
Sure, yeah.
Like Scotty and I would really, when Patreon first came on the scene, he's like, "What do you think?" And I'm like, "Well, I like it. What do you think?" And it's like, he's like, "I'm looking at him, man. I'm looking at him really carefully." And yeah, it was just, and also Mike did it in a quiet way. And Scotty was never disrespectful, but if a book came up and Scotty didn't want to do it, and it was still a big book, he'd say no.
Right.
And I think that really shocked, especially Marvel at times.
Oh, totally.
Because Scotty really did what he wanted to do. And those great Wizard of Oz books that Scotty did
Yes.
with with Eric Shanauer.
Yeah.
Shanauer. They were great for the book market, but it took him out of the comic shops for a while. Good shops were carrying the comics and the trades, but really it was more of a bookstore product, and it really took him away for a couple of years in the middle of his prime. But he really wanted to do that, as opposed to doing name the hero, name a solo Avenger or X-Men or whatever.
Seriously, yeah.
And I love that about Scotty. I really do. And now, God, with all of his creator-owned stuff, it's just outstanding. And I know that it wouldn't have only been Talos that Mike would be doing right now, creator-owned. And I know Scotty probably misses those likely conversations they'd be having right now.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I tell you what, I do a live sales show 4 times a week, and anytime there's a Scotty book, everybody wants it. And I have quite a few because I'm a huge fan. So if I like something, we have a lot of it. So
I had him. I'm sorry, I had him recreate for a sketch for me once, and it's on one of my walls that you can't see right now. But he did a YA version of Iron Man and the Armor Wars, and there was a great classic cover that he did of Tony holding the helmet in almost that great Hamlet, "Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well."
Yeah.
Pose. And it's one of my favorite pieces I have. And it's in that scratchy Scotty style to do the way he did it and everything. And it really is. And it's great. And it's not that big. It's only so big. But I just do it. And it's great. My nephews will come and they look at the art. They love the fact, Uncle John's house is a play. I am Uncle Buck. I don't. I really am. I mean, I don't smoke the cigars, but pretty
So
much
you're
everything
making
else.
pancakes.
I am absolutely with the snow shovel, 100%. And yeah, man, no, they come, and that's like one of the ones that they're always like, "Wow, that's really cool," and they don't even know the Shakespearean reference, but just seeing Iron Man holding his helmet and everything and looking at it, and it's
awesome.
like, yeah. So that's Scotty,
That's Scotty. He's just Scotty's awesome.
He's the best. He's the best. We can talk about a couple of categories before we go back to our last couple of tributes. There's only 2 left of the tributes.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm saving, and Scotty's an emotional one. And like I said, I'm saving the best stuff for last. And I'm blabbing right now to get to the Ringo. I'm totally stealing.
Oh, please.
All right, so we got best cover artist. This is cool.
Oh, cool. Oh man.
And another
good choice.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. This is great. I'm a big Christian Ward fan. Absolutely.
I gotta give them
amazing.
My pick's Monstrous. Monstrous is
I
just
have
so
to,
good.
Yeah, I have to pick Sauna. I tell you what, though, what I love about this is just the scope. It's just everything on this. Anybody on this list could win, and I wouldn't be disappointed. But I tell you what, Monstrous blows me away.
Yes.
Every issue, the art and the writing blows me away. It is still one of our best-selling books, and I will suggest it to people, and they're like, I don't know, and I'm like, just read. Here's the dollar issue. It's actually, I think, $1.50 because it's a double issue. Here you go. Just take this, and then they come back and can I have all of them?
Get the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you got to and that's always so wonderful when you sell an indie series or a smaller press series where you sell the first volume and then you sell the rest of the run, and you're like, I gotta order the whole run again.
Exactly.
Which is always nice.
Hey, David Peterson is.
Hey,
David.
How are you, David? Glad this year I don't have to learn how poorly my dress clothes fit.
Tell
David,
Julia
we missed
hello.
you, man. Yes,
Hi, Julia.
absolutely. Hey, Julia. My God, I miss you.
Julia
David.
gave me some of the best advice in the world about having a grandbaby. So I am indebted to her forever. So she and
That's
David are
awesome.
2 of the nicest people in the world also.
That's hilarious. No, that's fantastic. The great legend is here. Thank you very much, Johnny Ringo. Indeed. Indeed. Thank you, my man. That's hilarious. All right. While there's time, because there's now just about 19 minutes before we start. And like I said, we've got 2 more tributes that I want to get to. And I have to keep switching screens to get to the video. So they are. Okay. So where's my guy? There he is. Another guy that goes way back with Mike, and that's Jeff Parker, the great writer.
Oh, Jeff.
Hi. So we're remembering Mike Waringo. Boy, if you want the really good stuff, when we start having conventions in person again, just come up to me because I'm not recording any of that. But there's nothing bad anyone's ever going to tell you. I mean, at the risk of making Mike a saint, he was just an incredibly fun person to know. Everybody's probably already talked about his booming laugh, which just encourages you to try to make him laugh. One of my favorite things I was thinking about was at convention season is how Mike and I would often we'd either drive together or we'd fly together, sitting on the airplane. And as soon as we hit the show floor, though, it was like we'd both look and agree later, not get lost and bolt. And I had more than a few people come up to me and say, "Hey, what's going on with you guys? Are you doing okay?" Because you guys don't eat together, you don't talk, you don't do anything during the show. Aren't you in a studio? And we were in Artemis Studio in Hillsborough, North Carolina, for years in the 90s. And then I'd have to explain. It's like, yes, and that's why we try as hard as we can to stay apart during the show. Because when we're working together, we've heard all our stories at that point. We're telling anything like, Cully Hamner calls Mike from Gaijin, and then we get to hear later like anything Cully said, and it's like we're just
living for any details because there was no big giant internet forum or Twitter or anything where you could keep up with what was going on in the comics industry. It was all about your network of friends and whatever they chose to tell you, how believable that might be. So Mike and I would, we'd hang out with everybody we could, go to dinners and all that, and just like, I think both of us were visually, just like locking it all in. And then when we get back to the studio, then, we'd spend the next few weeks just trying to remember everything that we heard and saw to tell each other. And it was just kind of a fun little coping mechanism to give us material to discuss at the studios that was often misinterpreted by everyone around us. If I get time for one more, one of my favorite memories though is New Year's Eve, and I think it was like 97 or 98. And Mike and I both found ourselves not in relationships at the end of the year. And thus we had no parties or whatever to go to. And one of us called and we're just chatting and like, what are you doing? And they're like, I don't know, let's go down Hillsborough Street or something and, and maybe get a beer. And that night on New Year's Eve, we just went to a bar, just the two of us. And we played trivia. And you put a lot of pressure on at the time, when you're younger, you put a lot of pressure on having fun on New Year's Eve and making something big happen. But precisely because we went the other route and it's just us hanging out, having a great time, trying to beat some other people in a bar at trivia. Do they still do that, by the way? It's just one of my absolute favorite memories of hanging out with him. And we were pretty good, by the way. We knew a lot of useless facts combined. I don't know what to say. I love the guy, and I wish all of you could have gotten to know him as well as I did. I did not realize how lucky I was at the time. Have a great Ringo Awards and enjoy the virtual con.
There you go. Yeah, that's this is why I love Parker, man. He's one of my favorite people, and he's just that kind of great laconic kind of just shaggy dog kind of. We just had a good time. He's great.
He's my man from Uncle, buddy.
Oh, that's awesome. That's fantastic. And of course, big James Bond writer. And so we had a spy comic panel with Parker and Rob Meyer Burnett talking about spy comics. So. No, I honestly, I love Jeff. Jeff, one of the best Batman 66 writers when that DC book was happening and stuff. And that's the thing. There's another great writer that can combine humor with action and stuff. Yeah. And just do great comics.
Original art, I have 2 of the pages from Batman 66 meets The Man from Uncle.
Ooh.
Oh, that's fantastic. Sure. Yeah. All those crossovers were great. The Green Hornet.
Oh, yeah, they were great.
Yes.
With our own Ringo host, Kevin Smith. That's coming up in about 15 minutes, everybody. So that's it's coming fast and furious.
Ooh, that's right.
So let's see. All right, something. All right, I am going to play it. I saved the best Ringo tribute for last. Again, Todd DeZago, so many other great Dan Slott, so many great Ringo collaborators over the years. But I think Mark Waid is a guy that we all kind of think of when we think of Mike. And and Mark had a really nice tribute, and here it is now.
I have worked over the past 35 years with hundreds of artists and collaborators. And to this day, there's been no one better than Michael Ringo. I miss him every day. I think that some of the best work that I've ever done, I've been able to do because he was my partner. I first knew of him back before the Flash days. I had seen none of his work, actually. I was standing in editor Brian Augustin's office, and we were looking for a new artist. And I looked down on Brian's desk, and upside down on the desk, upside down to me, was a page from an issue of Justice League Quarterly, a 10-pager that he had drawn. just come in. And I knew looking at that page upside down, out of context, I took one look at it and said, that's our guy. And we got a upside, right side up look at it, and it looked even better. But I got to tell you, that was our guy. And Brian loved Mike's art, got a hold of him immediately. And that's what gave me my second wind on the Flash after the return of Barry Allen. He did things with the way you visualize speed, with the way that you visualize that character that people are still using as reference points. Artists are still using as reference points. And working with him was just a delight. And then we moved over to Fantastic Four and did that for nearly 3 years. And I got to tell you, that, again, one of the best working experiences I've ever had in my life. Mike was always up for the challenge. He enjoyed talking about the stories ahead of time, but he was always hesitant about putting, infringing, quote unquote, too much in my lane, but which is baloney. I mean, Mike was a good storyteller. So I always encouraged him. Let's talk this thing out. As a matter of fact, about halfway through the FF run, maybe a little after halfway through, I just said, look, can we just do plot dialogue now? Can we just do where I just send you the plot and then you work out the pacing in the pages and I'll put in the dialogue later? Is that okay with you? And he was nervous about it, but he was fine with it. And I think it's some of our best work. My favorite memory of Mike on a professional level is that I went to his office once, way early on. I think we'd done like 2 issues of Flash, and I was driving through his neck of the woods, stopped into his studio, and met him for the first time. Swell guy, and saw how he was working, and it was insane. No wonder he was making himself sick working around the clock. He would do real rough thumbnails of every page, and then he would do very, very tight breakdowns of every page, and then he would do very, very, very tight drawings of each page that, not even on the page yet, just on typing paper. And then he would lightbox it onto a piece of artboard and draw it for the 4th time. And it always looked great. It never lost anything in the translation, but boy, he was just, that's no way to work, dude. You'll kill yourself. He got the confidence not too long after that to really just put the pencil to the paper and let magic happen. He was kind. He was funny. He was always there to talk. And I've never forgotten this, and I will never forget this. We were on Fantastic Four. The then publisher of the company didn't like what we were doing and asked that I be fired off the book. And without hesitation, Mike said, all right, I'm going to. I didn't have another gig lined up. I had other stuff I could do, but he didn't have other stuff he had lined up. But nonetheless, Mike just said, you know what? Mark's gone, I'm gone. And I will never forget, did never forget during our time together, and will never forget that that's the kind of integrity that man had. He was, again, great to work with. His sense of style was strong. I love the fact that I would call him often. This is the thing. As a comic book writer, you want to be kind to your artists. You don't want to continue to make them ask them to draw things that are insane, that would take them forever and they will hate you. So I remember, if I'm going to do like a baseball stadium in a comic book, I'm going to call the artist ahead of time and say, are you good with this? This is a lot of work. And they always are, but they appreciate the heads up. But Mike, I would call him up and I'd say, listen, this scene is in an auto body shop, which means it's pretty complex. Are you okay with that? And he would just laugh and say, yeah, because I've never drawn that before. That was his answer every time to any time I posed something to him that I thought might be formidable to draw. He dove into it with enthusiasm. An infinite library full of infinite bookcases, great. I've never drawn that before. That'll be fun. That was Mike all over. It's been years, and I don't know. It's August 12th will always suck as the day that Mike passed away. And I am lifting a virtual glass to you, sir. You deserve all the accolades that you're getting now. I only wish that you were around to hear them. And I wish that when you were alive, you would have believed that people had cared this much about your work, because they do.
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
I know. We're all big verklempt. I understand.
Thanks, John.
Right? Come on, man.
This is what I've been doing.
I think his best work was with Mike. So it just is, well, it just.
Yeah. Well, and like Mark said, that unified front, and I'll say the name, when Bill Jemas decided that, okay, that's enough of these guys, let's bring in a new team, and the entire fandom is just like, are you nuts?
Yeah.
And truly, fine, Mark was pissed and everything, but Mike was ready. Hey man, you're taking him off, you're taking me off. Well, what do you mean? That means the look of the book might have to change. Right. And it really it just shows that importance of the hand-in-hand relationship of the best creative teams, where they have each other's back. And it's like, no, it is a partnership. The writing is as important as the art. And I know a lot of times the scale in the 90s, it was art and then writer. 2000s, it was writer, then art. I do believe that we're in a period right now where it may not be completely equal, but the scale's bouncing towards equal. And I really think the knowledgeable fan recognizes that it is, the writer doesn't do all the storytelling, that really 80% of what you're reading is coming from the artist. As far as visually, it's a visual medium.
Yeah.
Well,
but as Neil Gaiman would always say, sorry, Christy, real fast. It's the combination that makes comics special, and it's bigger and more creative than a lot of times laymen give it credit. Please, Christy.
No, I was just going to say, just today I learned again from Absolute Carnage, when they're walking in to meet Peter Parker, and there's 616 on the apartment door, and I said, "This is great. Who thought of that?" It was all Ryan. So what makes comics special is that combination. Not saying that cartoonists like Terry Moore, his stuff is brilliant, but there's just something about that.
Yeah,
so I do need to mention a few more people.
Well, all right, because honestly, we are at crunch time. So.
For David Jeffries, who puts everything together, thank you to him. All of the volunteers: Chris McClelland, Alex, Sam, Mandy Santiago, Tracy Schmid. All of these people helped to make Baltimore what it is, and I totally forgot to mention that. I'm so sorry, you guys.
Well,
and
that's awesome.
And so thank you to everybody. And Mark and Shelley, of course, you have my heart always.
Yeah.
And Mandy's whole family comes help her kids. It's just, everybody is so great. So
Understood.
I just want to make sure I mentioned that before we ran out of time.
Well, I understand and I appreciate that. And thank you, Mark Nathan. Thank you, Randy Tischler, for what you do for Baltimore as well. And thank you, Sal and Christy, for helping me out on this red carpet.
Oh, thank you both.
It's my honor.
It's we're just a couple minutes away, everybody. Stick around. It's going to be the Ringo Awards. Kevin Smith opening the show. An incredible keynote speech as well coming up from Jeff Johns, and it's going to be a great awards night. I hope everybody enjoys it, and I hope you'll continue to enjoy. We got one more day of Baltimore Comic-Con. I mean, and then also after the Ringos, we got a Lucifer panel. Me and Joe Henderson talking to Lucy fans, and a great D&D session for you gamers out there tonight, and a whole slate starting early, 10 o'clock in the morning, all the way till midnight Eastern time. How about that? 14 hours of Baltimore Comic-Con for you. Thanks a lot for watching.
You're doing a great job, John. Thank you.
Well, thanks, guys.
It's over, man. Thank you.
Everyone's doing a great job. Seriously, enjoy the Ringos, and we'll all be back soon. Thank you very much.
Good luck, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Is my mic on? Is my mic on? It is on. Hey, everybody. Welcome, one and all, to the Ringo Awards, man. The 4th annual Ringo Awards here at the Baltimore Comic-Con, obviously online. Welcome, everybody. How nice to be sitting around talking about comics on a Saturday night before I go do so in a few hours on Fat Man Beyond. Wish I could be there right now, honestly, you know, and I wouldn't have said that. Maybe I would have said it ironically before COVID, but right now I really wish I could be in Baltimore. It would be preferable to being stuck in the house as I have been for a while and stuff. Hopefully everyone's having a great weekend. What a long, wonderful live stream. You guys are in the midst of swimming and whatnot. How wonderful. And right now we're kicking off the 4th annual Ringo Awards. For those who are like, what are the Ringos, man? This is these are awards for the best in comics across 26 categories voted on by fans and comic creator professionals, named, of course, for the late, great Mike Wieringo, who was a well-beloved artist who passed away tragically at age 44. God, it's so damn young. Of a heart ailment. I remember Ringo's work, man, and how beautiful that the awards are named after him now. Kids, comic books are everything to me and have been for forever. My favorite form of storytelling, perhaps. I can't draw. If I could, I wouldn't have subjected everybody to all those horrible movies. But I love the visual arts. Shecky! Talking to Baltimore, man. Wiener dog. Shecky! Why I fell for comics in the first place, I was a Catholic kid growing up. So I was fed a lot of stories about superpowered beings, and good guys and bad guys and heroes. And if you cut his hair, all the strength goes away and stuff like that. So I grew up with stories, the morality plays, if you will. Comic books have always been that. They're basically way more entertaining morality plays than the ones I got in the Bible. One of the things I've said many times that I love about comics, in fact, probably the thing I love the most, is their stories about people, whole cities running from the worst thing that has ever happened. And then, as you're seeing streaming, fleeing, screaming people heading toward the worst thing that ever happened is somebody in a very colorful costume. That's inspiring. It makes us want to reach for more. I know without comic books, probably wouldn't have the moral barometer I have. I was raised Catholic, sure, but I think everything I know about right and wrong, I learned from comic books, ladies and gentlemen. So tonight we celebrate the best in comic books, as said before, across 23 categories. This is the night of the fans. It is the night for the creators. It's a night for anybody who loves this this medium of ours, this comic book thing. Without any further hesitation, man, I welcome you, of course, to the Ringos. And now I'm going to pass the mic off to somebody who's going to talk far longer than me and has way more interesting things to say. Give it up to the great Jeff Johns. Good luck, everybody.
Thanks, and hey, everybody. It's great to be here virtually at Baltimore Comic-Con. Thanks to Mark Nathan, who I've known for years, whose dedication and passion every Wednesday, joy for people. Because no matter how hard life gets or what gets thrown at us, especially looking around today, there was always something to look forward to with New Comic Book Day. It mattered. New comic books help people. This day helps people get through things. Helped me get through hard times. It helps us get through hard times now. And Baltimore Comic-Con has always been about comics, just like, personified that joy of Wednesday, New Comic Book Day, just like Mike's work did and does. And sometimes New Comic Book Day in new comics is what you need to get through a tough week or a tough month or a tough year. We all need it. So keep making comic books. Keep reading comic books. Best of luck to all the talented creators tonight that have been nominated. And I hope everybody out there stays safe and enjoys your comics. Thanks.
You guys ready? Me too. My name is Randy Tischler, and I am terrified to welcome you all live to the 4th annual Michael Ringo Comic Book Industry Awards. We were going to originally pre-record everything, but we got called by the Mainframe Comic-Con guys and the Hero Initiative guys, and they had a great idea to do this live, to do something that's never been done before, at least in our industry. And I think at the time in any industry, although a couple of movie awards have happened in this manner since then. In any event, they convinced us that doing this live was a great idea, so I guess we're putting that to the test now. As those of you familiar with the Ringos are sure to notice, we have a little different format this year. I'm coming to you live thanks to Sapphire Studios and Diamond International Galleries, broadcasting to 8 streaming channels. I am sitting at the news desk from Previews World. I feel like I should be reading you the news or maybe telling you about your local weather because I'm sitting here in front of a green screen and, you know, the hairline. Anyway, please comment and cheer for the nominees and winners in the comments. Be nice. This is a celebration. Mike's spirit was important to the comics community. If you watched the red carpet videos in advance of this program, you saw the heartfelt words from a number of his coworkers and collaborators and friends. There's a lot more out there where that came from. I got an email just before this started with somebody willing to do another video, and so the sentiment is out there that Mike was amazingly influential and important to a lot of people. He was a good friend and an asset to the industry, and it was a real loss when he passed away prematurely. We include the fans and the pros in the balloting, in the nomination phase, and then pros only in the final ballot. Ultimately, everyone's voice is important, and Mike was as important a fan as he was a creator. He loved comics, and that's why we find ourselves where we are today. The jury chooses works from publisher submissions as well as from titles and publishers they liked from their own comics reading. Voters from over 140 countries participated during the nomination period, including every continent but Antarctica, and incremental over last year. I say that every year, or at least I have so far. Eventually, we're going to run out of countries. And now on to the thank yous. I would like to recognize staff members that have participated in the process over the course of this season. Steve Conley always helps us out with graphics and web mastery. Matt Merritt he does a yeoman's job every year. He does the nomination phase of the balloting process. He counts the thousands and thousands of ballots we get. He calls out the stuff that shouldn't be in there and figures out who all of the fan and pro really nominations are, and we aggregate those with the jury voting to come up with the final ballot. David Jeffrey is responsible for our sponsorship efforts. Normally, he also does the banquet, but clearly we don't have that this year. But David came in, we came to him relatively late in the process and said, hey, we're doing this live event, and we need to get some sponsors to pay for the physical awards. We're doing this thing after all. And he was able to wrangle a whole bunch of folks that I'm going to mention in just a moment. So thank you in advance to those guys who I'll mention shortly. Mark Nathan is our fearless leader and is part and parcel of the process from the word go. So he is always involved in all the conversations and decisions being made. Josh Gold is responsible for the physical awards. When you get those, you will have him to thank for that. His efforts every year have been appreciated. And then John Gallagher helps us with a presentation every year. This year, I would absolutely like to mention and thank the Mainframe Comic-Con guys, in particular, Chad Ramsden, Chuck Lindsay, and John Suntres, and all of the rest of their producers, backers, and minions that have enabled this weekend's festivities, as well as our #1 cheerleader, Jim McLaughlin from Hero Initiative, a cause that everyone should take a moment to support. We would not be doing this without their ideas, their help, their support. Everything that you are experiencing this weekend, well, I won't say everything this weekend, but the vast, vast majority of all the programming you're seeing and all of the production, certainly, and a whole lot of the publicity and the words you're seeing out in the ether are thanks to the Mainframe Comic-Con guys. They have done a fantastic job, and we really appreciate the level of effort they've thrown into this thing, and they're not done yet. So give them a round of applause. I'd like to recognize this year's jurors: Joan Hilty, James Kahoric, Jill Thompson, Carol Tilley, Jean Lin Yang, and our perennial jurors, Todd DeZago, Craig Russo, Mark Wade, and Matt Waringo. The jury had a particularly challenging task this year. The nomination phase began during the initial stages of lockdown for COVID, and publishers didn't have access to their offices. Deliveries were not functioning normally, and companies could not access inventories. So thank you to the over 40 publishers and imprints who submitted works to be considered. It was an amazing body of work, and I did not envy the job of the jury needing to pick from the submitted works in addition to anything they'd read and loved on their own. I have the privilege of reading through the submissions, and it was one thing after another that I was like, oh, that was great. Or, you know, this aspect of the book that they were nominated for or proposed to be nominated for was fantastic. The lettering or the inking or the coloring or whatever it might have been. So what ended up happening was we had a virtual submission process for about 99% of the submissions this year. And it was an adaptation on the part of the jurors because while I'm sure that they have certainly digested comics and graphic novels in that format, it was not what they were expecting. And it was not something that the publishers were expecting to have to do either until we kind of found ourselves in that circumstance. So we did the best we could in the circumstance, and I think we came up with a fantastic ballot. So I hope you appreciate it as well. Our presenters tonight, I'll talk a little bit about them when we get to them, but I'm just going to rattle off their names real quick right here. Travis McIntyre, Tom Akel, Jean Lewin Yang, Todd DeZago, Craig Russo, Mark Wade, Matt Waringo, Jill Thompson, and Jamar Nicholas. The sponsors for this year's show include Cards, Comics, and Collectibles in the Baltimore Comic-Con, as we do every year. Mainframe Comic-Con, definitely this year. As well as Bad Idea, Boom Studios, Jeppy Family Enterprises, Rocket Ship Entertainment, Source Point Press, Tapas Media, and Webtoon. And I'd like to pause here to take a moment to remember Thomas Spurgeon. Tom was a 2019 juror and had a great time at our show last year. I bumped into him on Sunday after the Ringos. I was just hanging out at the guest tables upstairs with Chris McClellan, another one of the staff members, senior staff members from the show. And he came up and we were just BSing for a while about the Ringos and the industry and everything else. And Tom ran the Comics Reporter website. He was a staple of the industry, and he was a friend of the show. We miss him, and his presence in the comics landscape will not soon be replaced. With that said, I will be your designated driver for the evening, but please have one for me. And hopefully you thought ahead and ordered or made your own crab cakes for dinner. Our first presenter of the night is the president of Source Point Press, and he's a friend of the show. Source Point has been a supporter of the Baltimore Comic-Con and particularly the Ringo Awards since our inaugural year. They were new to the landscape and they have been a fantastic friend of both events. So thank you to them. They are sponsoring these next set of categories, and I'd like you to put your hands together virtually for Travis McIntyre.
Hey, thank you so much, Randy. I really appreciate the introduction. Before I get started, I just want to take a really brief minute and talk about small press comics and publishing and some of what that's like. If you come up the way we did, you're out there, you're making the best books that you can, you're trying to publish the best stuff you can get your hands on, and you're traveling all over the country. You're emptying your pockets. You're trying to put the paper that you're making into as many people's hands as you possibly can. And ultimately, you're trying to be noticed. And you're doing that because you love comics. And while you're doing that, you're going to meet a ton of people. And a lot of them that you meet are your heroes, and they're people you admire. And it feels great. And it makes you love the industry even more than you did than when you started before you ever made your first comic. And that's the kind of stuff that anyone can really do if you put your head down and you try hard and you just sort of go for it, and you're willing to pull cash out of your own pocket and just try. But if you're really lucky, somewhere along the way you get to meet people like David Jeffries and like Randy Tischler and like all the rest of the team at the Ringo Awards and Baltimore Comic-Con, and you realize that what these folks are doing is shining a light on the best work our industry is creating year in and year out, and helping books get noticed. And they're doing that because they love comics. From self-published books that first found an audience on Kickstarter to big 2 blockbusters, they shine a light. And if you time it just right and you're paying attention, you might find yourself in a position to help make the awards happen. And that's me, someone who's incredibly lucky and humble and grateful to be a part of the Ringo Awards and help shine a light on some of the best work and the best storytelling medium humankind has ever managed to come up with, comics. So thanks so much for having me, guys. Thanks, Ringos. And on to the first category. So we're going to start with Best Colorist. The nominees are Jordi Belair, Andre De Fornassari, Edson Ferreira, Laura Martin, and Dave Stewart. And the award goes to Jordi Belair. We're going to accept this award on Jordi's behalf. Next up is the award for Best Cover. The nominees are Fabio Alves, Natasha Altarisi, I apologize for that, Stephanie Hans, Sana Takeda, and Christian Ward. And the award goes to Sana Takeda. We are going to accept this award on Sana's behalf. Next up are the nominees for Best Original Graphic Novel. The Adventures of Parker Reef to Save a Soul by Chris Campagna. Bottom Feeders by Fantagraphics. Dogman, For Whom the Ball Rolls by Graphics Scholastic. The Hard Tomorrow by Drawn and Quarterly. Hopcomb by Drawn and Quarterly. New World by Boom Studios. Penny Nichols by Top Shelf Productions with IDW Publishing. Simon Says from Image Comics. Snow, Glass, Apples from Dark Horse Comics. And the award goes to Snow, Glass, Apples from Dark Horse Comics. Here to accept this award is the artist Colleen Duran.
Unfortunately, we are running a little bit earlier than we had anticipated. And so a number of the people that were intending to participate, I think they are expecting to join the StreamYard session a little later, unfortunately.
You want me to talk a little slower?
You can talk a lot slower. You can go into whatever detail you want to about these categories or these creators. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we ended up, I mean, it's not unfortunate, but we did start a little early, and the introduction ended a little earlier than we had anticipated. So the estimated times are probably If you are watching at home, I think we're 20 minutes or so in advance of where we had estimated. Presenters and winners, if you want to talk for longer than you had initially wanted to do so, to talk about your coworkers or whatever brought you to this phase of your career, feel free to take a little extra time. So I think, Travis, for this category, we can accept on Colleen's behalf, and hopefully she'll join later. And if we get her in the room, we will give her a moment to accept her award in the middle of some of the other happenings that are going on. We'll try and communicate that. Yeah.
Excellent. Great book. Okay, last one that I have, which is Best Presentation and Design. And the nominees are Going to the Chapel, Danger Zone with Action Lab Entertainment, Making Comics from Drawn and Quarterly, Marvel Masterwork Pinups, Yo Books with IDW Publishing, Moomin, the Deluxe Lars Jansen edition from Drawn and Quarterly, New World, Boom Studios, Snow White Zombie Apocalypse, Scout Comics, Stan Sakai's Usagi Yojimbo, the Complete Grasscutter Artist Select, IDW Publishing, 3D Sweeties from Fantagraphics. And the award goes to Stan Sakai's Usagi Yojimbo, the Complete Grasscutter Artist Select, IDW Publishing. Here to accept this award is the designer, Sean Lee. Did he make it?
It looks like we don't have Sean yet. If the producer can check in the green room to see if Sean is there. And again, I apologize, folks. My back of the envelope math clearly was not aggressive enough. I was expecting to have a much later start for a lot of these categories. So I apologize to all of the nominees. I did see Colleen pop in for a second. Colleen, if you're out there and can pop back in, we'd love to have you back on the screen. And there we have Sean. Okay.
All right.
So pop me off and pop Sean on.
There we go.
Hi. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
Sean.
it. Thanks to the Ringos and the voters. Stan makes design work easy. Scott for the opportunity and lets me do whatever I want. So that's great. Thank you. It's an honor. Appreciate it.
Hey, Colleen. Congratulations.
Hi. Hi. Sorry we couldn't get in the studio earlier. Thank you so much for this award on behalf of Neil Gaiman and myself. Thank you so very much for considering us for our work on Snow Glass Apples. We're really grateful. I didn't expect to win, so I didn't write anything down. I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry, but we're really grateful and thrilled. And thank you to our letterer, Todd Klein, to my color assistant, Val Trulinger, our editor, Daniel Chabon, and our publisher, Dark Horse, and all the people who voted for us. Really overwhelmed and thrilled and truly grateful. Thank you so much.
Okay, that is the last one for me, I think. Right? Yep. I am all set. So,
okay.
Randy?
Thank you, Travis. I appreciate you spinning plates with me.
I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it. I think it's great. These things are tough.
Yes, live studio stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, thanks a lot. Thanks everybody. Keep making comics.
Thanks, Travis. Okay, so back to me, and again, I apologize for the lags that we're having here to get the people into the room. It's funny. My two of my three kids are moving into the performing arts, And my daughter's instructor through her high school years always talked about how live theater, you just never knew what was going to happen. So it was always an adventure and a great thing to go and experience for yourself. So our next presenter, do we have our next presenter yet? Alec, in the green room, do we have Tom Akel? Not yet. Okay. I guess I'm going to talk for a little while. So let me tell you a little bit about the process that we built this year for the Ringo jurors while we're waiting for folks to join. What ended up happening, as I mentioned, was everybody submitted their material digitally. And because we had some, 700 various pieces of individual work over the course of the publishers that submitted, it became unruly to manage. And so leveraging the technology that was available to us, we built a shared spreadsheet, basically, that tracked each of the publishers, their submissions for each category, their individual nominees for the named categories where it's best artist or penciler, best inker, best letter, best colorist, etc. And then the jurors had this as a resource to be able to access those pieces of work and determine what the categories were being considered for each of the individual comics or graphic novels. The process was different for everybody based on my conversation with the jurors. Some looked at the works on a per category basis, and they look at just all the inkers. Others would look at each work and consider it for each category, and build their own spreadsheets, built their own physical notes, depending on if they were graphic, if they were digital artists or physical media. It's an interesting dichotomy, and it was, like I said, it was a real challenge to get your arms around everything. Normally, come let's say May or June, one of the jurors or a couple of the jurors will post a picture to social media of a stack of graphic novels and comics yay high on their coffee table that they're working their way through, and it's a lot of fun to kind of see all the stuff that gets submitted and all the things that they get to read. And that was not something that we were able to do this year because, again, everything was digital. There was nothing to show. So it's unfortunate that some of the recognition that some of the publishers get for their submissions didn't happen in that way this year, but it was something that just like everything else in the COVID era, right? We do the best we can with what we have, kind of like tonight, and ultimately everybody worked their way through things. It took a little longer this year, I'll tell you that much, and a little bit more hand-holding in terms of some of the technologies. Some of the publishers used sharing mechanisms that had expiration dates. And by the time that the jurors got to certain pieces of work, the expiration date had come and gone. So we had to get those refreshed. It was kind of an ongoing exercise and a challenge. But like I said, we ended up with a great ballot. And I hope that everybody has a chance to take a look at the titles that were nominated. Everything was worth a read at a minimum. So now that I've gotten that out of the way, I'd like to introduce to you our next presenter for the evening. He is the CEO and publisher of Rocket Ship Entertainment. He is a huge Ringo supporter. He's another person that since year one, we have had support from him. He's been with a number of companies since our inception, and he has been a big fan and a big supporter every year. So it is great to be able to have him as part of our ceremony tonight. I think the categories he's presenting are particularly well suited to his background and knowledge base. So please join me in welcoming Tom Akel.
Thank you, Randy. Hi, everybody. All right, I guess I'm going here, right?
You're going.
Many companies. I've bounced around quite a bit. So hi, I'm Tom Akel. I'm the CEO and publisher of Rocket Ship Entertainment. And I'm here tonight to present the Fan Favorite Awards. So I have attended the Ringos almost every year. And for me personally, the Fan Favorite Awards are always the highlight of the show. There's no other field in entertainment really where the fans and creators are so connected as there is in comics. But before we hand out some hardware, I would like to just quickly read a quote, which I have in front of me from an old friend and mentor of mine and many of you in this room, the late, great Stanley. So if you'll forgive me, and I promise you I will not do my horrible Stanley impression, because everybody who knows Stan has a Stanley impression. I used to be embarrassed because I was just a comic book writer, while other people were building bridges or going on to medical careers. And then I began to realize entertainment is one of the most important things in people's lives. Without it, they might go off the deep end. And the quote goes on, but I'll pause it there and stop it, because the quote now seems to resonate more in 2020 than it probably normally would, as the deep end doesn't sound like such a bad choice for many of us these days. But for these creators, and the reason I chose that quote is that in 2020, as well as the fan favorite publisher, they have entertained millions of fans with their comics. And that's just been so important in the world as we know it. So it's my honor to present these awards on behalf of those who matter the most to us all, the fans. And there's been a little bit of trouble backstage, so I hope all the award winners are present. And I'm just going to kind of move forward. And it says in my script that I was handed, not this part, but I am obligated to say, the Ringo Fan Favorite Awards are sponsored by Rocket Ship Entertainment. Our first award is for Fan Favorite Hero. What would you sacrifice to save your family? How far would you go to protect your people? For Clove, the last princess of a near extinct race of dragon clans, the answer is unthinkable. Marry your greatest sworn enemy in an effort to bring peace to your land. With over 2 million subscribers on Webtoon, the winner of Fan Favorite Hero is Clove from Sub-Zero. Accepting this award is the creator of Sub-Zero, Juniper. Maybe. Are you here, Juniper? She was here earlier. And magic.
Yes,
there we go.
It works. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for this award. It means so much. This is the first award of any kind that I've ever gotten. So it means a lot to be recognized. And what can I say? I think for me personally, I went through a lot of hard times when I was making Sub-Zero. And it's really nice to know that there's so many people around the world who see it as an escape the same way I do. So it really means a lot. And, like I said, to be recognized. Thank you guys so much. And of course, thank you to Webtoon and my editor, Paul, for giving me my dream job and letting me not work public accounting anymore. So now I can pursue comics. And of course, again, thank you to my amazing readers and also my amazing team who I wouldn't be here without Tom V, Ollie, Wing, Ellie, Samantha, and Caden. You guys are the best. And like I said, I wouldn't be here without you guys. So thank you so much again for this award. It means a lot.
Congratulations again, Juniper.
Yeah.
So speaking of Stanley, our next award goes to one of the winners of the Stanley Superhero Comics Contest on Webtoon from a few years back. Unordinary is one of the most addicting webcomics I have ever read. And with over 100 chapters and over 4 million subscribers, it is still absolutely crushing it. Now, this next award is funny because it's a bit of a spoiler for those who haven't read it yet, in that just a few years ago, the same character won the Best Hero Award, and I had to accept on behalf of the creator at the Ringos. So, if you haven't read, now you know. The award for fan favorite villain is John from Unordinary. Accepting this award is the creator of Unordinary, Uru-chan.
Hi.
Hey.
Well, this is it was kind of pretty unexpected. Just got a call one day saying that John won favorite villain. What a flip flop that is, right? Yeah, 2 years ago, I think Arlo, his arch nemesis, won favorite villain. So I guess
That's right. Sorry. Yes, it was
yeah,
Arlo.
no
That's-
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I wonder if that says something about me. I keep winning these favorite villain awards. So, anyway, yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone who voted. Thank you to the fans for all the support for all these years. Thanks for taking the time to read and keep up with the story for so long. I wouldn't be here without you guys, and I'm gonna keep grinding away and keep trying to write the best story that I can. Thank you.
Congrats, Chelsea. And yes, it was Arlo who won fan villain. Now John won fan villain. I got that mixed up. So our next creator has over 7 million followers on social media, and her series Fangs has been read over 33 million times on Tapas. Let that sink in for a second, also because I'm here to buy time. Fangs is a story about humor, sweetness, and the awkwardness of meeting someone perfectly suited for you, yet also vastly different. And in this case, a vampire and a werewolf. So the fan favorite award for new series goes to Fangs by Sarah Anderson. Accepting this award is the creator of Fangs, Sarah Anderson.
Hi.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Hi, how are you? So I want to first say thank you to the Ringo Awards, of course. I also want to say thank you to my publishers, Tapas and Andrews McNeil, and especially my editor at Andrews McNeil, Lucas Wetzel. I'd also like to say thank you to my agent, Seth Fishman, for fighting for the book. And lastly, my biggest thank you goes to the readers of this series who were so kind in not only voting for me for this award, but for their warm reception to the series. This was so encouraging to me as a cartoonist, taking a risk and trying something new. Thank you. Also, Tom, your speech was great.
Thanks, Sarah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, in 2019, a new creator burst onto Tapas with 2 new series, Luminous and Path to You. Both slice of life series that speak to the different paths our relationships sometimes take. These have resonated with readers to the tune of being read over 1 million times on Tapas. The award for fan favorite new talent goes to Sinran, and accepting on behalf of Sinran is Tapas VP of Content, Michael Sun.
Hello. Hi, my name is Michael Sun, VP of Content at Tapas. I'll be accepting this award on behalf of Sinran, who very much wishes to be here, but due to scheduling conflicts and being on the other side of the world, it was a little bit tough to accommodate. So she prepared a pre-written speech that I'll be sharing with everyone now. Thank you for the Ringo Awards for holding this event. It's a great honor to win a new talent category. This would not have been possible without the support of my amazing readers and my publisher Tapas, who gave me the chance to publish a comic with them. And I would like to congratulate the other authors and artists for winning the awards on their own categories, and everyone is awesome. Congratulations. Thank you once again to the people who made this event possible.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Michael, don't go anywhere or go far because I'll need you again in a second. So finally, our last fan favorite award for the evening is for fan favorite publisher. Launching way back in 2012, if we can all remember that far back anymore, Tapas was founded by Chang Kim and has grown to be the home of over 58,000 creators and over 1.5 million chapters of comics. With digital needed more than ever in 2020, the very deserving fan favorite publisher, if you have not already guessed it, goes to Tapas Media, and accepting on behalf of Tapas is VP of Content again, Michael Sun.
I'm glad to be back to accept this award. On behalf of everyone at Tapas, we are so very humbled to receive the Fan Favorite Publisher Award. None of this would be possible without our wonderful community. We debuted Tapas, like Tom had mentioned, back in 2012 with about 7 creators. And over the years, we've built such an incredible relationship with the creator and reader community. We're proud to say that now over 58,000 creators call Tapas their home, and being voted as a Fan Favorite Publisher at the Ringo Awards is a testament to that. For me personally, I grew up reading comics. I remember having a very incomplete run of Mike Ringo and Mark Waid's run on The Flash back in, I believe it was like 94, 95. And I still have individual floppies of Telos in my long box. So to be here and to receive this award makes it feel like everything has kind of come full circle. And I know that the 4-year-old me would have gotten a huge kick out of knowing that this is what the future had in store. Again, on behalf of everyone at Tapas, thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations again. Thanks. So congratulations one more time to all of our winners, to all the winners in the previous categories. Good luck to everyone for the rest of the show. That's my time. Tip your bartenders, and if you're so inclined, I'll be here later to play Dungeons and Dragons live on either this stream or one of the other ones in the feeds. I think it's for a good cause, and other people way more important than me in comics will be in there playing Dungeons and Dragons as well. So tune in, enjoy. Thanks everyone. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you, Tom. So I have a little extra time to talk about this, and I like to do so every year when I can, and I didn't think I was going to have the opportunity to do it this year, but it is definitely worth mentioning the sheer volume of content that we received this year in terms of the voter participation. Every single one of the winners that you just saw. So the fan awards don't go through the same nomination process as the rest of the categories you see tonight. The nomination process is their final ballot, and it is it's majority rules. So the title or creator that gets the most votes wins, and the numbers for every single one of the people that you just heard from or heard represented in Sinran's case had an ungodly volume of fans put in a ballot on their behalf. And I will say that includes, so a little behind the scenes, one of the things that we have to do every year is we have to look at the ballots and say, okay, so which of these is really just not valid? And when you get something where the best cover artist was Juniper, and the best penciler was Juniper, and the best inker was Juniper, and the best publisher was Juniper, and the best presentation and design was Juniper, and I'm picking on Juniper. There's no reason for me to single her out, but it was we get that for every single category where it could be Stan Lee, right? It could be anybody where somebody doesn't want to put in the effort and they just want their favorite person to win everything, and they kind of mindlessly put in a ballot. Well, that's not a real ballot. We take that stuff out, and the volumes that were still left over were still just absolutely unbelievable. You heard Tom talk a little bit about the volume of readership that they have on their respective platforms or publications or whatever. That is representative of the kind of participation they get from their fan base at an awards like this and in a process like this. So congratulations to each and every one of them. I was particularly amused to see that, as Tom mentioned, the Best Villain Award went to Unordinary again. I believe that Arlo won the first 2 years in a row of the awards. I didn't actually go back and check before I made that statement, but I believe that's correct. Before we changed the rules where you couldn't win 2 years in a row like that for the fan awards. And it was just amusing to me that the tables had turned to where the other, what you thought was the protagonist is now the antagonist. It's a fascinating read. It's a good read. And if you haven't checked out some of these titles, you definitely should. I was not a reader of webcomics before this awards took place. And One day I was just curious to see what all the fans were excited about, and I read the first couple of issues of Unordinary, then the next couple of issues, and then the next couple of issues, and yeah, I read it every week. So that said, let's see. Great, we do have our next presenter. I would like to present to you the Library of Congress's 5th National Ambassador for Young People's Literature, the National Book Award finalist, MacArthur Foundation Fellow, winner of the Prince and Eisner Awards, Mr. Gene Luen Yang.
Hey, Randy. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for that fancy introduction. It's really an honor to be here, even though it's digital. It really is an honor to be here. So, as I said, my name is Gene. I'm a cartoonist. I am thrilled to be at Baltimore Comic-Con. This was actually on my bucket list. I also hope to get there physically at some point, but for now, virtual is awesome. I do have to say that I think Randy and the entire team is doing a great job. You know, the pandemic has really forced us to be innovative and creative. And I think this evening is the very epitome of that. There's a lot of innovation and creativity on display. And that's what we're here to celebrate as well. So I have 4 different categories to present. The very first category is for Best Letterer. And I was thinking about this for a little bit. You know, I sometimes write comics, and sometimes I do both the writing and the drawing. And usually when I do the drawing, I also handle my own lettering. And I grew up reading comics. When I grew up reading comics, I don't think I paid that much attention to the letterer. But now that I've done my own comics where I had to handle my own lettering, I realized just how important the letterer is. Because the letterer is actually pulling a magic trick on you, right? Like in a comic book, there's no such thing as sound. The only reason you have sound in your brain as you're reading that comic is because of the letterer. And if the letterer does their job correctly, you won't even know they're there. They're like a ninja performing this amazing trick on your brain. So for this year, we are going to be honoring multiple nominees and, of course, one winner. This category is sponsored by Tapas Media, and the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Letterer are Darren Bennett, Jim Campbell, Clayton Coles, Jared K. Fletcher, HDE, Nate Pecos, Cardinal Ray. And the award goes to Nate Pecos. Congratulations to all the nominees and also to the winner, Nate Pecos. So is Nate here to give a statement?
So Nate was supposed to participate. I suspect that he has fallen victim to our advanced scheduling mishap. And so again, like we did with Colleen, if Nate is able to join a little bit late, we will swing back to Nate and we will present Nate to accept his award.
All right. Well, the next category that I have to present is Best Letterer. I'm sorry, Best Inker. Again, in doing my own comics, I also had to ink, and that really is when I realized the importance of the inker. I have to tell you that I think that is probably my favorite part of the entire comic book making process. When you're inking, you feel like you're connecting with your future reader, right? Because when we're reading a comic, all the lines drawn on every page are laid down by that inker. They are like the final interface between the story and the reader. The inker's job is incredibly important because they are that interface. So I'm going to present to you the nominees for this year. This category is also sponsored by Tapas Media. And the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Inker are Keith Champagne, Marika Cresta, Sandra Hope, Maria Ubit, Dan Mora, Hyondo Pak. And the winner for the Ringo Award for Best Inker is Sandra Hope. Now, unfortunately, Sandra could not be here, so we are going to be accepting this award on her behalf. Nate's here.
Hey, Gene, how are you?
Good, good. Sorry, I
okay.
was in a little too early.
No worries.
But congratulations.
Did I win?
Oh, yes, that's why you're here. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, here, you want? Let's relive that moment. Is that cool? Okay, ready?
Yeah.
So the winner of the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Letter is Nate Pepose. Congratulations.
That's insane. Thank you. Should I do my thank yous?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you, Gene. I'd like to thank Randy and, of course, the jury, and anyone who voted for any letterer, because we all appreciate anyone who's got an opinion on lettering. I'd like to thank my publishers for keeping me busy. The other nominees, Darren, Jim, Clayton, Jared, HGE, Cardinal, the readers for also keeping me busy, and of course my wife. And that's it. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Nate.
Thanks.
Congratulations. All right. So the third category that I have to present tonight is Best Webcomic. This was not a thing when I was reading comics as a kid, and now that it is, I realize just how important webcomics are, because webcomics are like both the beginning of comics and the future of comics. I'll explain what I mean by this. My kids, I have 4 kids. The youngest is 8. For the most part, unless they sneak into my room and steal the comic books and graphic novels out of my bedroom, most of the comics that they first come across are on the web. They're web comics. So for many young people today, the way they get introduced to the habit of comics, to the glory of comics, really is through the web comics. And that's why, for many kids at least, they are the beginning of comics. And second, they are also the future. I feel like web comics are not very old, especially in comparison to other forms of comics. And there's still a lot to be explored there. A lot of that exploration has been done by the nominees that I'll be reading out tonight. Again, I want to congratulate every single nominee. The fact that you are on this little sheet in front of me means that you are doing something amazing. So I hope you'll keep doing it. This category is again sponsored by Tapas Media. And the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Webcomic are The Croaking by Megan Stevenson, who also is known as Echo Rise. Lore Olympus by Rachel Smythe. Fried Rice by Erica Eng. Penny Arcade by Mike Krahulik and Jerry Hawkins. Rocio Destra by Rocio Destra. Stand Still, Stay Silent by Mina Sundberg. Sub-Zero by Antonia Kruppa, also known as Juniper. And the award goes to Fried Rice by Erica Eng. So congratulations again to everybody who was nominated. Do we have Erica here?
So Erica was supposed to be participating, but again, I think we are falling into the the lag problem. And so again, if she pops in, oh, she just did. There's nothing like timing. Why don't you read that again, Gene?
Yes, I will. Okay, we're rewinding. We're going back in time. This is comics. This happens all the time. Okay, ready? And the winner for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Webcomic is Fried Rice by Erica Ng. Yay!
Oh my goodness. It's such an honor to accept this award in this group of nominees. Thanks, Jean. First, I just want to thank God for teaching me how to create out of love and confidence instead of for love and for confidence. I couldn't have known it without him. Thank you to my family, my mom and my dad, and my sister Alyssa, my brother Nathan. I love you guys so much. Thanks to the Ringos for hosting this. And last but certainly not least, thank you to my readers and to the people who voted for this story, who support this story. I am so grateful to you. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Erica. Congratulations. All right, I have one final category to present. And this is for Best Comic Strip. I mostly grew up reading comic books, but I did, like pretty much everybody else, I really did enjoy the comic strips in my local newspaper. And again, I had a revelation about comic strips after I started making my own comics. And that is that I think comic strips are kind of like the poetry of comics, right? Like anybody who's written poetry knows you got to make every single word count. And comic strips are sort of like that. Comic strips, because of the limited space, you got to make every single line and every single word count. There is something deeply moving and also deeply difficult about a well-crafted comic strip. This category is again sponsored by Tapas Media. And the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Comic Strip or Panel are The Middle Age by Steve Conley from Andrews McMeel Universal, Nancy by Olivia James from Andrews McMeel Universal, The Nib Editorial Cartoons by Pia Guerra at thenib.com, Rhymes with Orange by Hillary Price from King Feature Syndicate, Sarah's Scribbles by Sarah Anderson from Andrews McMeel Universal, and Wawa Wiwa by Andres Colmenares. And the winner of the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Comic Strip or Panel is Nancy by Olivia James from Andrews McMeel Universal. Now, unfortunately, Olivia could not be with us tonight, so we are going to accept this award on her behalf. Thank you again so much for being here, and thank you for having me as a presenter. Thank you for inviting me to the Ringo Awards, and someday I hope to be able to be there in person as well.
Thank you, Gene. Appreciate your efforts here under challenging circumstances.
It's been fun. It's been great.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so everybody has seen that we've had a couple of people that ended up joining late or didn't make their slot. What I will say is that for everybody that has won tonight or that was nominated and didn't win and would like to record a message of some sort, but certainly if you want to make an acceptance speech after the fact, please do so. Please make a video. We are happy to take that and put it up on our YouTube page, our social media page, share it with the Mainframe Comic-Con guys and their partners to put that message out as well. We sort of debated whether we should try and let the winning individuals or titles know that they were winning and give them a chance to pre-record something. And we really like this to be a surprise in the moment. We like everybody to participate and get recognized for the fact that the fans and the industry got behind them to have them on the final ballot. It is a real accomplishment. If you think about the number of books that come out over the course of a calendar year, January to December, it is a vast amount of individuals that contribute to this industry. And it is not limited to just the things that Diamond puts out, right? It is anything that is serial storytelling of that nature and in a graphic form. So it's a lot of things to be considered better than to get to the final ballot. It's definitely worth recognizing the fact that they made it this far, and you should applaud their accomplishments. So with that said, I think we are ready to move on to our next category. And the next category is the Spirit Award. To present the Spirit Award, I'd like to introduce to you Mike's coworkers, his friends, his family, both blood and not. Todd DeZago, Craig Russo, Mark Wade, and Matt Waringo.
Oh, we good?
You're on.
Great.
All right.
A few years ago, our good friend and gracious host, Mark Nathan, approached my wife, Suzanne, and me with a proposal. And looking around at the various awards being given out each year to comic books and their creators, Mark felt that there was an element of comics that just wasn't being represented. Joy. Mark wanted to create an award ceremony that not only recognized the literal and artistic achievements in the field of comics, but one that celebrated the reason we all love comics in the first place. To celebrate the thrill of that first brilliant cover that jumped out at you, the sense of wonder at the worlds that lay within, the sudden revelation that this was an art form that spoke to you, really spoke to you, and that for you there was nothing else like it. Whether you were drawn to the astonishing heroics of the Justice League, or the Black Hammer, the hilarious antics of Scrooge McDuck, or Cupid's arrows, or the shock and terror seeping from the vault of horror, or something is killing the children, comics became a part of your life, a part of you. Mark wanted an award ceremony that reflected that passion, that excitement, that love of all things comics. An evening that highlighted the fan as well as the professional, that embraced the indies and the burgeoning young web comics as well as the offerings from the mainstream. An award that was passionate, positive, encouraging, and supportive. These 4 words, he said, helped Mark decide what he wanted to call these awards. Suzanne and I were honored, and I won't lie, very touched when Mark asked if he could name these awards after my brother Mike.
Passionate, positive, encouraging, and supportive. For those that knew Mike, you would easily agree that Mike truly exemplified those words, and a few more. Generous, kind, compassionate, tall. Mike loved comics and the people who made them. One of his favorite things to do when he went to a show or convention was to take a tour of the indie tables. Tables usually relegated to the dark corners and back walls of the convention halls, and talk with, and yes, encourage every single new writer or artist, also very eager to show their wares. He approached them with a huge smile and a broad hello. Many of them knew him already from message boards and comic book chat rooms, and you could see the thrill they got simply by being recognized by this kind and caring professional. He would always find something nice to say. Mike will be remembered by many, mostly for his truly singular and enchanting artwork, his deft storytelling and expressive characters. He will be remembered by his friends and his fans for his passion, his kindness, and his spirit. With this in mind, Mark Nathan asked Matt Waringo, Mark Wade, Craig Rousseau, and myself to form a small committee to select each year a comic book, series, or graphic novel that we felt would be high on Mike's list of favorites, a comic that would appeal to all the qualities that we all loved in Mike. This award is called the Spirit of Ringo Award. Mark. He's on a lag. It's going to catch up to him in a minute.
Wait for it. Still waiting.
In Superman Smashes the Klan, writer Gene Luen Yang transports us to the Golden Age, to a post-war metropolis of 1946, where a fledgling, and I'm guessing that I'm not being heard.
No, you're being heard. Go. Go.
Hang on.
We hear you.
Guys, I'm really sorry. I screwed up. I'm just going to assume everybody can hear me.
Yeah.
In Superman Smashes the Klan, writer Gene Luen Yang transports us to the Golden Age, in a post-war metropolis of 1946, where a fledgling Man of Steel, still leaping over tall buildings and racing locomotives, customarily faced with challenges of strength and endurance, finds himself confronting the specter of racism and hate-mongering in his newly adopted city. Through the experiences of the Lees, a Chinese-American family newly arrived in Metropolis, we and Superman get to see firsthand the persecution and terrorist attacks used by people who are themselves terrified by the thought of anything different and unknown. With the sage advice of masterfully recast Inspector Henderson, Superman is tutored on the concepts of racism, prejudice, inequality, and the struggles of anyone viewed as different. It does not escape Superman that he too is different. Over the course of 3 gorgeous volumes, Gene establishes a fantastic stage on which to expose the villainies of hatred and intolerance on many different levels. The lessons learned here by the Man of Steel, as well as the characters throughout this clever and engaging tale, are lessons we all need to embrace. And sadly, it goes without saying that it is immeasurably disheartening that the attitudes and injustices so deftly illustrated in this historic graphic novel are almost as prevalent now as they were 70 years ago.
In bringing the world of 1940s Metropolis to life in Superman Smashes the Klan, artist Gurihiru gave us a Superman who was both larger than life and all too human in his early adventures to teach him about his incredible abilities as well as his adopted planet. There is an innocence in every page, every panel that reminds us of simpler times, of right and wrong, good and bad. It is a beautiful city of blue skies and shining spires, the perfect backdrop for the exploits of our young hero. And this stunning vista acts as a counterpoint to the horrible actions of the villains of our piece. The bad guys are depicted as regular citizens, no different than you or me, is the trick here. Gurihiru's character designs subtly tell us that we are in new territory. Hiding behind those white hoods, the enemy could be anyone. With consummate pacing and storytelling, Gurihiru's animated style makes us feel safe and comfortable as the story deals with these unsavory subjects. And as tensions build, the artist's palette shifts, as well as carrying us into dire situations that, frankly, seem unwinnable. As with any graphic novel, the marriage of words and pictures is vital. It either works or it doesn't. In the case of this graphic novel, the teaming was inspired and has given us a book that we are sure will be read and recommended for years to come. I think we're waiting for Mark again.
Superman Smashes the Klan made us believe in Superman again.
Superman Smashes the Klan made us believe in America again.
Superman Smashes the Klan made us believe in hope.
That is why we are very proud to present this year's Mike Ringo Spirit Award to Superman Smashes the Klan.
That was amazing. That was amazing.
That was completely unexpected. That was incredible.
Do you mind if I start, Marie?
Feel free.
Okay. Well, okay. So first of all, thank you so much. I admire every creator on that, your entire panel. Just the fact that you all like Superman Smashes the Klan means so much to me. I am so thankful that this book is receiving this award. But I also have to tell you, because I am a juror on the Ringo Awards this year, and I know it's a separate thing, but I don't feel totally right about accepting it personally. But I'm still incredibly grateful. I'm incredibly grateful. At the same time, though, I absolutely and 100% think that Gurihiru deserved this award. So I am a fan of them. Even if I were not collaborating with them, I'd be a huge fan of them. I believe that they are among the best in the business. And Chifuyu Sasaki and Naoko Kawano, who together collectively are known as the Team Gurihiru, I think they are elite cartoonists. There's no way this book would exist without them. So I know that Marie has some words from them, so I'll turn it over to her.
Hi, I'm Marie Javins. I'm the editor of Superman Smashes the Klan. And I have a statement from Gurihiru. They're in Japan. It's a completely different day there. So here is what they would like to say. First of all, we would like to thank the members of the jury that nominated our work. When we heard about the award from Gene, we were very surprised. When American comic books were hard to find in Japan, we used to ask a shop in Tokyo to send Mike Wieringo's books to us whenever they came out. We lived pretty far from Tokyo back then, so this award reminded us of those days. Our art has been quite influenced by his art style. Receiving the Mike Wieringo Spirit Award is a blessing to us. It was a joy to be able to work on Superman. At the heart of Superman Smashes the Klan, there is a serious theme about racism and discrimination, but we tried hard to express the story with a relatable and endearing art style. We hope we can continue working on stories that excite all readers. Best, Gurihiru. And as the editor, I would just like to tell a little story about how this book came about. It was March 3rd, 2017. I looked it up. Then DC editor-in-chief Bob Harris and I met with Gene at Emerald City Comic Con for lunch. And Gene said he had an idea for a comic. He said, have you ever heard the old Superman radio serial? And then he proceeded to spin to us a compelling tale about Tommy Lee's little sister, Roberta Lee, paralleling her immigrant journey with that of a famous immigrant from Krypton. Bob and I bickered constantly. We seldom agreed on anything, but we did not even look at each other. We didn't hesitate. Neither one of us paused. We both said yes on the spot. And that is how Superman Smashes the Klan was born. I would also like to thank the letterer, Janice Chang, associate editor, Diego Lopez, designers, Monique and Amy, the unstoppable agent, Judy Hansen, and this wonderful jury, and the Ringo Awards, and all the readers who have read and enjoyed Superman Smashes the Klan. Gene, Gurihiru, Janice, congratulations on your Ringo. It was an honor and a privilege to work with all of you. Thank you.
And Marie as well. Thank you so much, Marie. Thank you for all of your wisdom.
Thank you to the perennial jurors. Appreciate you dealing with the technical problems on Mark's end, and congratulations again to this book. I'd like to talk for a minute or two here about this book, just because Gene mentioned it. He was uncomfortable. Well, I'll step back and sort of reiterate. When we went into the process, the nomination process, Gene's book was it came up. I said Gene and Guru Hero's book came up a number of times through the course of the nomination phase, both from fans and jurors and publishers and everything else. And very early on, he came to me, approached me, and he said, I as a juror, I don't feel comfortable being a part of that process. So I'd like you to take me out of consideration. And I said to him, you know, I understand your perspective. I think that your work was a part of the, you know, things that should be considered. So maybe that's not the right idea, but I understand where you're coming from. So you tell me what you want to do. And he said, yep, I just want to be out of this consideration, and let's move forward without me. Okay. And having no idea that the perennial jurors would go ahead and choose his book, I was pleasantly surprised to see that. And I immediately started laughing and said, this is great. This is a way for him to get recognized without it having the perception that something hinky went on, because it didn't. And normally I don't call the winners and have a conversation with them about the fact that they have won the award, but I felt obligated, based on the conversation that he and I had on the phone previously about not being considered, that we had to talk through it. And immediately he was uncomfortable with the circumstance. He was smiling, but frustrated with the fact that he was actually included in the process. So the perennial jurors, they choose based on the type of work that Mike would have liked. It's a title that they think would be something that he would get behind as well. So I was very comfortable with it. And ultimately, when we talked through what the process was to nominate that type of work, he did accept that that was something that he could bear. So I'm very happy that Gene won. If you have not read this book, do yourself a favor. It is amazingly well written. The art is kind of a dichotomy to the seriousness of the story, of the undertones of the story. And it meshes amazingly well. I finished the book, and I immediately, I had been emailing with Gene already right around that time, just to tell him that, I was about to dig into his work. And as soon as I finished, I immediately dropped him an email and said, "Oh my God, Gene, I can't believe this. This is an amazing piece of literature. I'm so glad that I got to read it." And anyway, do yourself a favor, give it a buy, give it a read. You will enjoy it. Okay, so I would like to now introduce our next presenter. I see she has entered the room. She's the 10-time Eisner-winning comic book creator and our favorite scary godmother, Jill Thompson.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for allowing me and my cat Aberrant to present. He's just decided to start acting up right now when I'm going to have to do things. So he'll be walking across my table and biting me and doing other annoying things. I also have my helper, Mr. Pettibone, who's going to help me with thank you, Mr. Pettibone, with our envelopes of our esteemed nominees. I just have to say that having been a judge for the Ringo Awards this year was quite an honor and an incredibly daunting task to review over 700 pieces of excellent comic book stories. Stop it. Was actually quite refreshing because I don't get to sit down and read comics very often. So not only did I get to read really cool comics, but I had to do it because if I didn't, I wasn't going to be able to properly judge everything. So, and it's an excellent list. I'm not sure if everyone wants to read all 738 or whatever it was nominations, but it was you're stuck in the house, you might as well, or you should be stuck in the house if you're treating this pandemic as the actual threat that it is. So do you think I should start? Oberon, do you think I should start? Would you like to scratch this open right now? No? I see. You only want to scratch me. Well, let's go. What do we got? This category is sponsored by Boom Studios, and the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Anthology are Deadbeats, A Wave Blue World, Drawing Power by Abrams Comic Arts, Jim Henson's The Storyteller series, Sirens Archaea, Boom Studios, Strange Tales by Vices Press, and Thought Bubble 2019 by Image Comics. And the award goes to Jim Henson's The Storyteller, Sirens Archaea, Boom Studios. And accepting this award is editor Sierra Hahn.
Hi, hello, Jill. It's so good to see you.
Good to see you.
I'm so happy to see you. I didn't expect this, so it's such an honor. I'm sitting outside in Los Angeles, getting the last of our summer heat in. But yeah, thank you, of course, to the Ringo Awards. I think this is really cool. I know there's been some hiccups along the way, but this is a really special opportunity, especially right now, to get us all together in the comics community. So thank you for that. I didn't actually edit this book, but my wonderful colleague, Cameron Chittick did. And so I'm thanking you all on his behalf, because as editor, when you're doing an anthology, he's curating every aspect of it with the Jim Henson Company, who's an incredible partner for us, and bringing in the various artists. So I want to take a moment to thank those artists and the talent involved as well. So I apologize if I mispronounce some of these names, but we do 4 issues that are collected into the anthology. So I want to thank Bartosz Zichtibor, Jakub Rebelka, Chan Chow, Sarah Webb, Odd Koch, Corey Godby, and our wonderful letterer, Jim Campbell. I also want to thank the designer, Jillian Crabb, who put together a really beautiful package for the Jim Henson Storyteller line of books. And yeah, I just want to thanks to everybody again for being here. And that's it. Thank you.
Congratulations to you. Oberon, would you like to open this one? Come here, come a little closer. Come on, you're always into everything else I do, but when I need you to perform for me, you won't do it. Okay, next up, get my spectacles back on. This category is sponsored by Boom Studios, again. And the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Kids Comic or Graphic Novel are Dogman, For Whom the Ball Rolls, by Graphic Scholastics, no S on that. Guts, also by Graphic Scholastic. New Kid by HarperCollins. And then Science, The Elements of Dark Energy, Bedside Press. The Underfoot, The Mighty Deep, by Lionforge and Oni Press. And the award goes to, wait, a knife. Open things with my knife, since my assistant will not scratch it open. The Best Kids Comic or Graphic Novel is Guts by Graphic Scholastic. And unfortunately, Raina Telgemeier will not be able to accept this award, so we happily accept the award on her behalf. We're very excited that Raina keeps forging ahead and making enormous strides in our medium, making millions and millions of new comic fans around the world with her wonderful work. And I'm so happy that she's won this and that she's continuing to produce amazing things that we all as a whole can be proud of. Now we shall move along to this category is also sponsored by Boom Studios. And the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Humor Comic are Fangs by Tapas, The Handbook to Lazy Parenting, drawn in quarterly, Rick and Morty versus Dungeons and Dragons by IDW Publishing, Superman's Pal Jimmy Olsen by DC Comics, Twisted Haunted Highlands by Source Point Press, and Wonder Twins by DC Comics. And the award goes to Superman's Pal, Jimmy Olsen by DC Comics. And accepting the award is Steve Leeper.
Thanks so much, Jill. This is great. God. I'd like to thank the editors at DC. It's Mike Cotton, Jessica Chen, Brian Cunningham, Alex Antone. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody because we had a lot. The creative team on the book is Matt Fraction, the wonderful writer, Nathan Fairbairn, Clayton Cowles, and my assistant, uncredited but did incredible work throughout the series, Tom Rogers. I'd like to thank my studio mates, especially Dylan McConis, who posed for reference for Jimmy Olsen all the way through her 9th month of pregnancy. And I'd like to thank all the retailers and readers who supported the book throughout the run. Thanks so much, everybody.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Oberon, it's your final chance. Come on stage with me. Damn, I wish I had a movable cam. Okay, last category. It is sponsored by Boom Studios once more. And the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Writer are Drew Edwards, Jeff Lemire, Mark Russell, Erica Schultz, Mariko Tamaki. Who do you think it is, Oberon? Should we guess? Should we open it? I think we should open it. Wait, can't open it if I don't get my blade. And the award for Best Writer goes to Mariko Tamaki. And apparently we are also accepting this award on Mariko's behalf. So I'm sure she's extremely excited to get this award because she will be the best writer. And the best writer is a wonderful thing. She is such a great writer, and I very much love all the things that she's done. She inspires me with each thing that I read, and it makes me want to certainly work faster and be more prolific. So thank you to everyone who voted, for all of the people in these categories. Thank you to everyone who voted for Mariko as the best writer. She definitely deserved it. And I hand it back over to our next presenter.
Thank you, Jill. So we're more or less back on schedule, which is fantastic. I do want to take a moment to again apologize for some of the issues that we've had tonight, and some of those include having nominees not get their FaceTime on the screen. So if you were a nominee and you were expecting to be a part of the ceremony tonight, and for whatever reason it didn't happen, you didn't make it onto the screen, please send us a video of some sort, and we will be happy to give you your moment in the spotlight. I apologize again for the coordination issues that we have been having. The categories that we just heard. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Jill for going through the exercise of bringing some theatrics to our presentation tonight. Honestly, I didn't expect to be spending anywhere near as much time as I am on the screen this evening. I expected a pretty terse set of introductions to each of the presenters, and then the thank yous at the beginning and the closeout at the end. But you're getting a whole lot of Randy tonight. So my apologies for that as well. We are waiting for our next and final presenter of the night. And in a pinch, I can do some of the presentation in that category if we need to. We're getting some folks in the room, so bear with us a moment. Okay. So I think I am going to go ahead and start. Let's see. Bear with me one moment. Okay. If we get our last presenter, please interrupt me. This is going to be Multi-Glyphs Comic Award-winning cartoonist and educator and friend of Michael Ringo, Jamar Nicholas. Jamar has been doing a bunch of stuff for the Baltimore Comic-Con over the weekend with the Kids Love Comics Pavilion. He has been hosting a number of the presentations and interviews and whatnot. So it's been great to have him as a part of that as well. But while we are waiting for him, and hopefully he can join us momentarily, I will go ahead and start presenting the first category. This category is sponsored by Webtoon, and the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Nonfiction Comic Work are Coin Op Carnival, coinopcarnival.com, Grass, Drawn and Quarterly, In Waves, No Brow, Flying Eye Books, They Called Us Enemy, Top Shelf, IDW Publishing, and The Twilight Man, Humanoids. Oh, there's Jamar. Jamar, I just finished reading your first category's nominees, but I have not actually announced any of the winners. So I will let you take it from here to Alec, who is producing. I believe Mark Wade was in the room, and he is representing the Twilight Man. And I'm looking to see if any of the other folks. I apologize, folks, for not having this all ready the way we need to.
That's quite all right.
Yeah. So I'll let you go, Jamar.
Okay.
If you want to reread that category, that's fine.
Sure. Thanks, Randy. Hey, everybody. I'm Jamar Nicholas. Thanks for having me. It's great to be back at the Ringo Awards virtually this time. So every year is different and special. I'd like to thank everybody who's joining us live tonight. And sorry for all the weirdness, but that's what happens when you go live. So thanks again, Randy, for starting me off and kind of pre-reading everything for me. Just for the sake of my time here, I'm going to start over. So bear with me, please. This category is sponsored by Webtoon, and the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Nonfiction Comic Work are Coin Op Carnival, coinopcarnival.com, Grass, drawn and quarterly. In Waves, No Brow, Flying Eye Books.
Okay, best series, people.
They Called Us Enemy, Top Shelf, IDW Publishing. And The Twilight Man by Humanoids. And the winner of Best Nonfiction Comic Work is, I'm so excited, They Called Us Enemy by Top Shelf and IDW Publishing. Yeah, it's virtual hand claps. Is anybody from the team here to accept this award?
Yeah, hey.
Hey,
Hi, everybody.
Justin.
Yeah, hi, I'm Justin Eisinger, and my co-author, Stephen Scott, is probably in one of the other waiting rooms right now, and I know he'd love to probably pop in as well. And anyhow, thanks so much to everyone for this fantastic recognition. The privilege of working with George Takei to bring his graphic novel, a graphic novel rendition of his life story to this format was a huge honor. And you know, really the reception and allowing it to unlock the fantastic power of graphic novels to so many audiences has been a real treat and a real surprise, and I mean, we're so proud of. So anyway, Stephen, welcome to the party.
I guess we won.
Yes, we won.
Oh, wow, that's
Congratulations
amazing.
to the team, George and Harmony and all of us. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'd like to thank, first and foremost, George, who entrusted us to help tell this story in this way and bring it to a whole new audience. This graphic memoir doesn't exist without him. And thank you, of course, to my co-author, Justin, for going on this journey with me, to Harmony, who I know she's thrilled about this too. She could be here, for illustrating this story so beautifully. Huge gratitude to our editor, Lee, our publisher, Chris Staros, our letterer, Gil Lescano, who also designed our beautiful logo, and to the Ringos, everybody who voted for us, all the librarians who embraced this story and got it out there, all the educators who are introducing this to their students. We can't thank you all enough.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. Thank you so much. Again, special appreciation to Harmony Becker, our fantastic artist, who unfortunately was unable to join us this evening. I think it was truly her singular talent of being able to render a story through the eyes of a 5-year-old child that walked a line so carefully between showing the wonder and the magic, basically, of a child's experiences, as contrasted against the sort of the horrors that were experienced by the adults and George's parents and family in particular. So again, thank you to everyone who voted and has believed in the project and supported it. And we thank you all for believing in comics and graphic novels and their ability to share important stories like these.
Great. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Moving right along, and if anybody knows me, I'm known for running my mouth, and I really want to talk, but I think we're back on schedule. I had all types of things ready to waste time with, but you're spared this time. I'll get you next time. So again, this category is also sponsored by Webtoon, and the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Artist or Penciler are Chris Campagna, Colleen Duran, Sanford Green, Rosemary Valero O'Connell, and Mariana Piscasta. All right. And the award goes to, we have some digital foot stomping and rafter shaking. All right. And the winner of Best Artist or Penciler is Sanford Green. Yay, Sanford. That's great. Is Sanford here to accept?
He apparently is not here yet. If he joins late, we will, just like we have with everybody else, we'll get him added to the screen.
Very
he can
good,
do his
Randy.
acceptance late.
Thanks, Randy. Appreciate it. All right. I hope everybody's had fun today. We've had a long day in front of the computer, but I've had a lot of fun. Me and my buddies from the Kids Love Comics Consortium, we're doing really big things this morning, eating cereal and drawing cartoons, and also doing workshops and talking to some of the best and the brightest in the business. Please join us tomorrow for more fun, and I hope you guys hang out even after this for some more fun. I heard there's some D&D going on. I think I need to sneak into that. All right, so the next category is also sponsored by Webtoon. I think we're running the table tonight. And the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Series are Banjax, Danger Zone, Action Lab Entertainment. Bitter Root, Image Comics. Black Hammer. So the next one, there's like stuff going on. Black Hammer, Age of Doom, Dark Horse Comics. Forgotten Home, Vice's Press, Comixology Originals. And Something is Killing the Children from Boom Studios. All right, let's get those digital feet. And the award goes to Best Series, Bitter Root, Image Comics. Yeah. So I believe accepting this award is Sanford Green. And Sanford, if you want to give props for the last one you just won, you could get.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I was trying to coordinate, figure out where David and Chuck were.
You're good. You're good.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I tell you what,
So hold on, we'll do this for you, man. You got all the props tonight.
Got all the props, man. I tell you what, man. This is definitely truly an honor. First and foremost, thank you to the Ringo Awards and all of their service and what they've done over the last few years, and just giving us such a great ceremony to be a part of, and definitely want to thank David and Chuck, David Walker, Chuck Brown, my co-creative partners, who are absolutely, without a doubt, some of the most talented people I ever worked with. Special thanks to Shelley Bond, our editor-in-chief, if you will. She's been tremendous for us over the last year, really. Even Heather Antos, who was the editor before Shelley came along. Special thanks to Clayton Cowles, Rico Renzi, Sophie Dodson, who's a tremendous colorist. She's a new colorist on our latest volumes of Bitter Roots, and she makes my art look decent. So if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't win this award. I would think she's incredible. Just thanks to all the fans who supported us, and they're continued to support us over this last few years. Obviously, we're in times that are very unprecedented, and I think it takes literature like this to really bring about some important messages. And again, just thank you for the opportunity, and we hope that we can continue to do some incredible things here moving forward.
Thanks, Sanford, and thanks to that dope spinner rack in the background.
Man, I was shuffling around trying to make sure I block certain things. I got some other stuff back there that's
you got to keep that behind the sheet. I get it.
Top secret stuff, all that good stuff, man.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, bro. All right, moving along. Again, I think all of these are sponsored by Webtoon, so let's just keep it 100 right now. So this category is also sponsored by Webtoon, and the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Single Issue or Story are Bitter Root Red Summer Special, Image Comics. Hot Comb and Hot Comb, drawn and quarterly. Second Coming #1, Ahoy Comics. Spencer and Locke 2 #1, Danger Zone, Action Lab Entertainment. Tales of the Night Watchman, The Steam Banshee, So What? I love that. Press. Usagi Yojimbo #6, IDW Publishing. All right, let's get those feet stomping. And the award goes to the best single issue or story, Usagi Yojimbo #6, IDW Publishing. Accepting this award is artist and writer Stan Sakai. You have the floor, Stan.
Thank you. This is incredible. It's just amazing. I have to thank everyone who voted for me, including my family. IDW has been doing a great job with Usagi, and still had Dark Horse, but this is just I did not expect this. Usagi #6 is a retelling of the very first Usagi Yojimbo story, and I did it in celebration of the 35th anniversary of Usagi. So this story was very special to me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stan, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, guys, this is it. This is the last one, and then you can go pee. Again, I want to give my thanks to everyone involved with Baltimore Comic-Con. Even though I'm a Philadelphia born and raised guy, Baltimore is my second home, and the Baltimore Comic-Con is my #1 show. All the love that I've received over the years from the Nathans and everybody else involved in this enterprise has been amazing. It's made me a better human being and a professional. So thanks goes out to everyone tonight and all the nominees and winners. Okay, this category is sponsored by Webtoon. What a surprise. And the nominees for the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Cartoonist are Sarah Anderson, Eleanor Davis, Jaime Hernandez, Kevin Huizinga, Antonia Krupa, known as Junker, Stan Sakai, Raina Telgemeier, and David Jesus Vignoli. I'm so excited. Cartooning is very, very dear to my heart since I'm one of them. Again, congrats to all the nominees. And the winner of the 2020 Ringo Award for Best Cartoonist is Stan Sakai.
Oh my gosh! Thank you. This again, this is amazing. This is fun on the internet, but I really miss Baltimore Comic-Con. It was always on my schedules every other year, and so I miss these guys. Thank you for the Ringo Awards and the fans and pros who voted for me. It's again, this is incredible. So thank you again, Ringo Awards. Thank you.
Thank you,
This
Stan.
is such an unexpected surprise.
Congrats. And I think that's it for me. Thank you so much. I'll turn it back over to Randy. Again, I'm so honored to be included in presenting tonight. Being in the first wave of jurors for the inaugural Ringo Awards was an honor of a lifetime, and to be back here in another role is great. So thanks again to everybody involved, and thanks, Randy. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, Jamar. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the Ringo Awards. As I mentioned, if you have a video that you would like to present to us, we are very happy to present that out to the public. Please send us an email. We'll coordinate the handoff of that. And apologies to the folks that did make it into the waiting room and didn't make it to the screen for whatever reason. I would like to thank the stores out there that have set up Ringo displays. I have seen people posting pictures of displays from bookstores and comic stores of Ringo nominees and winners, and it sparks joy for me. If you won an award, sorry, I already said that. Read these books. Every one of them is definitely worth your time and effort. There are so many. I was sitting here in the backstage area thinking about all of the titles and people's names that have flashed across the screen tonight. And there are so many things that I would love to say, oh, you should read that. Seriously. Some of these books literally moved me to tears. They were just very well done and heartfelt and meaningful and important or entertaining. So do yourself a favor and go check them out. Go to your local comic shop, buy a book or 3. Back these companies. Please support our sponsors. And knock on wood, we will see you in person October 23rd, 2021. Good night, everybody.